Irene lay motionless on the bed, the soft rise and fall of her chest the only sign that she was awake. Her golden hair fanned out over the pillow like sunlit silk, casting a warm glow against the plain fabric of the inn's linen. Even in this humble room, she looked like something out of a dream, graceful, radiant, and distant. She turned her face slightly as I approached, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. One arm crossed her chest with shy modesty, not out of fear, but out of unfamiliarity with such vulnerability. Her wide golden eyes met mine not with apprehension, but with a quiet trust that made my heart pound more than any battlefield ever had. "You don't have to be afraid," I said gently, kneeling beside the bed. My fingers brushed hers, and I felt her grip tighten slightly, as if asking me to stay. "I'm not afraid," she whispered, "just uncertain. Everything feels so new." I nodded, understanding more than words could say. For all the strength and serenity she exuded as a saint candidate, Irene was still discovering herself beyond duty, beyond titles. The flickering candlelight danced on the walls as I leaned in, resting my forehead against hers. There was no rush, no need for words. Just the closeness of two people trying to understand the emotions bubbling beneath the surface. Her hand slowly reached up and touched the side of my face. "Is this okay?" she asked softly, unsure whether she was moving too fast or not fast enough. "It's more than okay," I replied. "It's perfect." We stayed like that, hand in hand, heart to heart, sharing the silence as something deeper than desire began to take root. It wasn't about possession, or lust, or even passion. It was trust, and the beginning of something that neither of us could yet define. No matter how exceptional an adventurer might be, no one climbs the tower alone. Not even a natural-born five, a heroic warrior at their peak, or a legendary mage or knight can explore every corner without help. The tower is vast and ever-changing. Like in a war movie where even a super soldier can't fight on every front alone, teamwork is essential here. Even the best explorers often return empty-handed, only to hear rumors of new paths opening elsewhere. That's the rhythm of life in the tower. "So, you think they really found something?" The inn was abuzz with conversation. After we made contact with the Harpy Kingdom and cleared the mid-boss on the 45th floor, other adventuring parties also started to push upward. It's no surprise. I'm not the only high-level adventurer around. Some faces are familiar from quests and guild meetups, parties led by high-level mages with mercenary vanguards, monks who walk the path of warrior priests, and rogue archer combos built purely for stealth and speed. One such party had made significant progress. Ellis heard from them some rogue and archer team found a natural cave underground. Seriously? That combo actually found something? Rogue and archer party? What is this, a speedrun squad? Do they even have a frontliner? What kind of build is that? Still, if they found something, maybe it works. Lol. Hansia, preparing for our next dive, relayed the details. Even if their party was all agility and no tanks, these weren't ordinary rookies. They were high-level, mana-trained superhumans. Rogues could dispatch monsters with daggers and chains. Rangers could swap bows for short swords if needed. Their hit-and-run tactics were made for dangerous terrain. And this time, the risk paid off. They found a cave connected to a safe zone. Deeper inside, there's some kind of altar. They're still investigating. Where exactly? Same floor we cleared the boss on the 45th. They've marked it with a beacon at the entrance. Interesting. So it's not related to the missing harpies. Could be something from deeper underground. Last night, everything had felt peaceful. Irene smiled softly while serving us a bowl of rich, buttery soup. She sat beside me at the table right next to me. That alone was unusual. Usually, Grace and Katie claimed the seats beside me. Irene would join later, after preparing the meal. She insisted on helping since she wasn't always involved in combat. But today, she had quietly taken her place by my side. Even her arm brushed against mine as we ate. "What's going on with Blondie sitting so close?" The wife kicked the kids out, lol. "Han-sia, go eat at the other table and let the lovebirds be." "Hey," I whispered with a grin, "they say even dogs shouldn't be bothered while eating." Irene chuckled but didn't pull away. The warmth between us, unspoken and shy, wasn't lost on anyone. Ignoring the chat's amused frenzy, we made our way up from the 43rd to the 45th floor. Even the skilled stone dwarves couldn't develop every level at once. With resources tied up restoring ruins on the 42nd and helping expand the Harpy Kingdom on the 43rd, they couldn't focus on the deeper levels. "I'd love to place a gate here," Grace said. "The climb alone takes half a day." "I know," I replied. "We're lucky someone else found this cave." As we walked, smoke curled into the sky, dark and heavy. A massive beacon towered above the ridge, clearly marking the site. When we reached it, we saw more robes than armor mages, most likely. Some were likely here for research, not combat. "Careful with the altar," one mage barked. "Can we enter yet?" another asked. We approached, and even amid the noise, the mages stepped aside. Whether out of respect or recognition, perhaps both, we passed through the black smoke. It looked thick but didn't smell unpleasant, likely magic or alchemy. Behind it was the cave entrance, a tiny burrow barely wide enough for a child. "They went in there?" Katie asked in disbelief. It reminded me of that news story from my old world, a man stuck upside down in a cave, unable to be rescued. Even my enhanced body didn't remove the claustrophobic unease that hole stirred. "Are we supposed to crawl through that?" Grace frowned. "No," said one of the adventurers. "The mages will open it. The magic inside is unstable, so they only widen the passage when someone's going in." At his signal, the burrow expanded, its mouth widening like a snake's. Magic rippled through the air. Beyond, a handful of mages were already examining the site. We entered. The cavern inside was spacious, more like a ceremonial hall than a tunnel. The air was cool and still. At the center stood a large stone structure, primitive and roughly made. "That must be the altar," I said. Grace examined it with a trained eye. "Definitely religious in nature. But this isn't dwarf craftsmanship." Katie nodded. "Too crude. Feels off." The altar looked like a child's art project. A large stone slab was crudely carved with images, blobby animals, misshapen symbols, dye-stained surfaces, and wooden stakes. One drawing stood out, a bird devouring a snake. "Is that supposed to be a harpy?" Katie wondered aloud. "Or maybe that tentacled mid-boss we fought here," I added. It was poorly drawn, sure, but the symbolism was obvious. Something old, something sacred or forgotten had taken root here. And we had just stepped into its domain.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
An altar depicted with a giant harpy defeating a tentacle monster. Although it seems to have religious significance, there appear to be no magical traces, as mages have checked several times. We also thought that our party wouldn't find anything. Art school dropout now, and the army donated 10,001. Look at the armor drawn on that harpy's torso. Could this be a new race? Armor? There's armor drawn on the harpy in the picture. You can see that tiny detail. I can barely see the wings, lol. Your eyes see that over the incredible maternal instincts of the harpy. You're a 2D geek. But honestly, there's not much difference between our eyes and those of the wife. A harpy soldier? There's a kingdom, so it makes sense there would be soldiers or an army. If you think about it, it's odd that the kingdom is just on the 43rd floor, there might be another one. Through Han Xia's camera, hundreds of thousands of people were watching, hoping to discover something. The coarse drawing on the large stone is at a level of primitive cave paintings. A large tentacle monster is drawn in the center, and diagonally above it, a giant harpy is depicted. The donation pointed out the small harpies nearby. On closer inspection, some of the smaller harpies are depicted with bare chests, crudely illustrated breasts, while others have something black painted over their upper bodies. After hearing the discussion, it's clear that there are harpies wearing armor and those that are not. It's not a game of finding differences, yet how did someone discern fingernail-sized armor in a picture as small as a finger seen through the camera? But doesn't it look like the harpies are wearing armor? Yes, if you look closely, the armored harpies are charging toward the tentacles, while those without armor are turning their backs to flee. With a hint from the viewer's donation, Han Xia pretends to have discovered it herself and points to the small harpies. Harpy with dye-painted breasts and harpy with the upper body painted black. Noticing this clear difference, we slowly examine it further, and as Grace said, the difference between the two harpies becomes apparent. Now it looks like a great king and his soldiers, along with the civilians being rescued. As seen with the harpy queen of the harpy kingdom, the harpies of the kingdom have a clothing culture where they wear jewelry over their exposed breasts. Therefore, if we attribute meaning, this mural was created in a second, different harpy kingdom, not the harpy queen's kingdom. So we need to find this. Right? It seems we need to find this new harpy kingdom. The harpies that suddenly disappeared. A potential second kingdom. Considering the harpy queen cleverly included a red harpy girl under her command, one conclusion emerged. It's that another kingdom of harpies has unified all the nearby harpies. The disappearance of the harpies suggests that the new kingdom might be higher up. There could be more than one harpy kingdom swept into this level of the tower. As I share these thoughts, everyone nods, agreeing that it makes sense. Retranslations. Although we've made a new discovery, it's the job of the mages tucked away in their labs to uncover every detail. Holding onto a child's crooked drawing won't yield anything more. At least it's not on the 43rd floor. We'll have to comb through the 44th floor again, right? Probably. If a hidden altar was there, it must mean something. Ultimately, an adventurer's job is to search every inch of the tower's vast space and find something hidden. It's about leaving the thinking to the mages and physically getting on with the job. The good news is that, unlike before, this labor has a chance of leading to something meaningful. In the past, even after days of searching, there was a chance of coming up empty, but now, with Han Xia as a player, there is a quest window, so something should turn up. We have to search the floors we've already gone through again, but thanks to the clue about the altar, the viewers don't seem to feel much dissatisfaction. The viewers are too busy arguing among themselves about whether the harpies wear armor or not, so no criticism is directed at Han Xia. A harpy soldier, isn't that jumping to conclusions? It seems like you're reading too much into a simple mural. No lol. If you can't trust a mural hidden in a safe zone, what can you trust? Like the golem hidden on the 30th floor, there might be several altars. So, do we have to check every cave? Isn't this game becoming too grindy? But the stone dwarves have several cities, so there could be several harpy kingdoms too. Really? But guys, in the end, we're all just trying to trigger something, so why fight among yourselves? It's good to share opinions, but those who excessively disrespect others and overreact will be banned, you know? With so many people online, There are always some who cross the line. Her ability to selectively read the chat is comparable to Roland's superior physical abilities. While Han Xia diffused the heated viewers, the rest of the party naturally prepared for the re-exploration. They replenished arrows that were hardly used, gathered food that was mostly consumed, and listened to information from people from the Adventurers Guild. Are there any related quests? There are quite a few minor quests, so more adventurers are participating than expected. Mages came running with bags of gold to buy research rights from the party that discovered the altar. Really? How many? Just under 20 parties. That's a lot. Money really does have power, huh? As expected, money moves adventurers more than faith. Hearing that the explorers who found the altar might bathe in gold, it seems everyone rushed over. With about 20 top-tier adventure parties, it's similar to or a bit more than when we broke through the marsh. It seems like even those who had retired, like me, have all returned to the tower. Well, with the gate open and the temple involved, it's hard to ignore the situation where gold is being duplicated. If you can earn an enormous amount of gold after a boring and exhausting search, instead of risking your life in battle, all the more reason to do so. Retranslations. We gather arrows, ropes, and other seldom used but necessary consumables, and fix up lanterns and sleeping bags before filling the inventory with food. Since the frequency of battles has decreased, Han Xia thinks the exploration will be a long-term effort. She quickly organizes explosives and alchemical materials that were in a corner of her inventory and increases the amount of food more than usual. Meanwhile, she manages to make even inventory organization and shopping part of the stream angle, which is pretty impressive. So, where do you plan to go now? We should probably start searching the 45th floor again. After all, it's the floor where the altar was discovered, and it's also where the monster emerged from underground. That makes sense. There are areas that other adventurers have already investigated, so we don't need to check everywhere. With all preparations complete, the party discussed the exploration. At some point, Irene's place became fixed to my right, and Katie and Grace seemed to take turns sitting on my left. Maybe it's just my imagination. Her lovely golden eyes looked this way with a bright smile, naturally warming my heart. Back to the 45th floor, huh? Not bad. For me, this was a kind of reprieve. I worried about rushing straight to the 50th floor, but if we start again from the 45th floor and look around carefully, at least we'll have time to find clues about the awakening. Leaving aside the happy night with Irene, I still feel shackled by the quest to deal with the boss using an awakening skill. It's not a typical game quest but one sent by a transcendent being that deals with human souls. It would be stranger if I didn't feel burdened. Roland, you seem to be deep in thought. Is it about the issue of the realm you mentioned last time? Yes, I sometimes feel a bit frustrated. Don't be too hasty. Everything will turn out fine. That's how the re-exploration of the 45th floor began. Irene seemed to sense my complex feelings and held my hand tightly, comforting me, but the uneasy feeling in my heart didn't disappear. Now, the only thing I can rely on is the hope and prayer that this hologram window, like the quest window that changes in real time, will somehow change for me. I grumble about suddenly finding faith as I explore the 45th floor, and then, sure enough, news comes from elsewhere. A harpy has kidnapped an adventurer. What's the situation now? Like one of the harpies that was drawn on the altar. The re-exploration of the 45th floor was a bust this time too. We only rummaged through empty caves and couldn't even properly collect mana stones. While we may have bought some time to find clues about the awakening power, Han Xia's stream hit a snag with missed quests and fruitless hunts. But back in the city of stone dwarfs for supplies, adventurers were noisily gossiping. The rumor was quite simple. A beautiful, communicative harpy wearing clothes had come up to do some chores, and the intermediate-level adventurers who were flirting with her had gone missing. Damn it, like with the doppelganger situation, is it always the males causing problems? There are such stories. There are sayings that a man, even with the strength to lift just a single tissue, will seek out a woman, or that his brain is located below the belt, or that he's a walking hard-on. These are hasty generalizations, but they are somewhat awkward criticisms to refute, especially for the guy who cried about the new character being male and ran a macro script. Seeing the way the adventurers behave in such situations makes it really hard to argue against these stereotypes. Didn't we have a higher-tier adventurer last time who got infected after assaulting a doppelganger? This time, it's a mid-tier adventurer. I heard it's the adventurers who were helping the mages carry luggage who became victims. Can we even call them victims? Below, there were those infected by attacking doppelgangers, and above, there were fools who tried to hunt harpies and ended up being hunted themselves. Indeed, the harpies are beautiful. Many adventurers just ogled them because they didn't speak human languages and walked around nearly naked, like beautiful primitives. Jokingly, some said the alcohol here tasted better than the booze outside, but they seemed to have no intention of actually touching them. Or it seemed so, but the problem was that there were quite a few with sinister intentions. Of course, I'm not the one to talk, having spent the night with a harpy queen at her request. But if they had met outside the kingdom, shouldn't they have been a bit suspicious? This isn't like kids who follow strangers for candy, these are idiots who follow anyone who spreads their legs. We got a hint because of this, but the feeling of pity doesn't go away. Even if they're mid-tier adventurers, if they have the skill to come up above the 40th floor, their earnings and quality of life in the city wouldn't be something to scoff at. Whether they find a girlfriend, a wife, or become big spenders in the red light district like mercenaries, or live a flashy nightlife, they should have the affluence to live freely. Yet, they end up missing while trying to seduce a harpy. Where did they disappear? From what I've heard, it seems like it was on the 46th floor. How should I put it? Their tracks were so clear that although they've gone missing, it was immediately noticeable. Listening further, there was a reason why the disappearance was noticed right away. The missing parties were mid-tier adventurers who had come up escorting a caravan. Normally, mid-tier adventurers would find it hard to operate above the 40th floor, but now, they're not hunting monsters but rebuilding cities and expanding kingdoms, so there was plenty of work to keep them around. The problem is their usual behavior. Whether mercenaries or adventurers, they are a breed that lives by the sword and throws their lives away, so it's hard to say they act properly even if you twist your mouth. These guys, too, were the type to spend their earnings from quests on women, gambling, and drinking their earnings away. Seeing a fully armed harpy, these guys probably thought, here's a fine woman spreading her legs for free, and happily followed her, even bragging about it to other porters. So, you mean they bragged about it to the caravan workers and then followed her later? That's right. They weren't kidnapped right away. They talked, returned to the city, gathered their party, had a drink, boasted to the workers, went to meet the harpy, and then just disappeared. The next morning they didn't return, and when contract issues came up, the workers reported it. Irene asked incredulously. After all, it's hard to believe a story where they gathered their own party and willingly got themselves kidnapped. But reality is harsh, and idiots are plentiful. The mid-tier adventurers, filled with anticipation of a tryst with a harpy, dashed out of the city of the stone dwarves and disappeared, leaving only their last destination known to the porters. They had blabbed about it so much that the co-employed workers, adventurers at the next table in the tavern, and streetwalkers looking for nighttime clients all knew about it. So it's not the 45th floor, but the 46th floor. We should start our exploration there today. I never thought we'd receive hints like this. Adventurers who out themselves to keep the stream going lol. Are those adventurers the ones with tattoos on their forearms and a bit of a belly? Seriously, whether it's below or here, the losers are real. Chat deleted by the mod. Please don't stereotype and look down on our smoked ham friends. As we walked around gathering information, the viewers were so dumbfounded they laughed. It was like tracking footprints on fresh cement. The adventurers had drunkenly blabbed so openly that their tracks were clear. Additionally, while trying to earn extra money by collecting rocks outside, after meeting the armored harpy, one of the party members was lured away. In the city, they drank and spouted nearly obscene tales about harpies to laborers, inn staff, and prostitutes. After getting thoroughly drunk, they all gathered and headed straight out of the city. We should also go to the 46th floor then. Since there's no city on that floor, we need to pack plenty of food. True, since the harpies can fly, it might take a while. Following those clear traces, we headed to the 46th floor. Retranslations. We should have just started with the 46th floor from the beginning. Logically, after a mid-boss appeared on the 45th floor, there wouldn't be much left. That's hindsight, but it's true lol. Still, it's better to search thoroughly. Exploring everything wasn't a bad idea. How do you wear that? Is it like a fish cake mold that snaps on the front and back? Lol, looking at armor and thinking of fish cakes. While walking toward the 46th floor, Han Xia looked up at the sky and sighed. It was because Grace immediately spotted a harpy flying in the distance. Not a harpy with the body of a black eagle, but one with red wings spread wide. We hadn't seen these when we roamed the 47th and 48th floors, so why were they suddenly visible on the 46th floor? It seemed there was no explanation other than Han Xia's bad luck. Despite her impressive gaming skills, Han Xia's luck was disastrously poor. In skill-based games, she could astonish her viewers with her performance, but in games involving luck, the thumbnail always showed her screaming face. For instance, after defeating the beginner's nightmare boss on her first try in a mobile game, she couldn't pull even one SSR in a 100 bull gacha. After placing second in a FPS tournament with a decent performance, she couldn't get the desired gun skin even after 150 pulls. Seeing her meet a 6 by chance, viewers claimed she had used up her lifetime's luck, so maybe this situation was also related to her luck. Are those the harpies drawn on the mural? They're not just wearing armor. There's something on their feet too. It looks like sharp blades are attached to their talons. As I thought about Han Xia's misfortune, the armed harpy flew lower and approached us. As Grace said, it wore simple armor on its upper body and steel boots shaped like talons on its feet. With wings instead of hands, they couldn't use spears or bows. Yet, as a monster on the 46th floor, its imposing presence was significant. A powerful new monster on the 46th floor was fully equipped with armor and weapons. Considering the ability to fly, an average mid-tier adventure party couldn't even scratch it and would likely be torn to pieces by those talons. Human. What? It can speak. Hannah, you said those adventurers had a conversation with a harpy and then volunteered to go out. Ah, that's right. Has it only been an hour since we brought up that story? Still, goldfish forget everything in 3 seconds, but CR remembers for a whole 50 minutes. What are you talking about? Goldfish memory lasts more than 2 weeks. I'm already getting confused about last week. Han Xia's memory beats the fish in our home aquarium. As the harpy with red wings fluttered down and began to speak, a husky voice could be heard. She wore armor, but her sharp appearance made her look like a tough lady who might smoke cigarettes. Of course, she wasn't just a lady smoking in a back alley, but a real one wielding a sword. The armored harpy, asserting she had no hostile intentions, landed on a rock a little distance away and folded up her blade-like talons. Han Xia naturally stepped forward to initiate a conversation. "What's going on?" Instead of asking "Who are you?" she directly asked, "What's going on?" It seemed like the right choice as the armored harpy began to speak its piece. "Strong humans join the Empire." "The Empire?" "Yes, the Empire, the Great Queen's Empire." It was unclear if the harpy was struggling with human language or if it was a peculiar accent of the Empire's harpies, but her voice trailed off at the end of her sentences. Still, it was understandable enough to carefully listen to the explanation. "So there are two nations, the Harpy Kingdom and the Harpy Empire." "Well, there's no reason only humans would have multiple nations." The armored harpy from the Harpy Empire spoke of an empire created by harpies themselves. It was a harpy empire governed by a harpy empress, who had unified and subjugated all the other red harpy natives in the vicinity. The only issue was that the level of civilization was exceptionally advanced because all the surrounding harpies had been conquered. "This is a mess. Looks like we're going to have to fight." Literally, the problem is that it's a harpy empire. Thanks to my past indulgence in mobile games and various subcultures, I knew a bit about empires. As far as I know, there are two types of empires. The Eastern-style empire is known as Chinese letter Son of Heaven's country, where the emperor is considered to have a divine right, and the monarch is synonymous with the nation itself. The Western-style empire, or empire, doesn't necessarily need an emperor, it's just called an empire if a powerful country dominates several kingdoms. But these harpy empire creatures, or rather, ladies, seemed to have picked only the worst traits as if they were designing an evil empire. What I mean is that the harpy empire ruled by the harpy empress talked about imperialism. Isn't the character for empire different from imperialism? But these guys seem to be openly declaring, "We are the villains." Does that harpy empress have a mustache? Since the root is Latin, it seems like the Yankees arbitrarily changed it. The word originally comes from Roman rulers. Chat deleted by the mod. Damn, charging 5,001 for the explanation. Isn't it fine since there's a game where Nazis appear as enemies? While roaming around, they either lure or kidnap vulnerable adventurers and try to win over powerful humans. Just hearing the story, it was painfully clear that the Harpy Empire had learned only the worst of human behaviors. Dwarves were enslaved, mid-tier adventurers were used as combatants and monster capturers, red harpies who couldn't use multiple languages were second-class citizens, and black, named harpies were third-class citizens. Even the weak and less intelligent harpies were called citizens because they were still considered kin, but the very fact that they were divided into first, second, and third-class citizens showed that the situation was beyond dire. Moreover, the fact that dwarves with insufficient combat power were immediately enslaved, and from a player living in the age of democracy, it was clear that the Harpy Empire was the bad guy. Based on ability, you get the corresponding treatment. Despite the situation, we couldn't deny the armored harpy's intelligence, as it noticed the subtle reactions from our side and prepared to fly away. Thinking it might be attacked if it showed its blade-like talons, it cleverly moved its wingtips, similar to students who sneakily shuffle out right before lunchtime, aiming to dash toward the corridor. It was clear it was smart. Instead of soaring upwards, it planned to leap off a cliff to the side and glide away to escape, subtly shifting its body. I wasn't the only one who noticed this move, but since everyone seemed hesitant to attack, just twitching their hands, there was an awkward silence as the armored harpy and the adventurers eyed each other. For now, let's take it to the kingdom. Barbarians. I broke the silence. Being an 11-year veteran in Heroes Chronicle, I knew that throwing almost any event into the magic tower would solve it like some deus ex machina. Whether the Empress of the Harpy Imperialists had a mustache or not, interrogating her would likely reveal additional information. What she blustered about was a kind of recruiting officer's propaganda. If we wanted to hear the truth, we would need the close cooperation of mages and witches. This is because alchemy and magic combined to create a magical truth serum in Heroes Chronicle, which made the concept of a secret quite rare. Of course, in a fantasy world, assassins are known to develop resistance to drugs, but a recruiting officer who roams around to conscript or rather, kidnap people wouldn't be such an assassin. Caught. Caught. Good. Well done, Hannah. Let me go. The tense atmosphere was like the moment just before a cowboy in a Western movie draws his gun on a rugged mountain path. Han Xia, who quickly extended her staff, pressed down on the armored harpy's wingtips with a gust of wind. This was a wind-summoning spell, more of a support than an attack. It wasn't a cutting wind but a gust that kicked up dust, which might not deal a critical hit to a high-level monster clad in sturdy armor, but it could trip up a fleeing pickpocket by disrupting the harpy's first flap of wings. Given that she was wearing armor and blade boots, the first flap was crucial for flight. When the gust twisted her shoulders and wings in such a situation, the following events were predictable. Instead of leaping off the rock and gliding down the cliff, the armored harpy spiraled and tumbled, ending up rolling on the ground. Still, as if to live up to her role as a recruiting officer and combatant, she tried to leap off the cliff with those sturdy legs, but I pinned her down first. Barbarians. Cowards. Pervert. F*CKU. Is it the first time in a while that Teacher Roland has been annoyed, or maybe the first time ever? Lol. The pure reaction of a man who has never been slandered by a woman in his life. Teacher Roland takes no physical damage but suffers mental damage, soft-hearted lol. I mean, with that face, has he ever seriously been cursed by a woman as a pervert? If I could catch a falling vacuum stone in midair, would I fail to catch a harpy rolling on the ground? The blade boots struggled, going ting-ting as they hit the armor, but soon quieted down. Reflective damage passive is useful at times like this. She knocked herself out. Retranslations. Today's tip: the reflective damage passive is great for kidnapping someone alive. Are you planning to hand her over to the magic tower? Actually, I plan to hand her over to the kingdom first and then call the mages. The mages will come all the way to the Harpy Kingdom. Yes, they will definitely come. Just like the time when I moved the smart harpy girl who could speak to the kingdom, I slung the armored harpy over my shoulder. There were viewers who were disappointed that I didn't disarm her armor and blade boots, which could also be handed over for research. But Han Xia wasn't streaming to show off her chest swinging around. Ignoring those few perverted opinions, we returned to the 43rd floor. From time to time, the awakened armored harpy attempted to bite my neck or swing the blade-like talons on her boots in rebellion, but she became docile after repeatedly knocking herself out due to reflective damage and learning from it. Human, you will regret this. All right, I got it. She struggled, knocked herself out due to reflective damage, naturally recovered her health as a high-level monster while unconscious, woke up and struggled again, and then knocked herself out again due to reflective damage. Seeing this cycle continue, she started to make noisy, annoying sounds. How to describe this one-sided conversation? Was it like watching a white person being racist towards Asians? Did they create this without thinking about public opinion? Or is it like that Nazi-killing game where they just made it without worrying and told us to catch them? It seems the fantasy residents don't really think much about it, right? Teacher Roland was annoyed because he got called a pervert, but it seems like he's not particularly angry about the slavery lol. With just a few words, she managed to scratch both the main tank and the player wow. With the citizen class system, slaves, conquests, and gladiators, isn't that just the Roman Empire? Harpy Roman Empire. Han Sia's harem creation team donated 100,000 won. This clearly looks like a faction war. Choose between a kingdom that's hard mode but appealing, and an empire that's easy mode but messed up. Ah, thank you for the donation, harem creation team. Is that right? The empire route makes life easier but the conscience uneasy, something like that. As a result, it's not our party members who become uncomfortable but the viewers outside the camera. Especially the Western viewers who went silent after frantically chatting, struggling even with translation tools. Grace, Katie, and Irene, having been born and raised in a world with a class system, weren't too uncomfortable with it. Even if they frowned a bit, it was more about the Harpies treating humans as an inferior race, not about criticizing the slave system or the citizen class system. I also showed a subtle reaction, but thankfully, the viewers misunderstood it as me being a handsome man hurt by the pervert comment. Hey, stop playing that military march with the video donations. Someone kept playing the Nazi march after photoshopping a mustache on the harpy's face. I had to hold back my laughter. It seems that in Earth 4, where Han Xia is, there are such themes, and in the world I used to live in, there were games that depicted a future where the Nazis won World War II. The Nazis appear as the evil empire, and the story unfolds in a way that the player takes them down. So, I believe the viewers, who are acting like bloodthirsty berserkers, have thoughts similar to mine. A kingdom of goddess believers overthrows imperialists. This is totally ideological propaganda game, MMMPH. Your insight is sharp, sir. You've won an event, so please provide your address. Isn't Han Xia's route fixed? Not just Han Xia. Every streamer, damn it, ha ha ha. Do they want to get lynched? For gamers who know the game well, it's clear that this is a branching quest. Just like when the Demon King offers the hero half of the world for a truce, the game developer is giving the player a choice. Would you stand on the side of justice and play on hard mode to uphold your beliefs, or would you turn a blind eye to evil and reap the benefits by playing on easy mode? Of course, if you choose easy mode here, Han Xia will be dead as a Korean, a gamer, and a streamer. The cyber ghosts will tear her apart, saying that supporting imperialism is something no Korean who was colonized should ever do. Viewers will froth at the mouth, saying she is choosing easy mode despite having drawn a 6-cheat character. Western viewers will start a revolution, criticizing her for showing an imperialist storyline on stream. There's no way professional streamer Han Xia wouldn't know this. Hey, then it's obviously the kingdom route. We've built temples in the kingdom, so why would we join the empire? From the 43rd floor onwards, our temple knights have been pushing upwards, and I see a future where harpy heads will be smashed as they shout, "Blasphemer!" Her tone was firm, as if to dispel any doubts. Thinking this wasn't enough, she quickly approached Irene, who was following closely behind me, and opened her mouth. Sister Irene, from what I've heard, it seems like the Harpy Kingdom and the Harpy Empire will eventually clash. Right? It looks like they don't worship the goddess, unlike the kingdom people. These guys believe the Harpy Empress is the goddess of the sky and think wingless beings are inferior. If the Nazis claimed the superiority of Aryans, these guys claimed the superiority of bird people. Winged harpies are superior, and wingless humans are inferior. Therefore, dwarves who live underground without facial features are a race close to livestock created by the sky god to live as slaves. Just looking at the armored harpy who casually says such things, it's clear that they wouldn't believe in the goddess of life. Because of that, Irene's complexion was a little dark. An empire that kidnaps people and denies the goddess. Isn't that practically a den of heretics? Given Irene's and the temple's beliefs, it's less an evil empire and more an empire of pagans. They could never join hands. In this case, don't you think we should help the converted Harpy Queen and unify the Harpies? Unify? Yes, unify. If the Harpy Kingdom, which worships the goddess, conquers the empire, we can comfortably move up to the 51st floor. Again, Han Xia's snake-like tongue began to move, whispering as if injecting poison. Once more, Irene's expression softened strangely. While I led the way with a harpy slung over my shoulder, she whispered continuously from behind. However, this time, the content was quite different from before. After all, enticing someone to establish a harem and talking about destroying the Harpy Empire are two entirely different matters. Thinking about the viewers' reactions, Han Xia spoke firmly. Her demeanor resembled Kim Hitler's, who would destroy the empire with her own hands, leaving Irene flustered. From what I hear, the Harpy Empire seems to have even conquered the city of the dwarves and enslaved them. I think we should break through the underground passages, liberate the city, and conquer the empire. Did you consider all that, Hannah? Yes, sister. For the will of the goddess, we must also consider using force. War. War again. War. War again. War. War again. War. War again. War. Looks like this crazy woman is even more fanatical than the temple zealots. The chosen hero who crushes the evil, different race empire enjoys bombings and biochemical terror. Is Han Xia smiling brightly because she believes that explosions are art one? At least Xia doesn't declare bomb attacks in real life. With this fiery talk, the viewers cried out Han Xia's name like fanatics worshipping a war-declaring pope. Retranslations. In this world, the word human rights didn't exist. Not the human rights meaning you'd be disadvantaged in the game's main story and events, but simply the notion that people had no interest in rights at all. As I've always said, it's a world where a pickpocket caught stealing from an adventurer or mercenary could have their wrist cut off without it being a crime. A child born in a farmhouse starts working as soon as they can walk, and when food becomes scarce, people naturally reduce the mouths to feed by offering someone up as monster feed. In such a world, enslaving dwarves, who aren't even human, couldn't be seen as a problem. Blasphemers. I always thought the Harpy sisters were so devout. Since cleverness didn't lead to faith, we must cleanse them. But on the flip side, it's a world where a war can break out just because the Harpy Empire chose a theocracy that believes in the Harpy Empress as a goddess. Enslaving other races is fine. Discriminating against fellow Harpies by classifying them as second-class citizens is also fine. But denying the goddess of life and believing in their empress as a goddess is the mindset of heretics who deserve to be converted. Since Han Xia was leading the conversation rather than me, it was only natural for the viewers to be noisy. Why is she being an instigator instead of a hero? Now, she needs a different word, not just a porter. Instigator. Screamer. I thought she was going to film a stealth mission against the Empire, but she's just tattling to the temple without hesitation, haha. What stealth mission? Just declare a crusade, open a holy war, and drop tactical Roland. The temple is terrifying, especially how they go nuts when they hear Empress equals goddess. They say you should strike while the iron is hot. We know there's nothing to gain by dragging this out. Even if we are going to war, there's a lot to prepare. So, we'd better let them know right away so they can come fully prepared. Our hero doesn't bite donated 10,000 won. She's rushing things so she can prepare bombs and acid herself. While Han Xia floored the accelerator, it was up to me to talk with the party members. Usually, Irene was quietly following, but this time, Grace and Katie were following obediently instead. Both of them weren't especially devout or enlightened characters who would be outraged by slavery, so they didn't seem particularly angry at the Harpy Empire. However, as adventurers on a mission from the goddess, it seemed they were slightly rubbed the wrong way by the armored harpy, and they didn't particularly oppose Han Xia's radical plan to conquer the empire. After all, if you're happy to be called an inferior race by other races inside the tower, you'd have to be an incorrigible masochist. A war against the Harpy Empire. It would definitely be best to start by conquering the underground city. If we attack from underground, they won't be able to respond properly. To think I'd experience a territorial battle inside the tower, something I never faced in the north. By the way, Roland, have you ever participated in a territorial battle? Nope. I'm not a mercenary, and as an adventurer, I found it too bothersome to go around catching people. To be honest, I was desperately clinging to the idea that I had to climb the tower to escape this fantasy world, but anyway. While Han Xia was talking to the temple with Irene by her side, and after sending the armored harpy to the magic tower, I felt relieved and began to consider how I should react. I frowned at the armored harpy's blindly eugenic comments, but thinking about it, that wasn't the reaction a resident of a medieval fantasy world would have. Luckily, the viewers leaned toward teasing me for being called a pervert and getting emotionally scarred or shocked. If not, someone would have clearly pointed out that my reaction was strange. The world is vast, filled with weirdos and diverse tastes. Just like there are viewers who get excited not by the pure white bosom of a harpy but by its red feathers, among those who got kicked out of the chat for causing chaos. Hannah, are you thinking of making explosives through alchemy again? I tried it last time and it was nice. Why? No, it's nothing. There are people like Han Xia who think of explosions as art. After throwing the armored harpy into the tower and finishing her conversation with the temple, Han Xia immediately started wandering around the market. Irene, curious about her actions, was caught on camera with a strange expression, nervously chewing on her lips. While spending time with Grace and Katie at a cafe that had somehow already set up shop in the Stone Dwarf City, Han Xia was probably planning out her explosive strategy as she progressed through the quest. No matter what, explosives are the most efficient. After breaking through and liberating the underground city of the Stone Dwarves, we need something to attack from underground to above ground. Well, never mind, as long as you're happy, lol. Just don't forget you're mainly a mage. You're still the #1 mage streamer. How about switching to being an alchemist instead? Forget the tower and join the Alchemy Guild. They have great discounts. How about a stream on alchemy recipes since there aren't any new spells? Oh, teaching the kids bad things again. Don't fall for it, or you'll be stirring jars for 90 hours. The viewers seemed dumbfounded seeing her gather bomb materials while doing the quest. Of course, for Han Xia, it was just about replenishing the materials she used on the Floor 45 boss, but the bomb maniac meme that unified East and West didn't disappear despite her protests. All I had to do was check the internet via the hologram window. In the Western Reddit boards, she was showered with honorable titles like Magical Bomber Girl, Michael Bay's Avatar, and Muhammad Han. Posts on Western Reddit would be translated and laughed at in the Heroes Chronicle forum, and then Westerners would translate them back and share them again. The positive cycle of memes had begun thanks to Han Xia, who had become a global star. Should I call it a vicious cycle since there's some discrimination mixed in? Oh, here she comes. Did she have a lot to talk about at the temple? Hannah, Irene, over here. As I leaned on the table, leisurely surfing the web, Grace, who was sipping her drink and watching the road outside, raised her arm and called out to Han Xia. No wonder the road looked familiar. She had already made her way to the market street where we were. Well, it's only natural since she bought the alchemy bomb materials nearby. Grace sprang up and waved her arm, and Han Xia and Irene noticed her and ran over with smiles. Even if she likes bombs, she's a good kid. Perhaps that's how she organized her thoughts because Irene, who joined us at the table, no longer had that strange frown from earlier. The crumble here is good. Want to try an apple crumble? Crumble? Sure. It looks a lot like Saboru bread. Chatter over desserts and coffee. Han Xia's distinctly Korean muttering briefly stirred up the stream but was dismissed as a light joke. Naturally, the conversation among the five of us at the table was about the main quest. In other words, how we would respond to the Harpy Empire. Even if we reported the situation to the tower, the temple, and the Adventurers Guild, our party needed to decide on our own actions. And in this situation, the conclusion for Han Xia, the streamer, was already set. We'll be the vanguard and infiltrate the Stone Dwarfs' city under their control. The vanguard, huh? Yeah, it's best to move covertly in small numbers for this. As the top streamer in clearing floors worldwide, Han Xia couldn't let the Temple Knights and Adventurers take the lead while she stayed back. Retranslations. The campaign to conquer the Harpy Empire progressed faster than I expected. Just as the rice country spreads democracy and takes the black liquid rising from the ground as payment, mages and merchants were eager to bestow freedom upon the stone dwarves and receive mana stones in return. They planned to turn the Stone Dwarfs' city into a free city like the City of Adventurers and open trade routes. Just like the Crusades and witch hunts were motivated by money, capital began to gather swiftly as eyes turned red. With money and adventurers pouring in, progress accelerated like a stone rolling down a slope. Moreover, the stone dwarves, who had a strong sense of kinship, began to lend a hand. They started modifying the vacuum stones used to dig massive tunnels into smaller versions, utilizing the know-how from the boss battle. We're planning to use the improved vacuum stones to infiltrate the city. Well, since they've lost a unit, it's only natural that security will be tight. They enslave stone dwarves and lure adventurers, so they must be more advanced than the Harpy Kingdom on the 43rd floor. The fact that they call themselves an empire suggests they had interactions with humans. If it was before they entered the tower under the Demon King's control, it's entirely possible. The Stone Dwarf brothers said they had consistently traded with humans. So, the plan was simple. Instead of creating a massive tunnel large enough for carriages and siege weapons, they would secretly dig a small passage just big enough for a single person to pass through, and then push the hero party through it into the heart of the empire. Named Black Harpies and Red Harpies, whether they belonged to the empire or the kingdom, were patrolling the mountain range from above. According to the armored harpy, the underground was considered the slave's domain. Just like assassins infiltrate castles through filthy sewers, we would infiltrate the Harpy Empire through the underground, which they looked down upon. After that, well, we'll handle it skillfully. The stone dwarves are not only master blacksmiths, alchemists, and metallurgists but also merchants who value trading with humans. They wouldn't welcome exploitation instead of trade, so the plan would work out one way or another. If things go south, we could always resort to the tactical Roland deployment that the viewers joke about, killing all the harpies that come down underground. No matter how vast the Harpy Empire is, it's still within the tower, so we should be able to handle it floor by floor. Since the 45th floor was that giant beast's nest, you're thinking of conquering the floors one by one starting from the 46th. We'll reclaim the Stone Dwarves' underground city, rescue them through the tunnel, and then attack the empire above. This isn't a territory war, it's more like a bandit or barbarian raid. Well, Those harpies call us inferior, so aren't we barbarians? A barbarian party and perverted Roland. Why bring that up all of a sudden? While discussing the rough outline of the plan, Grace suddenly dropped a comment about perverted Roland. The unexpected ambush left my expression subtly twisted, which made the party members smile, finding it amusing. Grace, who likes to tease and joke around, wasn't going to miss this opportunity. With a smile befitting her nickname, she teasingly provoked me with a charm that would have bewitched the neighborhood boys. An 11-year veteran adventurer and a top-level unwavering tank. Since there weren't many chances to tease me, she seemed unwilling to miss this opportunity. Ah, I see. So now even Irene has joined in. Moreover, Irene, who used to act as a sort of break, had now been persuaded by Hansia and came to my bedroom at night. Hansia had already become a peeper, and Grace and Kitty had gone from drunkenly crashing into my bed to tackling me together. Since there wasn't a single woman in the party that the Playboy Roland hadn't touched, Grace had become a truck with no brakes, flooring the accelerator. Since we're on the topic of harpies and perverted Roland, unlike the kingdom's harpies, I hear the harpies of the Empire cover their bodies like humans and feel shame. That's true. Not only are they vicious enough to enslave stone dwarves, but they also have the cognitive ability to consider themselves an empire. Harpies that walk around naked vs harpies that feel embarrassed when seen, which is better? Teacher Roland is taking mental damage, lol. A teasing older sister is the hottest. If they have a sense of shame, maybe they've set up morals and laws too. Lol, what does it matter? They're going to end up devout in the temples underground anyway. Grace teased me, asking if she should help me avoid being called a pervert, and viewers, who were watching her with growing excitement, ended up getting cut down by the mod AI. In the usual chaos where no one was focused on planning, Hansia laughed cheekily. Really, if she wasn't the world's #1, I'd have written a 5,700-character backseat comment close to a hate post. A subdued magical glow, like a light bulb covered in cellophane, lit up the dim underground as a hole just big enough for a person to pass through began to form in the wall. It was the work of old Bobo, having evolved the stationary launcher to a portable vacuum stone. Although the reduced size slowed the tunnel excavation, it wasn't unbearably slow. Just like switching from racing down a highway in a car to riding a bicycle in Hanging Park, it was still faster than walking. Holding the flashlight-shaped magical tool and infusing it with mana, the red magical glow disintegrated the earth, making the repetitive task oddly fun. Roland, is your mana okay? At this rate, the amount used and the amount recovered are about the same. With a cutting-edge toy that made the earth disappear and drilled tunnels in the walls upon contact with light, what man wouldn't enjoy this? Despite heading to reclaim a colony from imperialists, I couldn't help but grin. They say men are just grown-up kids. Like scraping at puddles with the tips of their shoes on rainy days or watching leaves float down a stream, I spent a long time drilling through the wall with mana. Soon, the red magical glow began to illuminate not the underground wall but a vast open space. We drilled a tunnel and entered a corner of the stone dwarves' city. Contrary to my worries, it was a dim, empty clearing with no patrolling harpies or stone dwarves in sight. I'll put the magical tool into the inventory. Should I use a light spell? No, that would draw too much attention right now. Let's wait a moment for our eyes to adjust, then move forward slowly. Who the hell turns on lights while sneaking in, lol? She always gets things right, then suddenly says something dumb, haha. The light shuttle never learns. At least she asks before turning them on. Better than turning on dorm lights during night shifts, lol. Why is it so dark here? Is this place ruined too? Is sneaking in a waste of time? While Hansia absorbed the viewer's nagging for asking about using the light spell, my eyes quickly adapted to the darkness. The soft glow of the portable vacuum stone helped, but it was mostly due to my superhuman physique. Hansia might struggle to adapt after lugging out and living in an ordinary 20-something's body, but my body had surpassed human limits and reached the level of a superhuman. By channeling mana into my eyes and blinking a few times, I could make out the contours of rocks even in the pitch-black underground. Although I couldn't distinguish facial features, I wouldn't trip or fall into a pit. Unlike old Bobo's meticulously managed city, we'd have no trouble crossing this uneven clearing. There's something up ahead. It's more like a ruin than a building. Could this place be a ruin instead of a colony? 10 minutes after entering the dark cavity through the small hole, Grace spotted something in the still darkness. Even in the pitch-black darkness, the archer remained an archer. From behind me, she noticed something and spoke up. Confirming that we weren't in an empty clearing, we quickened our pace toward whatever Grace had seen. In the darkness, it looked like rocks at first, but given their height and right angles, it was likely a building constructed by the stone dwarves. However, with collapsed roofs and crumbled walls, it was hard to believe this place had ever been home to the masterful stone dwarves. "Roland, you're going alone, aren't you? Take care." "Yeah, I'll go in first." Using the nearby rocks and ruins as cover in the clearing, an overwhelming sense of frustration began to creep in. Grace, perhaps sensing my restlessness, gave a sly smile and smacked the back of my armor. The metallic ring of Dong drew the eyes of my party members in my direction. When I said I'd advance alone to the center of what looked like a ruined city, I received a variety of reactions. Hansia nodded nonchalantly while fumbling with her camera settings. Grace, smiling broadly, tapped my rear. Katie seemed curious and wanted to tag along, while Irene, though worried, retained her faith in me. "Be careful. Even if it looks empty, it could be a trap of the Demon King. If you find anything unusual, call us right away." With a send-off full of love, concern, and ulterior motives, I swiftly advanced. I believed that the harpies couldn't see me in this darkness, so I moved quickly. The stone dwarf's city on the 46th floor didn't seem like a ruin when seen up close. Unlike the 43rd floor, where buildings had collapsed due to a giant monster, the stone structures here weren't destroyed but rather worn down. The buildings suited descriptions like worn or decayed. Observing closely from a nose-length distance, I could tell that no one had demolished the buildings, they had just crumbled due to neglect and lack of maintenance. In my previous life, even the walls of hillside villages would collapse after 10 or 20 years of neglect. It felt like seeing that again. Could it be that all the dwarves responsible for the city were taken away? "Who's there?" I didn't hear the sound of wings. "Do you know old Bobo?" "Squishy. How did Squishy get underground?" While I was pondering that, I heard a hoarse voice coming from a relatively intact building. Retranslations. In the underground city that I thought was a ruin, a few stone dwarves remained. From talking to them, it seemed more accurate to say they were abandoned rather than staying. "We've grown old and our hands have slowed down. They sent us down here just to maintain and repair the city for our kin to return to someday. Without any tools or support." "That's right. It's basically a way to tell us to die out of sight." The harpies had taken over the stone dwarves' underground city and were using them as slaves for the empire. The fact that the stone dwarves were a race of craftsmen but lacked combatants seemed to have been a significant disadvantage. The stone dwarves knew how to make siege weapons and defensive cannons, but having no direct combatants was a handicap that bordered on a disability. While the harpies flew around as superior superhumans, the stone dwarves had to conscript ordinary citizens who were good at cutting gems to fight. In the original world, they would have hired a multiracial allied army as mercenaries in exchange for expensive equipment and enhancement stones. But this was inside the Demon King's tower, a place where no life forms could be hired as mercenaries even for 10 million gold coins, right in the heart of the 46th floor. The young ones were all dragged off to various cities in the Empire and forced to work. They're being treated almost like torture under the sun. Only old folks like me have been sent to the city, waiting day by day for death. Doesn't this mean we should be attacking the Empire's cities above, rather than liberating the dwarves' city? Would you like to try some of this? Thank you, Squishy. I never thought I'd receive such a precious stone from you in my lifetime. Elderly dwarves were left to wither away in the underground city, stripped of both talent and tools. No matter how skilled they were, they couldn't restore buildings or mine underground for edible stones with their bare hands. The hunger was so intense that they gnawed on the miscellaneous stones I took out from the inventory, crunching them like a homeless person swallowing a rice ball. I had expected them to be exploited like a colony, but it seemed they had taken every last stone dwarf away. I laughed as I watched my party members, slightly flustered at the unexpected situation. Bro, this guy is laughing? This guy is laughing? This guy is laughing? This guy is laughing. Who's laughing now, bro? Lol, if he's laughing, what can you do? Is the Empire that vast, or are there so few stone dwarves? Did they take everyone from the city? Since the harpies treated the stone dwarves as an inferior race and considered the underground a filthy place, they used it as a dumping ground to imprison stone dwarves who were supposed to die. So, we didn't have to worry about prying eyes. We could just bring the vacuum stones here, connect the city, and smuggle the stone dwarf prisoners out by carriage. We'd gather the temple knights and adventurers, launch simultaneous rescue operations, and then spread the goddess's teachings with overwhelming force. Old man, what's your name? I'm Grandpa Jiggy, Jiggy the Old. Okay, Grandpa Jiggy. Do the harpies ever come down to check if anyone's dead? No, they rarely come down. Only if there's a big commotion in the Empire's cities do they fly down to have a quick look, and then they disappear in less than 5 minutes. Just as the stone dwarves had become enslaved by the harpies because they didn't understand the tower's mechanics, the harpies also seemed unaware that terrifying humans could come up from beneath the tower. If things continued like this, we could easily tear down the front door to spread the word of the goddess. In the dim underground city, there were roughly 20 abandoned stone dwarves. They were sitting defeated in the ruins, dying with no tools or strength to mine edible stones. Hansia hurriedly distributed stones from her inventory among them. Grandpa Jiggy, who had asked who was there upon hearing our footsteps, was in relatively good shape. Most of the stone dwarves were so old and starving that they couldn't even react as we approached, only gasping for breath. If Grace hadn't detected the stone dwarves, we might not have saved even half of them. Well, I thought there might be other cities. That's a vacuum stone, isn't it? And finely crafted at that. Convincing the stone dwarves who had regained some strength was easy. Hansia wanted to start talking about the Demon King and the tower as if she was possessed, but there was no need. All we had to do was show them the modified vacuum stones. The vacuum stones, which decomposed dirt and rock and left behind only rare minerals, were part of the stone dwarves' identity. The moment they saw the flashlight-shaped magical tool, the stone dwarves believed in us. They whispered to each other in their old, hoarse voices, thanked us, and then disappeared into the distance. Even though they were hungry and exhausted, they must have still been stone dwarves because, after filling their bellies, they walked away slowly but steadily. Is it okay to just let them go? They probably know their own condition. Besides, there weren't any monsters in the passage we came through. Kind-hearted Irene voiced her concern about sending the elderly dwarves off alone, but it seemed there was no need to worry. Humans might die from stomach shock after eating on an empty stomach, but the stone dwarves, being made of stone rather than flesh, looked much sturdier. With the stone dwarves gone, only our party members remained. According to Grandpa Jiggy, there was a city above us, so we could either go up the stairs and cause a ruckus or quietly return and prepare further. So, what now? Do we head up and take a look at the city? That depends on what you decide, Hannah. What's your plan for the harpies? In this situation, the most important opinion was that of Han Xia, the player and hero. It was time to call go or stop, and she naturally called go. We had entered the underground city expecting a fight, but found no resistance. We could use this place as a forward base, but that wouldn't make for good streaming content. Whatever direction the plan changed, causing a ruckus in the Harpy Empire's city had to come first. Turning back now would definitely incite the viewer's wrath. That's right, lol. What's there to fear? We have Roland on our side. It's so dark, it reminds me of the old caves. Night vision mode or not, maybe Han Xia was right to want to turn the lights on. But if there are no monsters or harpies, can't we just turn on the lights? Why are we fumbling around in the dark? Are you children of darkness? Turn on the lights. It doesn't seem like there are any enemies, so I'll use a light spell. Yeah, go ahead. A ball of light bloomed from the tip of Han Xia's staff and floated gently into the air, casting a soft glow. Her mana control was so exceptional that she could brag about it. Instead of a blinding light, she created a dim, mood-lighting glow. Thanks to her considerate light spell, we could finally see each other's faces in the abandoned stone dwarves' city. There was quite a bit of dust from the lack of maintenance, so their pretty faces were smudged with dirt. I wasn't an exception either, and they laughed at me as they looked at my dusty face. The atmosphere wasn't bad since we hadn't seen anything gruesome yet. First of all, I think, there's no reason for us to show mercy when trying to capture the harpies. We're 5, and they are an empire, so there will be a ton of them, right? As the party leader, I want to prioritize our safety. I agree. As Hannah said, it makes no sense for us to risk our safety to consider the other races inside the tower. Same here, but there's more to discuss. What is it? We heard there's a harpy city above us. Should we disguise ourselves as adventurers and sneak in, or attack immediately? Grace and Katie offered various opinions after Han Xia spoke. Irene, who quietly approached my side, silently watched the conversation between the three. Should we subdue or kill the harpies? Should we attack or infiltrate the city? Should we destroy and occupy the city or assassinate higher-ranking harpies? Although there was a lot to discuss, in game terms it was simple: decide whether to go for a stealth action or a hack-and-slash game. After concluding our discussion, we headed up the stairs toward the entrance of the Harpy City. Retranslations. Surprisingly, Han Xia chose stealth instead of hack-and-slash. She seemed to remember when the quest trigger was skipped, and she had to contact Kim Xiaoqian. As the gap had widened, she was now in a situation where she couldn't even ask him. Before, they were in the same cave level, but now the gap between them was the marsh versus the highland. Pulling out a drab gray robe from her inventory that covered her face entirely, her thorough preparation impressed the party members, who looked at her with surprised eyes and complimented her. Hannah, did you prepare this just in case? You're thorough, leader. I always thought Hannah was amazing. Fact, she bought it reluctantly after getting bullied by donations. Didn't she grumble a lot when buying it last time, saying she'd never need it? She was annoyed about buying the robe instead of bombs, but now she's using the robe before the bombs and getting praised for it. Ah, lol, I should be the one getting praised by mommy, not you. But why does this city feel so familiar? Is it just the stone dwarves city brought above ground? Well, it's my own money, so the compliments are mine. If you're jealous, log into Heroes Chronicle, recruit a 5 Saintess candidate, and start playing. Gold Thief Hansia donated 10,001. Does that mean you're starting a fundraising session with that sarcastic remark? I genuinely don't know. Senior Citizen Organ Thief Hansia donated 5,001. Ah, the return of sarcastic Hansia. With just one word from Hansia, the viewers quickly became rowdy. I moved the chaotic hologram window to the corner of my vision, pulled the robe down low over my face, and advanced forward. Even though we were disguised as adventurers who had been recruited, if things went wrong, we'd certainly be attacked or arrested, so I took the lead. It seemed like a high-quality robe, as it covered my shield and mace without feeling uncomfortable. Come to think of it, we probably shopped at the market street on the 43rd floor, so could this robe have been made by the stone dwarves too? Wow, it's bigger than I thought. It does look like a city built by stone dwarves. As soon as we stepped out of the cave, we could see a tall stone building towering high. The rectangular buildings we saw in the underground city were carved into the mountainside, which was impressive. True to their harpy nature, with wings instead of hands, they left all construction to the stone dwarves. Even as slaves, the stone dwarves hadn't abandoned their craftsmanship, and beautifully constructed buildings stood above, while harpies busily flew overhead. None of the harpies were naked upon closer inspection. The soldier harpies wore armor, and the non-soldiers wore sweater-like garments covering their upper bodies. They appeared far more civilized than the harpies of the kingdom. Of course, looking at the ground told a different story. Are those shackles? I'd heard about it, but seeing it like this feels really awful. Move faster, quickly move it. Below the soldier harpy threateningly clicking his bladed talons together, stone dwarves chained up in shackles were being herded in a line. Whether grouped by age or ability, they were bound together like dried fish and transported somewhere. While all the harpies flying in the sky, from the black-named grade eagle harpies to those in armor, looked neat and clean, the stone dwarves on the ground were visibly dragging their worn-out shackles around their necks and ankles. The only silver lining was that there were other adventurers like us, quietly wandering around the corners of the streets in their robes. Whether recruited as combat personnel or seduced by the harpies' charms, they were still second-class citizens below the harpies and were careful not to offend them by hiding quietly. As a result, the harpies who saw us discreetly moving around the city merely glanced at us like street bugs and then flapped their wings and flew away. Over there, I think we should head toward the most extravagant building. It certainly stands out. Even if they are civilized, they can't help liking shiny things. Well, humans also like shiny gold and jewels. Even nobles build their mansions extravagantly. Not in the north. At least there weren't any stone dwarves being brutally executed in the streets or kidnapped humans being tortured and eaten. If this were more like the Aztec Empire than the Nazi Empire, would Han Xia's stream have blown up? With those thoughts in mind, we walked toward the luxurious building towering in the distance like a skyscraper. Infiltrating the Harpy Empire was easier than expected. Even easier than lying down and eating rice cakes. No one's paying any attention to us. At this rate, we probably didn't even need the robes. The harpies didn't care at all about humans in drab gray robes. Now that I think about it, it makes sense. These imperialist harpies probably didn't realize they were inside the tower. They didn't know there were adventurers fighting their way up from the lower floors, nor did they know that the temple knights were fervently trying to spread the goddess's teachings. All the harpies of the empire knew was that there were lowly but skilled slaves hiding underground who could be exploited and that they could lure wandering adventurers. Just like wild animals who had never seen humans before might approach out of curiosity, the harpies of the empire had never experienced a threat from humans, nor had they ever faced a crisis within the empire. Their only enemies, as depicted in their murals, were the tentacled monsters emerging from underground. Still, it's more peaceful than I thought. Yeah, they've shackled the stone dwarves and enslaved them, but there haven't been any incidents in the streets. Their disposal methods might be cruel, but there doesn't seem to be any abuse. As a result, instead of feeling like we were infiltrating, it felt more like we were tourists in a foreign country where the language was barely understood. We could thoroughly explore our surroundings. The first thing that stood out was, of course, the buildings constructed by the stone dwarves. Whether to accommodate the harpies or not, the wide-open windows and roofless designs were quite striking. Despite being rectangular and elongated, the buildings looked less like villas or apartments and more like artificial nests built for wild birds. The harpies flying in and out through the open roofs and windows never seemed to consider coming down to the ground, as if the roads were meant only for inferior beings. The next thing we noticed was the small number of humans and shackled stone dwarves. Since the harpies were all flying, the ones using the roads were naturally all dwarves and humans. Most were shackled stone dwarves, with only a few humans in robes like us. Hey, new faces. While surveying the city, the first one to speak to us was not a patrolling harpy but another adventurer dressed in a robe. Like us in our gray robes, he wore a jet black robe pulled down low. His face was completely hidden except for the area below his chin, but he made no effort to conceal his adventurer status, as the hilt of his sword protruded from the robe at his waist. Given that he was wandering alone, he must have been confident in his skills. He was probably not intermediate, but rather a high-level adventurer who had been recruited by the Empire. Are you guys here to make a quick score too? A quick score? Come on, don't play dumb. You're not seriously here to obey the tower monsters, are you? Maybe he thought we were beneath him because we were moving as a group. Or maybe he was just naturally cocky. He kept smiling slyly like some back-alley thug rather than a proper adventurer. After listening to him, it turned out that he hadn't been kidnapped or recruited by the harpies. He was just pretending to be recruited so he could make a quick score with the harpies' giant mana stones. On the 43rd floor, giant mana stones made from harpy and fertilized eggs were traded for enormous sums. However, because of the trade between the Harpy Kingdom and the supply caravans, adventurers couldn't intervene. So, some adventurers had this idea. Couldn't other harpies also make giant mana stones like those? You're a party of 5, so if you join us, we'll be exactly 20. 15 others are already here. Yep, they're all pretty skilled too. They're capable of exploring the 46th floor safely enough. So, what do you think? As I said, I doubt you came all the way here just to genuinely submit to some harpies. A total of 15 high-level adventurers had already slipped into the Harpy City before us while exploring the 46th floor. Unlike the intermediate adventurers who were seduced and kidnapped by the harpies, these adventurers had entered the city boldly through negotiations with the recruiting harpies, receiving treatment befitting their skills. Wait, these guys got here before the player, lol. So Han Xia is a bomb-loving maniac trying to blow up the city, and these guys are petty thieves looking to steal valuables. An explosive terrorist who opposes slavery. Humanity's future looks bleak. The goddess is probably shedding tears of blood watching from the heavens. Lol, this is turning into a local crime movie in no time. Our party members were surprised by the unexpected information. But we felt it was worth hearing them out, so we accepted the suggestion to follow the man in the black robe. He seemed sure that we'd listen to their story and naturally guided us. The adventurers were not gathered where we had been, but in a cave at another location. Retranslations. All right, it's safe here, so don't be tense. The noble chicken heads never come to these filthy places where the sky isn't visible. Found anyone useful? A whole party this time? As the man in the black robe sat down on a rock with a cackle, a welcoming voice echoed from deeper inside the cave. Judging by the aura, there were no intermediates, only high-level adventurers who had reached the realm of superhumans. They were skilled enough to roam the 46th floor at will, searching for anything valuable. From the man with the sword to those openly tending bows and daggers, the 15 adventurers varied from warriors to archers and rogues. But unlike us, they didn't seem to have crossed over as a fixed party, instead keeping a vague distance from each other. They must have come to the 43rd floor on a mission and headed straight for the 46th floor after hearing rumors about the Harpy Empire. Since you came as a party, does that mean you've got a mage? Not just a mage, there's a priest too. Ha, a priest? A priest came all the way here. We came for an exploration mission. Did you guys sneak in first because of the mana stones? They showed interest in our party, possibly because they weren't a fixed group but moved based on requests. Even high-level adventurers can't easily ignore a city full of harpies, so they were probably desperate for a skilled mage. It's common sense that having even an intermediate mage mixed in is better for disrupting enemies than 20 scattered high-level warriors. Use a light spell. Oh, got it. To prove our point, I nudged Hansia in the side, prompting her to use a light spell. I didn't call her name to prevent anyone from associating the name Hannah with the hero party. The rest of the group also seemed to realize that everyone was covering their faces with robes and refrained from calling each other by name, just exchanging knowing glances. The adventurers didn't seem to mind this and gathered around the light spell that illuminated the cave. The purity of her mana is really good. She's definitely a skilled mage. So, are we sticking to the original plan? Every man for himself? I agree. It's only natural that the most skilled get the biggest share. I think it's fine to let the 5 of them have the best spot. Friendly guys, neutral girls, grumbling guys, and irritated girls, all sorts of characters talked amongst themselves, excluding us. Since there were 15 people gathered, it seemed their opinions weren't entirely unified. They were all high-level adventurers who walked with their shoulders held high, so it would be hard for them to listen to others and change their minds. Still, I wasn't keen on staying here much longer. After assessing the situation, it seemed the issue was how to distribute the loot. Harpy mana stones weren't just lying around on the streets, the Empire must have them stored somewhere. Given that the Harpies had the intelligence to form an empire and enslave the Stone Dwarves, a race of skilled craftsmen, they would surely understand the value of a giant mana stone. So even if 20 adventurers caused chaos together and then fled underground, they were still squabbling over who would go where and who would benefit. Some wanted to head toward the caves for an easy escape. Some wanted to go to the location most likely to have the mana stones, and some were thinking of stealing other valuables instead of the stones. As expected, adventurers of the Middle Ages could quickly turn into thieves when the situation changed. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned into that of bank robbers. This wasn't a joke I came up with, it was a donation message. Indeed, Seeing 15 people in dark robes talking about how to riot and steal made it look no different from a crime planning scene. In the end, the adventurers all wanted one thing: money, anything valuable. On the way here, I saw a heavily guarded building with armored guards. Isn't there a mansion where some rich harpy lives? Something luxurious and tall. The adventurers I'd met so far had shown a polite demeanor, whether because they felt pressured by the temple's authority or were fans of the top-tier adventurer Roland. But the ones here were different. To put it simply, they were like wild creatures. Adventurers who would rob not only harpies but also humans if it meant making money. The one fortunate thing was that none had backstabbed their partners yet. This was an important point to remember, yet. After all, these adventurers were the kind who would knife their allies and grab their coin purses or weapons if things went south while raiding the Harpy City. Back in my rookie adventure days, I met countless guys who tried to strip me of my armor and mace and make a run for it. Neither Grace nor Katie were naive, so they observed the adventure thieves meeting with cool eyes. "Roland, do you think it's all right?" "Don't worry. There are probably only a handful here who could break through your protective shield." "No, it's not that. Their planet's full of nonsense and doesn't make any sense." The meeting was a complete mess, just as Irene said from her spot beside me. Even though each individual was strong, they didn't seem particularly smart. It felt like listening to a middle school debate class. Even Irene and I, who weren't experts in strategy, felt something was off. When the reasoning for someone's decision is just because I want to, just because, or it's a gut feeling, there's not much more to say. Seems like they're not trustworthy, right? Watching them reminds me of the ranked game I played yesterday. Is that normal? Lol, it's like watching my team's kids blame their teammates after losing a base. Are those guys really senior adventurers? Maybe not senior, they're classified as top-tier adventurers since they made it this far, lol. Come to think of it, doesn't the Adventurers Guild need to revise their classification system? Even intermediates are on the 40th floor now. If they soloed their way to the 46th floor, they must be strong, but their intelligence, is this the difference in innate S? Orc Leather Underwear Seller donated 10,001. The temporary party member I met while hunting orcs yesterday was just like that. No different from intermediates. 12 years top-tier silver belt donated 50,001. Why is the world's first virtual reality game NPC acting exactly like our team's mid-laner? Naturally, the viewers couldn't help but throw in a few comments. The viewers had grown accustomed to the high standards set by Grace, Katie, Irene, and Roland, so the sudden appearance of these medieval average intelligence adventurers was something that no mediocre streamer could replicate. There are plenty of streamers who have annoyed viewers to the point of making their teeth hurt, whether due to poor gameplay, not understanding their chat, or just being stubborn. But no matter how frustrating they were nothing compared to real medieval folks. With no compulsory or basic education and a lifetime spent wielding swords for survival, these selfish, dark-robed people numbered 15. Without any logic, they were stubbornly insisting that their opinion was right, so it's no wonder everyone was getting a headache. Do we really need to keep listening to this? It might be better if we just move on our own. Grace had encountered party leaders who blamed others in her temporary parties, but probably not to this extent. With how these guys were raising their voices like they were about to draw their swords, I felt a lump in my throat. At this rate, it seemed like we wouldn't reach a meaningful conclusion even if we waited for hours. Hey. So, I was saying, what do you want? If you keep talking like this, it'll never end. Just tell us the location of that big mansion you mentioned earlier. And if we do, what are you going to do about it? The solution was simple. We didn't need to worry about the harpies' safety, so we could go all out. Attacking the city with just the 5 of us wouldn't yield much, but with 20 high-level terrorists, things would be different. Plus, one of us had bombs in her inventory. Though I hadn't confirmed it, Han Xia probably had a few backup bombs. Retranslations. In the end, it all came back to terrorism. Bombs? I have some, but why all of a sudden? Frustrated by the endless bickering about who should go where, I had made a plan on the spot. Our party would head to the largest mansion and cause havoc among the nobles, while they could loot the shops and flee. It was a given that a noble's mansion would have something valuable, but it was also a dangerous place. Since these adventurers cared about their safety as much as making money, there wasn't much resistance to the idea. Calling this a plan felt a bit embarrassing, but to this group of moronic adventurers, it seemed like a brilliant strategy. Hannah and I will go to the Harpy noble's mansion and draw attention with bombs. Meanwhile, Grace, Katie, and Irene will lead the enslaved stone dwarves underground. True, our numbers alone wouldn't be enough, but if those adventurers attack the market and residential district, it'll definitely spread the attention. So, it all came back to needing Han Xia's bombs. Thankfully, we didn't need to change the plan because she had a variety of alchemy bombs neatly stored in one corner of her inventory, meeting both the viewers and my expectations. According to Han Xia, carrying bombs is always beneficial, and I can ditch them if I need inventory space. Does she not realize why she's nicknamed Terrorism Girl? It's inefficient to stick together as 5 when attacking a city, so we decided to split into groups of 3 and 2. Irene approached with a worried expression when she heard this. If we were talking about defense, Grace and Katie should be the ones concerned, but... Roland, be careful. Don't use explosives recklessly and listen to Hannah's instructions. You're treating me like a kid, aren't you? But I'm worried, you know. Hannah is smart, but she can be clumsy. So, that's where her concern was. Lol, what did you do off camera to make Mom worry like that? Our Han Xia may be silly, but she's kind-hearted while committing biochemical terrorism. No wonder Katie the brat didn't stick. The real brat is right here, haha. She's kind-hearted primary weapon, biochemical terrorism / secondary weapon, troll bombs. Hey, who are you calling a brat? Irene's just kind and worried. Can't you see she wants to be with Roland and is using me as an excuse? That's why none of you will ever find love. Wishing us luck, Irene clasped our hands tightly and made the sign of the cross. She didn't actually have a blessing skill, but her gentle touch made me feel like it would truly bring us luck. As I headed out of the cave with that thought in mind, I saw an armored harpy transporting slaves. Earlier, when we first entered the city, they were clicking their bladed talons and dragging the stone dwarves away. It looked like they performed these transports regularly. Grace, who noticed this before me, whispered softly from under her robe. They're moving slaves right now. We'll slip away that way, so Roland, be careful. Got it. We'll start with Hannah's bomb. Once you hear the explosion and the guards disperse, be careful and make your move. After patting Irene's shoulder to reassure her, we naturally scattered. None of the flying harpies seemed interested in humans wearing robes, so there wasn't any problem. It made me wonder if the viewers were right, and the harpies were just pretending not to notice us. Could it be a conspiracy to lure adventurers in and deal with all the rebels at once? Surely not. Over there, I see a tall building. Yeah, it's tall, and the walls are studded with shiny gems. Definitely looks like a noble harpy's place. Feather lover Hume donated 10,001. Why do harpies in both the kingdom and the empire love shiny things so much? Are they actually from the crow family? While I was thinking idle thoughts and walking forward, one building stood out. It was a slender tower, 3 times taller than the others, and its walls were unusual. It felt like looking at a princess toy meant for kindergarten or elementary school girls. The window frames and walls were densely packed with sparkling minerals. It was as if the building was made of cubic zirconia. If a sun rose inside the tower, the harpies flying around might even go blind. It definitely looks like a place for nobles, right? If Roland draws their attention, I'll plant the bombs. All right, just don't get caught. Han Xia's eyes sparkled at the mention of bombs, almost as if she were addicted to them. A building so extravagant it felt almost childish. Even though the highlands inside the tower were filled with clouds, making the sun invisible, the building sparkled so brightly up close that it hurt the eyes. Its flashy, almost gaudy appearance reminded me of a child's toy palace, and my heart pounded as if I were reclaiming my childhood. The reason was simple. The primal, one-dimensional desire to destroy the city without thinking about the aftermath was growing inside me. Breaking monitors, smashing cars, demolishing buildings. How much fun was it to break things as a kid? Even in games meant for mining, I enjoyed destroying the world with lava buckets and dynamite. Maybe I'm not in a position to make fun of Han Xia. Of course, I'd destroyed my fair share of terrain while fighting massive monsters or swarms of beasts. I'd even blasted away an entire floor after receiving a divine blessing. But this was the first time I could freely destroy something someone had painstakingly built. I'm not some antisocial psychopath villain who would destroy a city and massacre its citizens just because I'm in a fantasy world. But since there were no citizens here, only the imperialist harpies who were tower monsters, there was no harm in smashing things up, right? Even if I didn't destroy it, Han Xia would cheerfully blow it up with the bombs in her inventory. Make it as flashy as possible, but not so much that the harpies get scared and flee. I'd draw attention by smashing buildings. Han Xia would plant bombs, and once they exploded, the 15 high-level adventurers would start looting like a provost unit from the rice country. So my job now was to cause a ruckus, something flashy but not substantial, so that the enraged armored harpies would chase after me. Not that a pure tank like me could wipe out a flying monster horde anyway. With that in mind, I raised my mace. That building looks just like the princess playset they sell at my local stationery store. You know, the one made of cubic zirconia that costs 3,001. But whether it's an empire or whatever, their aesthetic sense is a mess, lol. Did the stone dwarves become slaves because they couldn't understand the harpies' sense of beauty? The building really does look like something made with cubic zirconia in an elementary school craft class, lol. So what is Teacher Roland up to? Is he planning to smash it all? He'll do something, he's a 6 after all. Beyond the hologram window, Han Xia had long since entered a secluded alley and was chatting with viewers while taking bombs out of her inventory. I couldn't see them, but the 15 adventure thieves were likely heading to their marked targets. So, I destroyed. Human, what are you doing? A harpy who seemed to be a guard of the tall building clicked his bladed talons and something resembling hand-like magical tools as he approached, but my mana-infused mace was already swinging through the air. Thud. The building, which was made entirely of glittering metal rather than just stone with metallic plating, gave an echoing, resonant feedback. I was a little surprised by the heavier-than-expected recoil, but a structure focused more on aesthetics than defense couldn't withstand my blow. Crazy human. It's a crazy human. As the first-floor wall of the rectangular high-rise crumbled, the building wobbled. The stone dwarves, a race of craftsmen, wouldn't have skimped on reinforcement like some apartment complexes, but there was no way the upper floors would remain intact once the first floor collapsed. The explosion, the deafening noise, the metallic walls shattering like glass, the dust clouds billowing up, the flapping wings of startled harpies, and the rattling, threatening sound of bladed talons, causing a ruckus legally made my heart race like a kid with a Christmas present in front of him. And when the sound of explosions and the sight of panicked harpies flapping around added to the chaos, I couldn't help but get even more excited. This way. Catch him. Catch him. Get that guy. It was clearly a mansion where someone important resided. Naturally, all eyes turned when a lowly creature suddenly came walking and started demolishing the first floor of the building. I wasn't using my full strength, just swinging my mace moderately sent a resonant clang echoing through my ears as it struck the metal. Like Pac-Man gobbling up points, I circled around smashing the walls, and soon enough, an ominous creaking sound came from above. It's falling. What in the world is happening? Smashing one wall might have been tolerable, but with all three destroyed, the building toppled sideways like a felled tree despite the stone dwarf's sturdy construction. At that point, the high-ranking harpy who had been observing from the top floor came flying out in shock. As expected of a monster species, the noble's level was higher. She wasn't as big as the harpy queen, but she was a head taller than the soldier harpies. She wore elaborate silk robes and flapped her wings, her sharp harpy eyes still evident. The ornate silk robes and the gemstone jewelry made her look like a lazy, corrupt official. Catch him. What are you doing? Hiya. What can I say? She was squawking like a proper corrupt official. Upon closer inspection, unlike the soldier harpies who had bladed talons, her claws were adorned with rings and anklets. Even if I took off my armor, I doubted she could catch me. The large bureaucrat squawked while the soldiers flapped their wings, and then, boom! Boom! Explosions rang out in the distance, drowning out the hysterical cries of the corrupt official with the screams of the harpies. Retranslations. While I drew attention by smashing the gaudy, flashy building, Han Xia moved quietly with a clear objective in mind. Why is she so skilled? What did she do in real life? Tisk, no way this is the work of a woman in her 20s who hasn't served in the military. What's the number for reporting spies again? Have you ever made rice cooker bombs at home, by any chance? They never caught that guy who planted something at the last game eventoxy. What the hell? They're ignoring the first floor even when I'm blatantly sticking bombs to the building's walls. Those harpies fly around so much they couldn't care less about what's happening on the ground. Her determination was to bring down the tallest building, whatever it was. The harpies considered walking an inferior act, so all their buildings were built tall. In contrast, the shabby one-story buildings mostly seemed to be stone dwarf holding pens. The harpies looked down on the lower floors, building their structures high like perches. As a result, they didn't notice her openly attaching explosives to the building's exterior walls. Whether stone dwarves or human adventurers, they probably just assumed it was ground dwellers repairing the building. And the price for that complacency was a perfect explosion. That tall building is falling next to the big one? Then, let's go. For it. Thanks, I'll see you next year. Donated 10,001. She's having fun on her own, but no one's cheering along, huh? Aw, damn it, really. The perch-like building stood tall and slender. With the top floor's ceiling and windows wide open, it hardly looked like a proper building. With explosives plastered all over the first floor, it was bound to collapse. The luxurious building where the city's high-ranking officials stayed toppled sideways, while the perch-like building that seemed to house the soldier harpies crumbled into a dust cloud. The bureaucrat harpy screamed hysterically while the armored harpies scrambled into the air. With the panicked flight of the citizen harpies added to the mix, it created the perfect environment for chaos. Let's go. I'm headed to the market district. Ha, do whatever you want, you moron. The 15 adventurer thieves dashed in all directions, leaping over the rubble of the collapsed buildings and the still intact structures, kicking up clouds of dust. Their eyes gleamed as they placed their hands on their weapons, ready to cut down anyone who stood in their way. After seeing the scene through Han Xia's hologram window, I, too, moved forward. Catch him. I said catch him. Ow, that crazy human is attacking another building. Ignoring the slave-capturing metal nets and the sharp-bladed winds raining down from above, I charged ahead. My robe, unenchanted, had long since been torn, but underneath was not my bare face but a tightly worn steel helmet. With a series of weak tinkling sounds, various obstacles bounced off harmlessly. Undeterred by such trivialities, I raised my shield with excitement. The shield was brimming with mana, strengthened almost to a ridiculous degree. If I slammed it into the ground and unleashed my mana, it would cause havoc, but there was no time for that now. I simply kept the shield firm and moved forward, and the wall of the adjacent building crumbled like a biscuit soaked in milk. That crazy human is breaking through the wall. I advanced with my shield held high, leaving the startled harpies' screams behind. Ha, damn. This is fun. With a crashing sound, the shattered building tipped backward and collapsed behind me, filling the air with a deep rumble. I really shouldn't be enjoying this. Amid the dust clouds, I hid for a moment and checked Han Xia's camera feed to see the Harpy City in complete disarray. The word chaos suited it perfectly. The opulent building was toppling sideways, the tall, slender structure was collapsing straight down, adventurers were breaking into something that looked like a bank through the walls, and harpies were fleeing in panic while others crashed into each other as they tried to capture the thieves. In that pandemonium, I could see a large group scurrying around. They were our party members, rescuing the stone dwarves. They're moving pretty openly but no one's paying attention. A madman pushing over buildings, a crazy woman pulling bombs out of thin air, thieves looting mana stones and minerals from banks, markets, and luxury mansions. With the adventurers turned rioters wreaking havoc across the city, no one had the time to care about mere slaves. Besides, the harpies of the Empire weren't obsessed with the stone dwarves like dragons hoarding treasure. Ha, found it. Jewels. Damn it. I should have gone over there. Human. It's a robbery. My worries were momentarily eased when a thief burst out of the ruins of a nearby luxury building, holding a giant gem the size of a human torso, and disappeared into the shadows. The harpies, startled, flocked to that side. Even though it wasn't an unfertilized mana stone, the stolen gem appeared to be a valuable artifact belonging to the harpy nobility. They'd prioritize retrieving treasure over saving slaves crawling on the ground. The thief, dangling a dagger from his waist, vanished into an alley with a giant gem, and the harpies quickly pursued. Seeing this, I raised my shield again and dashed out of the rubble of the collapsed building, charging forward. If I wanted to, I could completely destroy this city, but the goal this time was to rescue as many stone dwarves as possible. They could provide us with valuable information, and it would also ease our budding saintess's troubled heart. So, I'd quietly stick to smashing buildings. I've pushed over about 5 luxury mansions already, so maybe quietly isn't the right word. Here I go again. Kaya. That crazy human is still alive, even being crushed by a building he didn't die. Is he even human? To draw aggro, I shouted with mana, and the dust clouds were swept away by the shockwave. They must have thought I was buried under the collapsed building, since their attention had shifted to the jewel thief. A top-tier adventurer, a high-level warrior, and a 6 pure tank wouldn't be incapacitated just by being buried under rubble. The only way to knock me out of a fight would be to throw me off a cliff in the highlands. The more buildings fell victim to my brute force advance, the larger the dust clouds grew. It was so thick that it felt like I was a child following a truck far. The harpy's interference didn't matter as it was blocked by my armor, so I kept smashing things with glee. I think Roland charges with his shield and destroys way more than I ever could with my bombs. Maybe I should have just joined the rescue team and helped save the stone dwarves. This guy is a real bomb maniac. Look at her getting all sulky because her bombs aren't as powerful as Roland's shield, lol. Weren't you saying earlier that you needed people to cause a distraction, haha. Just grab some popcorn and enjoy the show, lol. Is this even a distraction? It's more like city collapse. Meanwhile, the adventurers are carefully collecting gems. You want to join them? See ya, just grab anything valuable in your inventory and make a run for it. That'll help the party more. When the camera drone disappeared, I glanced at the hologram window and saw Han Xia on the verge of switching from bomb maniac to petty thief. Even so, she hadn't attracted the harpy's attention and was hiding well in an alley amidst all this chaos. Judging by the viewers' teasing, it seemed that Han Xia had a peculiar talent, as she had used most of the bombs in her inventory. Seeing her pretending to give into the donation pressure and slyly moving toward the market district, it seemed like there was nothing to worry about. As I was peeking at the hologram window and preparing to charge out again, something dropped down in front of me. A spear. A thick black spear with a strange sheen, possibly crafted by the stone dwarves, landed right in front of me as if blocking my path. Sure, I could shove a building aside, so a couple of spears wouldn't stop me. But when something suddenly drops in front of me, curiosity makes me pause. How did the harpies throw a spear without hands? Intrigued, I stopped and looked up to see a pale bottom. Retranslations. The Harpy Empire seemed more organized than I had thought. It wasn't just a simple division between civilians and soldiers. Even the soldiers were organized into units like a regular army. And that was the identity of the large, pale bottom I saw. Catch him! Catch him! What kind of dwarf made that armor? The harpies flying around and screaming in sharp voices. Just as the black eagle harpies have a separate named grade that can carry people, the red harpies seemed to have a larger named grade too. The evidence was this one, larger in size and speaking clearly and fluently. Slightly larger than the bureaucrat harpy draped in fancy silk robes and jewelry, her size was difficult to gauge from the sky. But she was clearly a head taller than the armored soldier harpies, possibly around 2.1 meters. The difference was that, unlike the soldier harpies wearing greaves and leg guards, she was barefoot and holding the strangely shaped rod. Was it a device for shooting small projectiles or a javelin launcher? Hold ground. The human is afraid of the spears. He's still just a human. In one foot, she held the long device, and in the other, a thick iron spear. Her bare thighs, unprotected, flexed as she gracefully moved through the air, sending spears whistling past and embedding them deep into the ground around me. Perhaps because she wanted to capture me alive, she wasn't aiming directly at my head but rather fencing me in like an animal. Indeed, it's better to cover up a little than to be completely naked. Advance. Advancee. As I dodged the steel nets and javelins raining down from above, I found myself surrounded by harpies of the Empire. It seemed their size determined their rank. The smallest ones scurried around, delivering nets and javelins while being berated by the larger ones. The rest wielded bladed talons or javelin launchers, depending on their size. It looked like the lower-ranked soldiers handled close combat, while the larger, mon-wielding ones oversaw both command and ranged attacks. In territorial battles, regular soldiers usually formed the front line while knights moved independently, never leading the charge themselves. Haha. Bro, I'm outta here first. What the hell is this? Thanks a lot. As I moved forward, the building I was about to demolish collapsed before I got there, and someone shot out from the rubble. The thief I had seen earlier was holding a dagger, but this one seemed to be a warrior wielding a one-handed blunt weapon. With jingling pouches on his back, he looked like a typical thief character. He laughed happily and ran forward over the debris, only to be skewered by a thick black spear. The jewel thief I saw earlier had used stealth skills to escape, so what gave this guy the courage to run in a straight line out in the open? All sorts of jewelry spilled out of the pouch he dropped on the ground. Whether he had robbed a harpy jeweler or not, gold and gems scattered across the building debris. Got 1E. Kill the thief. Capture that crazy human. He's strong. Send him to the capital. It seemed like the adventurer who had confidently charged out after watching me from hiding was impaled within a minute. As for me, I was simply going around demolishing buildings, and they seemed to think I was just a strong but reckless human. They were only trying to capture me, so they were attempting to intimidate rather than directly attack. As soon as he appeared, he died, an absurd story. I paused for a moment, and the harpy soldiers surrounding me grinned maliciously as if to say that it turned out well. I pushed the spear embedded in the ground away with my body, and I tore apart the iron net before it could fully cover me. Despite bouncing off the thrown handcuffs with my armor, I could feel an incomprehensible obsession in the way they stealthily closed the distance, determined to capture me until the end. No, how many buildings have I destroyed that they are trying so desperately to capture me? To understand the situation, I casually turned on the hologram window, and what I saw was my face. It seems that with the harpies focused on me, Hansea's camera naturally ended up filming me. Hee, a top-notch product. Before sending it up, haha. Are they planning to capture Roland and use him as a breeding stallion? Thinking of capturing him without even scratching his armor. Does a Born 6 look like a joke to them? So you're saying in the Harpy Empire, if you flex your specs, they'll kidnap and breed you? Lol, let's level up to 6 stars before hitting the 46th floor, damn lol. In the midst of this, look at the adventurer who got skewered in one strike, like a bandit. No, it's just that teacher Roland looks so comfy, but right now, he's getting mobbed by dozens of high-level monsters. Now our alpha male teacher is even seducing monsters. The chosen one can even destroy buildings. I kind of get the reason now. Even if the elite harpy soldiers charged at me, capturing me alive instead of fighting was an impossible challenge. Unless I stood still and took all their javelins, there was no way I'd lose, and aiming to capture me was arrogant. Regardless, the harpies, with faces twisted in greed, tried to capture me. It seemed like they wanted to present me to the capital, as if the lower floor were some provincial town. What should I say? I felt like a white elephant escaped from an ancient city like Rome. The rampaging elephant was damaging the city, but that was none of the nobles' concern. The greedy imperialist harpy nobles only wanted to offer me to the city and receive gold and jewels in return. Drive him to the cliff. If you say that loudly enough for me to hear. Of course, their abilities seemed a bit lacking compared to their desires. The soldiers, whose combat experience probably consisted of kidnapping weak dwarves, showed such a sloppy structure that the words Ragheg Army and Tang soldiers came to mind. Even the warriors who died before my eyes and the adventurers caught on Han Xia's camera seemed to be victims of their own carelessness against high-level monsters rather than proof of the Harpy army's prowess. As someone who had witnessed the Kingdom's Knights' tactics multiple times, I'd say the Harpy army was worse than a military fan club filled with otakus. Probably even lacking in tactics compared to those who play airsoft as a hobby. If we just leave Roland here, won't he conquer the city and come back in a few days? Is the Harpy Empire's name the Holy Harpy Empire? One of the small fry harpies carrying a spear just got caught in a net and fell, haha. Watching this stream gave me confidence in the upper floors. This looks surprisingly easy. This isn't infiltration. Shouldn't we just bring the Temple Brothers and knock them down one by one? Just like Han Xia murmured, the Harpies' response was quite weak. The most threatening attack was their javelins, supported by steel nets and shackles, but their coordination was so poor that they got tangled up with one another. Heavy steel javelins driven into the ground to guide me would get caught in the net and fall off, or a supply soldier carrying supplies from the warehouse would get caught up when nets and shackles were thrown simultaneously. The tension from the beginning of the infiltration in the dark was nowhere to be found. The viewers, feeling more relaxed, were laughing and watching me. In the meantime, the only heavy thing was Han Xia's inventory, filled with minerals she had carefully stolen instead of bombs. She wasn't gathering jewels like adventure thieves but was packing the ruins of the luxurious buildings I had destroyed, intending to hand them over to the magic tower. I'm getting a bit tired of this. Should I wrap it up and slip into the cave? It seems like the rescue is about done, so I'd better join up. A muttered soliloquy conscious of the camera filming me. The harpies above me didn't hear it due to the noisy flapping of their wings, but Han Xia, who had the camera focused on me, probably did. She hurriedly checked her inventory and removed worthless pieces of stone. Perhaps she got anxious after hearing my suggestion to sweep up quickly and leave. It was only natural that viewers scolded her, and naturally many viewers paid to do so. As expected, the genius of streaming, she added a bit of spice to induce donations. From a corner of the collapsed warehouse roof, Han Xia used earth control to dig a burrow and organize her inventory. After confirming on the minimap that she had started moving toward the cave, I also began running in that direction. If I encountered anyone along the way, I'd just tuck them under my arm and keep running. He's running again. Stop him. The net. What are you doing? Thinking this, I lifted my shield once more, startling the harpies. I hadn't needed to use my mace, so it hung by my waist while I pushed through buildings with just my shield. Perhaps they thought I was revving up like a car engine as I raised the shield, and the harpies began flapping their wings frantically. What would they come up with after steel nets and javelins? I felt no threat to my life or safety, so I could approach the situation with the carefree feeling of playing a flash game in my childhood. Throw it. Hit him. Those are expensive. More than your wages. Just as I was about to dash toward the mountain range where the cave was, a team of 4 low-level harpies appeared, each carrying a large wooden box in a line. Instead of a javelin launcher, the large, red harpy commander held a long belt-like sling and a round bomb. In a world of magic and alchemy, you never know what might come out of that simple-looking black bomb. Moreover, the enslaved dwarves weren't just simple blacksmiths but a versatile race that mastered metalworking, jewelry crafting, and even alchemy. So, I crouched low to be ready to spring away at any moment, tensing my thigh muscles as I focused intently on the bomb flying fiercely through the sky. Got it. Nope. Missed. There's no reason to just stand there and take it, so I shield my face with a shield and dodge. A bullet, aimed fiercely at my chin, smoothly grazes the shield and embeds itself in the ground. Watching this, I momentarily feel a tank-like pride. Even though I'm not skilled with blunt weapons, I have become quite adept at deflecting with my shield. Green gas rises from the bullet embedded in the ground. Retranslations. As a tank, being sturdy didn't mean I was completely immune to various elemental magic attacks. Although my health didn't decrease, it was natural from a gaming perspective that I'd suffer burns from fire magic and frostbite from ice magic. Defense and resistance were separate stats, and when discussing the overpowered nature of cleric characters, the term immunity often came up, which was common knowledge to gamers. This common knowledge also applied to Roland, a top-tier 6 pure tank. With immense defense and health, he could withstand most attacks with his bare body, but he was still susceptible to status effects. Our saint candidate, Irene, would need to cleanse him with her nearly perfect purification. Even so, there was no way the mass-produced capturing magic tools made by dwarves could work on me. Squawk, oh, damn it. He's rampaging. Hit him properly. Perhaps my confidence was my downfall. The harpies had pulled out gas grenades to incapacitate and capture me. Not poison gas or tear gas that would inflict damage or pain, but pure stink bombs. Damn, huck. Even though I had a mana/divine energy pool as solid as my HP bar and a superhuman body that could endure even when my mana was drained, this was a level that was hard to endure. Those bastards threw gas grenades that settled heavily on the ground, relying on their ability to fly. As expected of imperialists, they seemed familiar with biochemical warfare. Even if I tried to break the ground with mana-charged attacks or used my shield to create a gust of wind, it couldn't match the wing flaps of dozens of harpies. I could handle hitting and breaking things, but how was I supposed to win a fanning contest with dozens of wings using just a broad shield? Ugh, damn it, my nose hurts. Of course, it wasn't the kind of gas that would leave me writhing in pain and unable to move. There seemed to be more than just a foul smell, perhaps it also had paralytic and sleep effects. The harpies were startled to see me still running around after inhaling the gas. The problem lay in the craftsmanship of the malicious dwarves who made this gas grenade. It's known that the human nose quickly adjusts to smells, that's why people can't detect their own body odor. Apparently, it's due to the sensitivity of olfactory cells, which can't perceive the same smell for more than a few minutes. Perhaps to counter this, the alchemical gas grenades made by the dwarves contained a constantly changing foul odor. He's jumping up. Grab him with your bodies. He's got a sensitive nose. Bring more gas grenades. At first, it stung my nose like tear gas, but after a few blinks, it changed to the foul smell of sewage mud regurgitated on a rainy day. Then it shifted to the musty stench of rotten food waste mixed with stinky tofu in a back alley of a night market I had visited in Taiwan. After that, it turned into a sour smell like Western body odor, repeating its variations over and over again. Even sturdiness aside, with the overwhelming stench that no human would want to endure, I naturally had no choice but to leap high into the air. It felt like I was a hunted animal in a drive hunt, but the smell was so unbearable that my desire to avoid it was stronger than my anger. Screech! He's strong. He's breaking through the net. Screech! The smell. With that thought, I smashed the building I used as a stepping stone and leaped into the air, charging straight into the harpies rushing at me with nets. I sent them flying. Even though I hit them head-on, the harpies didn't die instantly, probably due to the mid-air collision. They crashed into the building debris and were buried in the gas, stiffening up and freezing in place mid-scream. Watching this made me feel a bit relieved. Damn it, Even if this is a fully immersive VR game with perfectly implemented senses, gas grenades with such a foul odor are just too vicious. And combining them with an empire makes me wonder if the developers are crazy. I couldn't help but mutter curses from my now dry mouth. I'm not saying this because I got my nose attacked by tear gas and got covered in sewage mud. Is the game company crazy? Of course, I have more than enough bad feelings about them releasing a Born 6 male character for the first 7 Awakening event, but this is a different story. Somehow, I feel like I can hear a voice saying, Roland is also gay tilde. Whether it's a game or a virtual reality game, users play to have fun. It's like the universal truth among gamers that a game should be fun. Whether it gives a heartwarming impression, a shocking surprise, or makes you cry your eyes out, you should still be able to say, ah, that was fun tilde after playing. Maybe Heroine's Chronicle wasn't a game. Since it was an app known for its illustrations from the start, it might not matter. Don't come any closer, you stink. I should use purification or something. That's why Grace, with her sensitive senses, bolted down the stairs to the underground city like a wild animal fleeing from a forest fire. When you see Irene trying to use her sacred purification with tears streaming down her face and coughing, you think to yourself, is this fun, BB Games, you bastards? No matter how much you want to experience a fantasy world through virtual reality, who dreams of being overpowered by a stinky gas bomb instead of having a thrilling battle with a monster? Wow, not only Grace but also Katie secretly used mana to freeze her nose. Thankfully, it seems like players don't smell anything. Instead, my nose feels a bit numb, like after a dental anesthetic. Haha. Teacher Roland is crying, are those tears? Isn't this NPC abuse, ha ha ha. Call those who shout for the rights of virtual reality characters quickly. How strong is the gas that they're reacting like this just from contact? When I did CBRN1 training, even veterans wouldn't go near it. Mommy's nasal voice while crying is cute. Come to think of it, the players are protected from unpleasant sensations like the hangover debuff. Still, BB Games are bastards, no matter what. What about the dwarves we rescued? We sent them down. The gas will probably start flowing in, so let's go down too. A gas bomb thrown by a panicked harpy torturer when she saw me running toward the cave. The green gas billowing from the cave entrance instantly crushed the wool of the commander-level harpies chasing us. Since I was already covered in gas, I ran into the cave with my eyes closed, but the harpies flying in the sky didn't. Would anyone jump into a sewage pit filled with toxic gas to catch a rare animal worth tens of millions of won? They'd just stand outside, stomping their feet in frustration and scolding their subordinates. Thanks to that, we could leisurely head down to the underground without worrying about being chased. As some viewers in the chat mentioned, we had to go through the process of venting the gas like after CBRN training, but that was quick. The Harpies' empire was bigger than I thought. And more sloppy than I expected. It's hard to make a judgment. After the chaos, we descended into the underground passage and leisurely returned. With no pursuers or obstacles, we could comfortably talk among ourselves. Grace and Katie, each sharing their experiences of dealing with various soldier harpies and rescuing the stone dwarves under their robes. Irene also seemed to have seen something in the Empire, given her awkward smile. While I was running with my shield raised, paying no attention to the hologram window, did Han Xia's camera capture the feats of the three of us? It looks like Han Xia was itching to talk, wanting to show off. The city was wider than expected, so it took some time to search around. Still, the fact that we weren't caught was not because we hid well, but more like, how about Roland? That stinky gas was something else. Don't even mention it. I've come to realize how terrifying the stone dwarves can be, not just the harpies. Han Xiao, who used earth control to organize her inventory while on the run, kept the light magic active as we passed through the dark underground stairs and the abandoned city, chatting quietly along the way. They kidnap and exploit the stone dwarves, and when they grow old or sick, they don't treat them and just discard them in the underground city like trash. However, they don't seem to abuse the healthy stone dwarves. Seeing that the rescued stone dwarves recovered their strength quickly and walked away on their own feet, it says a lot. The rescued stone dwarves, perhaps thanks to their rock-solid bodies, seemed to have escaped to the lower city through the small tunnel we dug, and we followed through the silent underground city. Retranslations. This was a brief incident that could be called a raid on a provincial city of the Harpy Empire. We saw a city of harpies, not from the kingdom, and had a chance to glimpse at the stone dwarves enslaved by the harpies, the results of their exploitation and life in the empire. I wore a helmet during the smashing, so my vision was somewhat limited, but our party roamed around wearing robes, exploring every nook and cranny. And what was the result? A blonde man crying and shouting angrily. JPG. A blonde man swearing with a red face. JPG. Roland it smells and Roland you bastard made their debut. It was a half-expected result. It's even more annoying that they draw so well. There was a lot of important information for gamers. From the cruel pattern of restricting space with iron nets and javelins and throwing gas bombs, to the map of the city built by the stone dwarves under the harpies' exploitation and their unique architecture. However, what caught the eyes of the viewers who needed something to laugh and enjoy was the infinitely human side of Teacher Roland in front of the stench. In the meantime, those with amazing craftsmanship used the drones flying high during the stream to create city models or miniatures, showcasing their incredible skills, but the internet opinion, already in the hundreds of thousands, was focused elsewhere. Heroes Chronicle Forum. The taste that shocked Teacher Roland 421 plus 372. What could penetrate a 6-tank 148 plus 265? We have to protect baby Roland 1099 plus 943. Rough implementation of the 46th floor Harpy City 335 plus 835. KCBRN that even Teacher Roland can't beat 296 plus 364. The invincible tank that couldn't be penetrated even by boss attacks was caught on camera crying and cursing, so the viewers couldn't stay quiet. With the increase in people, the quality of the memes and creations also went up. Just look at the person who implemented the 46th floor Harpy City over there, not just a rough sketch, but using a professional tool like 3D CAD2 to create it. The problem is that the craftsmanship is being used to finely sculpt my face. Just before I got dragged into this world, there was a trend of deepfake parody memes, and seeing myself used in memes was mind-numbing. Why do I see my face everywhere on the internet? It's even more ridiculous because it's not just used in memes. When I first access the main portal of Earth 4, where Han Xiao lives, I see my face in the internet news section. It's no different from the real world, publishing photo news as if I were some kind of celebrity. The internet news always has the same topics. Tabloid articles, like ones about how an internet streamer was the first in the world to reach the 45th floor and kill the mid-boss. Seeing my face, Han Xiao's face, and our companions' faces lined up in an internet news article feels a bit strange. Then, when I move over to the Heroes Chronicle forum, this is what I find. Roland Harpy General.jpg. Hello, I'm Roland. I'll conquer the 100th floor. GIF. Roland Han Xiao Squid Game. GIF. Going through these one by one would be a headache. From simple SD characters hastily drawn to deepfake video composites that are so meticulously crafted, I feel like I should ask why they put so much effort into it. The effort is so over the top that it spills over from the Heroes Chronicle forum to various humor communities. It's everywhere, from Soccer Korea to Humor University, and in every cafe, regardless of political affiliation or gender. While economic trickle-down effects might be uncertain, the trickle-down effect of memes was definitely being proven. Let's rest well today, Roland. You must have had a hard time because of that gas. I'm really sorry, but my nose hurt so much. Grace, you don't have to apologize for that. It doesn't smell anymore, right? As I comfort the apologetic Grace, I sneak back to the video platform. It's filled with not just Han Xia's videos but also cyber beggars talking about K-gamers and K-streamers. Because Grace is so beautiful, there's even fake news abroad claiming she's some celebrity. Thanks to the consideration of the world's top streamer, Han Xia, who has America shocked, China in tears, and Japan trembling, I went up to my dorms without a single drink. Grace had become an American celebrity who fell in love with K-content and requested citizenship. Katie became a European girl wanting to be a K-idol, and Irene was portrayed as a Catholic nun who came to learn Korea's spirit of service. And at the end of this internet exploration, Rule 34, if it exists, there is P*RN of it. No exceptions. 3. I found an abyss I didn't want to know about. An abyss where I was forcibly made aware that Yankee P*RN was far from the lewd I imagined. Even while I was struggling in the terrifying depths of the internet, there were those who worked tirelessly day and night. One group was the cyber ghosts, producing all kinds of derivative works, and the other group was the knights seeking the glory of the royal family and the goddess. The royal knights and the temple knights. At first glance, these two groups of knights might seem similar or different, but they share an undeniable common trait: loyalty bordering on madness. The temple knights often foamed at the mouth in front of the viewers, shared camaraderie through muscles, and smashed the heads of heretics, so it's exhausting to talk about them. But the viewers still don't know much about the royal knights. They aren't some obscure knights, but knights of the royal order. The royal family, being the special leader appointed by the goddess, has a royal order of knights who are no less loyal than the temple knights. This means they are a group of mad superhumans who would crawl naked into a monster's den and start hunting barehanded if ordered. That's the royal order of knights. The knights are joining the battle. So they say. It seems the guild members heard about it last night and were surprised. In other words, once an order is given, they don't look back. It was just yesterday that we decided to infiltrate the Harpy Empire. Adventurers who had been hiding quickly cooperated in a strange way to rescue the stone dwarves yesterday evening. Although the timing wasn't planned, with Han Xia's login and stream, the operation inside the tower began in the morning and ended in the evening. And this morning, it was confirmed that the knights would participate, and there was news that the Royal Order of Knights would soon arrive at the tower and come up. This means one thing: the Royal Knights ran all the way to the City of Adventurers overnight. They aren't some nobles' private soldiers but knights sent directly from the royal family, so the guild was understandably flustered. Ignoring the ceremonial etiquette to greet the royal dispatches and the inevitable cooperation with the temple, and issuing cooperation orders to the guilds in the name of the royal family, they just dashed in and stormed into the tower. Hey, Roland. It's been a while. Already inside? Correction, they didn't just say they were coming, they were already inside. We were trying to have a morning meeting on the first floor of the inn when a man recognized us while passing by. The problem was that this medieval inn looked like a fancy cafe with an open terrace on the first floor. James Sullivan, my nightly contact, opened the door naturally while walking by. We met last time during the Blessed Forest request. He's a 4 knight, and because he's a burly man, most viewers don't remember him. Even the upper ranks are in an uproar because of that. Even though they usually overlook orcs running wild and disturbing the royal forest, why now? Because the half-breeds dared to call themselves empress and goddess. The royal knight's legitimacy comes from the pride of protecting the royal lineage chosen by the goddess, so they've been properly provoked. Approaching the table naturally, James, true to his hot-blooded macho character, freely shared the night's meeting details. Thanks to him, not only our party but also many viewers understood the situation. In short, it was a time attack on the 50th floor boss. Since the opponent isn't just a simple monster but a boss who has built an empire, the advance speed would undoubtedly be slower. However, it was undeniable that a competition between the Royal Knights and the Harpy Empress to cut off her head had begun. So this time, it's not just a few of us who came, but most of our second-order knights were dispatched to the tower. I heard our commander won a drinking bet with the first-order commander. Sullivan, you crazy bastard. Are you hitting on women during a mission? Bah. As James was chatting away, sharing near gossip about the order with me, my companions, and the viewers, a heavy hand grabbed his head. Because of the open terrace, if James could see my face and come in, other knights could see James and come in too. Unfortunately, he was standing next to me, exposing his face to the street. Both James and I were tall, muscular, and large. But the man who burst through the door and grabbed James's head was so big he made even us look small. He looked more like a gorilla from creative media than a human. Commander, wait. I wasn't hitting on women, ah. Then were you hitting on men? You fool, really. James was dragged away by his head as if Bigfoot had abducted a human, rather than a person dragging another person. Whether he didn't recognize Hansia's face or pretended not to, I didn't know. But that man was probably the second-order commander. I knew some knights from requests but had no acquaintance with the commander. If he didn't know our party's faces, it might look like he was hitting on women sitting at the table from the morning. It doesn't matter if the Royal Knight Commander doesn't recognize the hero party's faces. Retranslations. James Sullivan, who came and went like the wind, disappeared this time like an extra in a horror movie. Fortunately, other guests, whether adventurers or mages, didn't seem particularly interested. Even if the Royal Knights are joining, how do they plan to move? Maybe they'll hire adventurers to avoid destroying the city. For now, even we were able to cause some chaos safely because of other adventurers. Even if they're knights, they won't think of solving it alone. They'll have to go all the way up to the 50th floor, not just end at the 46th. Thanks to the sudden information, we had plenty to discuss while waiting for the morning. James being dragged off for hitting on women was almost like a short skit, but the information he babbled in a short time was important. Though it had a comedic tone, the participation of the Royal Knights was not something to be taken lightly. It's a place teeming with guys like James Sullivan, a born 4. The suddenly appearing princess was a born 6, and it was similar to having stars on spies, bodyguards, gardeners, and stable keepers. It's natural that the royal capital has higher levels than a rural estate, so it's common sense that the Royal Order of Knights is also full of stars. The guild seems to have received the information late and hasn't decided on a policy yet. Should we visit again? Let's do that. From seeing that James, it looks like they just arrived. A situation where wild knights were released into the limited field of the tower. As adventurers and gamers, it was time to grasp the situation. Thinking that, I used bread to clean up the remaining soup in the bowl, like doing the dishes. Irene's eyes adorably curved. True to her nickname, Mommy, she seemed to think our having a good breakfast was more important than participating in the meeting. Judging by his face alone, that commander could single-handedly ruin a city. Lol, Can we see some female knights now? There are too few adventurers, it's boring. After orcs and female knights, is it tentacles and female knights next? These guys always send knights at suspicious timings. Forbes names this game company as the best for female knight fetish. How come whenever there's talk about knights, the story shifts to female knights? How full of dirty thoughts are these people? I don't want to know how long your tissue rolls are. We were on our way to the guild after organizing the dishes and pots. The party was chatting about the night's participation, and Han Xia was disgusted by the viewers' lust while figuring out how to collect money. Around us, the underground city was bustling with stone dwarves preparing for business and people with eyes wide open thinking about making money. Mixed in this scene were some unfamiliar sights. The knights' squires. Even the squires came? What's wrong, Roland? The first thing that caught my eye was the knights' squires. They were lightly armored with the royal knight emblem on their shoulders, carrying bags and boxes. The young men were smiling brightly even though their faces were covered in dust, and they were carrying heavy loads, probably because they felt they had secured a place in a heroic tale. After all, they had crossed the kingdom to reach the tower in just one night, so they had a lot to do, but there were a lot of them. It looked almost like SCVS-1 mining minerals. They look like the knights' squires. It seems the royal family is getting more seriously involved than I thought. Don't knights usually take squires with them? Irene, curious about my muttering, asked, and Grace nodded slightly. Glancing over, I saw Katie rolling her eyes as if wondering what the problem was. It's common for knights to take squires to manage their armor, weapons, and horses, but that's for regular knights. The ones in the tower now were the Royal Order of Knights, which is a different story. What comes to mind when you think of the royal family? The princess. Perhaps the goddess's blessing? A monster extermination decree. Their innocent answers made my heart ache, but reality was a bit different. The Royal Order of Knights isn't an institution that advocates for equality. Most of the knights are from noble families. Even the easygoing James is the second son of the Sullivan family. Although his job dealing with mercenaries and adventurers means he isn't overbearing to commoners, it doesn't change the fact that my connections are nobles. If the knights are nobles, they wouldn't pick some random commoner as a squire. They are second or third sons from somewhere who can't inherit the family title but are trained as squires for the glory of the royal family from a young age. If the Royal Order of Knights is made up of elite zealots, thoroughly trained in loyalty to the royal family from their squire days, then these squires were still naive and full of hot air. They have noble blood but are easily influenced and excited, making them perfect prey for political schemers. So, it's unusual for the Royal Order of Knights squires to go on deployments. They usually don't go on large-scale missions where they have to move in groups like this, instead of just a small deployment with their knights. Well, if there's a lot of grunt work, they'd use soldiers instead of squires. It was a political thing? I had no idea. James once mentioned that to prevent dirty tricks, it's a rule that squires don't go on large-scale deployments like this. James isn't one to spout nonsense about such things, so something was definitely off. There's no way the royal family is so short on manpower that they need to borrow squires' hands for the harpy extermination. There was a suspicious smell wafting through the streets. Talking about politics is inevitably a headache. It's not about the real-world left and right wings, the care Han Xia must take as a streamer, political scandals stirring up the community, or the updated documents on incidents and controversies. A princess suddenly popped into existence in the royal family. The political foundation of the kingdom I knew was only about the first prince and the second prince. Even that was just hearsay from the social circles and the Order of Knights. The appearance of a princess with ties to the temple threw over 90% of my knowledge into the trash. One thing is certain, though. Those guys moved like that for political reasons. The southern nobles are always so complicated. The north doesn't have such issues. It seemed clear that the squires had been mobilized instead of soldiers for political reasons. Whether they were trying to score points in political battles or the nobles were up to something without the prince's involvement, I didn't know. Katie murmured disdainfully, and Irene tilted her head cutely in curiosity. The North, being the homeland of characters like human-shaped polar bears, was naturally a place where political intrigue was replaced by drinking and dueling. Isn't the Northern Duke a doting father whose daughter ran away to become an adventurer? Anyway, the reason wasn't important. The problem was that due to some political influence, not just a few knights but an entire order, including squires, was mobilized. And when the Royal Order of Knights moves like that, the Temple Knights will definitely respond. The Brothers of the Temple. Why would they? There are plenty of original fanatics to be provoked by this. I was sorry to Irene, but honestly, saying the Temple Knights were a bit off the mark was putting it delicately. While priests and nuns lived their lives in service with true religious spirit, the Temple Knights served with their swords. Even if they are allies of justice, those who prove their faith through violence can hardly be considered normal. Moreover, both groups have a strange pride, so they are 100% likely to compete. So, we need to gather as much information as possible from the guild. Since the Harpy Empress insulted both the royal family and the temple, cooperation would be ideal, but would these two prideful groups really cooperate? The probability is high that they will try to prove their loyalty and piety by beheading the Harpy Empress as if it were a time attack. The Royal Order of Knights will act out to prove their loyalty, the Temple Knights will act out to prove their faith, and the nobles will manipulate and backstab for political gain. This has created a very troublesome situation due to the potential for massive profits. Considering the merchants coming and going, it was inevitable. The tower had become a promised land flowing with milk and honey. If the inside of the tower is considered territory, it's like having a gold mine that pours out gold coins by the wagon load every day. Come, pendants crafted by stone dwarves, only 2 gold coins. Precious items that even noble ladies find hard to get. Oh my, these gems are so big. We could see it right away as we walked towards the guild. Large merchant groups swarmed in like waves to trade mana stones. Following them were medium-sized merchant groups and traders targeting the laborers they brought. Where adventurers and merchants gathered, prostitutes also flocked like ghosts. With the excuse that time is money, laborers and intermediate-level adventurers, aroused by the sight of the harpies' breasts, generously opened their fat wallets to the pretty prostitutes. The prostitutes then used that money to buy expensive adornments that were hard to find outside the tower. A huge flow of gold was created between merchants, laborers, and prostitutes. Amidst all this, various incidents occurred, such as someone getting enchanted by a harpy and getting kidnapped by the Empire. It really looks like it's outside the tower. Depending on the lights, since there's no sun, it feels like the night market festival I went to as a child. A night market festival, with a circus and all that. In the north, it gets dark early, so we rely on magical lighting. They say the festival's just naturally shifted to nighttime. Heh, that's how it is in the north. While prostitutes, revealing their cleavage, held up necklaces to their chests, we continued forward, talking about the north. They were used to seeing prostitutes in cities outside the tower, so it wasn't anything new. Past the group of scantily clad prostitutes enjoying shopping from the late morning, we arrived at the temporary Adventurers Guild building, already dreading what we saw. Retranslations. In the underground city built by stone dwarves, there were various buildings. As a commercial city that dealt with humans, elves, beastmen, and other races even before being forcibly relocated to the tower, the stone dwarves had also delved into real estate, renting out buildings. It was laughable not to have a system for renting studios and offices when the first floor had an open cafe terrace. Did the knights buy a building? No wonder there were so many squires gathered. But I didn't expect them to do it so openly. The building that would serve as the 43rd floor branch of the Adventurers Guild had been purchased from a stone dwarf. Ellis mentioned they managed to get it cheaply by highlighting that most of the people who hunted the underground tentacle monster were adventurers. Next to the Adventurers Guild's 43rd floor branch, familiar armored people were swarming. With doors and windows wide open, supplies being carried in, squires sweating as they cleaned, and knights spreading out to survey nearby buildings and facilities, it was clear they were moving in. When did they even buy a building? The knights really do act quickly. Indeed. Even the brothers of the temple took over a week to secure a site and start building. Katie and Irene murmured nonchalantly, but Grace, being perceptive, glanced between the temporary headquarters of the knights and my face as if sensing something was off. Is this direct pressure? It's not just nearby, it's right next door. Even in other RPG games, buildings aren't placed this close. It's not like they're your boss sitting next to you, lol. This is absurd. But from a player's perspective, having two buildings right next to each other is super convenient, right? Easier to plan routes. How do you know if they'll bully you or give you quests? It's scary to see them buying a building and setting up shop just to catch a harpy. Lol, why would knights chosen by the goddess bully the hero? As Han Xia and the viewers muttered, the knights buying a building right next to the Adventurers Guild overnight and moving in all their supplies felt like pressure. Though called an order of knights, it was essentially a power group of second and third sons from noble families. Before the princess existed, there had been intense battles of words instead of blades in social circles to see which orders supported which prince. Seeing some knights confidently heading towards the adventure building like bandits ready to plunder information rather than knights, my worries didn't seem unfounded. Roland, the person who just entered the Adventurers Guild, isn't that the huge knight commander we saw this morning? The one who took your friend? Yes, that's him. He's so big that he stands out immediately. The way you put it sounds rather peculiar. I couldn't predict how the story would unfold. While I paused in this unexpected situation, Grace and Irene naturally approached and hooked their arms around mine. Glancing around, I saw Katie examining the strategic supplies the knights were moving as if she were a housewife checking out the fresh produce section at the market. Meanwhile, Han Xia was, as usual, trying to figure out how to collect money from viewers with peculiar **sexual desires. Thanks to that, the fierce gazes of the squires moving the supplies turned toward us only to lose their spirit and fade away. Hey, over there. Is that a war hammer and shield? I heard they were on the 43rd floor. No, instead, they were even more fired up. Grace clung to me playfully as always, while Irene shyly tried to mimic Grace. Even on Earth, Han Xia's unedited captures would be used without permission in fake news, labeling her a celebrity or a model due to her beauty. It was only natural that squires, filled with heroic aspirations, would send passionate gazes her way. Yes, it should be natural. And those people, they're all looking at you, Roland. Maybe they're looking because you too are beautiful. Oh, my thanks for the compliment, Roland. But I think they're looking at you. Just as Irene mischievously smiled and said, for some reason, the gazes weren't directed at the two beauties beside me but at me. Seeing those intense gazes, a thought suddenly came to mind. The second order of knights included James Sullivan, who was quite chatty despite his size. If their gazes had physical power, my armor would be in tatters, and for the first time since becoming Roland, I might be near death. That's how fiercely the squires of the Knight Order were staring at me. Their eyes seemed to desperately wish for me to come to the temporary headquarters of the Knight Order instead of the Adventurers Guild to greet them. I had experienced the gazes of junior adventurers who claimed to be my fans, but it was my first time being looked at so longingly by a group, and it was quite overwhelming. I was used to receiving glances from women in social gatherings, but it was my first time with a group of sweaty men. Wow, Roland, you're incredibly popular. Is it because you're the owner of the Holy Sword? The squire's gazes were intense. The two people who naturally grabbed my arms on either side smiled bashfully and glanced toward the squires. Irene wasn't quite natural and was very stiff. It seemed like there were more rumors about the owner of the Holy Sword than the hero party. Stories might have spread about a senior adventurer who wielded a shield and war hammer, defeating the Demon King's army and being chosen by the Holy Sword. It made sense since there were few adventurers as fully armored as I was, making me stand out. Even high-ranking adventurers would get hurt if hit by a giant monster. This resulted in fewer adventurers like me wearing full-plate armor. There was a somewhat biased perception that light armor was for adventurers and mercenaries, while heavy armor was for knights. But still, is it necessary for them to gather like this? What do you mean? Grace mumbled as we subtly moved inside the guild to avoid the intense gazes. Glancing sideways, I saw her eyes, full of mischief, softening. It's not that Roland isn't popular. She giggled exaggeratedly before continuing. Considering the level of the 46th floor we saw, shouldn't the Royal Knight Order be able to handle it without settling on the 43rd floor? Just 20 adventures caused chaos in the city. It was like a small village being overrun by orcs. Grace's words seemed to belittle the enemy, but they were reasonable. 20 high-ranking adventurers nearly brought a city to its knees. Of course, human cities would face similar devastation. If 20 high-ranking riders ran wild, there would be significant property damage and loss of life. Just like a single high-ranking monster like an ogre or wyvern could annihilate a small village. However, the Harpies' city wasn't some remote village. It was the 46th floor where the ordinary residents were intermediate-level monsters, and the city guards were high-level monsters. Given that such a formidable place was sacked by just 20 adventurers, Grace's reaction was understandable. A city that could be looted by just 20 adventurers would be utterly slaughtered by a Knight Order. The 46th floor was disappointingly weak, like the undead in the swamp. The upper floors might be different. From what I've heard, it seems like a corrupt rural lord. Why? What happened? When I toppled the largest building, a large harpy, adorned with gaudy jewelry, appeared. She had the most mana, and was the biggest, but she didn't know how to fight, screaming all day for her soldiers to capture me. No matter how devoutly the kingdom worshipped the goddess, it wasn't a utopia free of crime and corruption. My companions chuckled at my story. I wasn't particularly eloquent, but the image of a large, loud, but incompetent noble resonated with them, reminding them of fairy tale characters. They laughed so happily that Han Xia, who was leading the way, turned around to see what was happening. My companions, worried about the empire being built and the use of slaves, mentioned a villainous noble character from a famous children's book in the kingdom, smiling bashfully. Of course, having not spent my childhood in the kingdom, I didn't know the story. Right, if what Roland said is true, there might be more sensible harpy nobles as we go higher. Unlike the incompetent nobles on the 46th floor. That sounds plausible. Typically, the higher you go in the tower, the stronger the enemies get. There could be more skilled and combat-savvy harpy nobles above. With talk of the Knight Order's move and my popularity, we subtly entered the Adventurers Guild lobby while continuing our gossip about the incompetent harpy. Unlike the guild building outside, this place was only for intermediate-level adventurers and above. It was filled with stone dwarf-crafted furniture, which was so well made that it gave off an old-fashioned cafe vibe rather than a lived-in feel. If the big guys weren't so loud and rowdy, it could have been an Instagram hotspot. So, let's open the passage with that vacuum stone. That's not an Adventurers Guild item. The large man we saw earlier was still being loud and rowdy, and Ellis, who was still in the tower, was responding with a near vein-popping intensity. He should be called a nuisance, not a knight. Retranslations. Obviously, the reason Ellis, the most senior receptionist at the Tower branch of the Adventurers Guild, could stand her ground against the kingdom's knight captain was because of us. Her courage to face the knight captain without backing down stemmed from her connections. Roland, you're here. You came just in time. Yes, it seems like perfect timing. Roland, the owner of the Holy Sword? Perhaps it was also due to her knack for reading the room. The Gigantamax Bigfoot man who had taken James earlier was standing before us. He was over 2 meters tall, making Roland look up even in his own body. With his shaggy hair and unkempt beard, combined with his fierce eyes, he looked like a larger version of Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms I read about as a child. Now I understood why James Sullivan would drunkenly complain that our captain looks like a half-ogre, though he might not be an ogre because of all that hair. He didn't seem particularly angry at Ellis, who was shouting fiercely at him. His face was fierce, but it wasn't filled with rage. Maybe he just had a loud voice, making it seem like he was always angry. I've heard a lot about you, Sir Roland. Of course, this was before you wielded the Holy Sword. From Sullivan, I presume? Don't even get me started. Because of that chatterbox, the squires act like village kids following a bard around. Seeing him laugh happily in front of us, it seemed he wasn't actually angry. Thinking back, his voice was much quieter now compared to when he dragged James away in the morning. Then, his voice had echoed through the building's first floor, but now it wasn't loud enough to be heard outside the guild. Wow, his voice is as loud as his size. It's almost disorienting, like turning up earphones too high. Is the stream volume okay? It sounds like he's shouting just by talking normally. It might be a mana thing. Maybe his mana reserves make his voice resonate more. Is there a way to adjust his volume? My ears are ringing. I nearly jumped out of my seat watching with earphones on. Teacher Roland's shouts were less jarring, but is this really his normal speaking volume? Of course, how spacious, comfortable, and soundproof the lobby of the building crafted by the stone dwarves was a different story. Hansia seemed to be genuinely asking the viewers about the stream sound quality, as her ears were hurting. Just as pain and bad smells were somewhat limited for players and viewers, it seemed that loud noises were also edited to some extent. Comparing it to my shouting, it appeared that overtly loud noises were edited out, but the knight captain's voice was just below the threshold. Hansia began discussing volume settings with the viewers while rubbing her ears, and Grace and Irene, seemingly tired of the loud voice, quietly moved back to Katie's side. So, Sir Roland, anyway, do you have business with me? This is the Adventurers Guild. Ahaha, that's right, indeed. Seeing us laughing together brought back memories of the things James Sullivan had said about his superior. James had described him as a hairy half-ogre, a rare hybrid monster from the southern jungles who had swallowed a voice amplification artifact in his childhood that got stuck in his throat, a madman from the magic tower who drank potions like liquor, and someone who couldn't hear others because of his large ears. So let me tell you my business. I want the Adventurers Guild to open a passage with that thing, whatever it's called. I told you, it's not an Adventurers Guild item. Please, it's for the Royal Palace. Oh, for goodness sake. Ellis, who had been trying to flee to the second floor, shouted in frustration, and the night captain, ignoring her, continued to insist. Watching this skit-like conversation, I realized that James's complaints weren't just drunken ramblings. This man wasn't actually deaf. He was just pretending not to hear anything unfavorable to him, using his image to push his agenda. With an imposing figure towering over 2 meters, hair and beard resembling those of a barbarian more than a noble, fierce eyes, and a booming voice that seemed capable of making eardrums burst, he repeated himself stubbornly. Most people, seeing his appearance, would dismiss him as an ignorantly persistent brute, but I could see more. Beyond his intimidating exterior, the subtle movements of his eyes suggested he was gauging the reactions of those around him. A superhuman who has reached a high level and can manipulate mana would be able to observe the breathing, heartbeats, and even the swallowing sounds of those around him. He could be mistaken for a half-ogre or even a half-fox spirit. When our eyes met, his large mouth curved into a wide grin. Realizing that I had caught on, he placed his massive hand, as big as a bear's paw, on my shoulder and patted it in a friendly manner. I heard that the vacuum stone is a tool of the stone dwarves. It would be better for Sir Roland, the owner of the Holy Sword and the savior of the underground city, to request it instead of someone they don't know. Realizing that his stubborn insistence wasn't working, the knight captain quickly changed his approach. Clearly accustomed to the political maneuvers of noble society, he smoothly transitioned the conversation. If Ellis hadn't stood her ground, the Adventurers Guild might have faced a subtle form of exploitation. We would have had to run errands to connect the Night Order with Old Bobo and secure the rights to use the vacuum stone, only to receive a simple thank you. It was for the kingdom as our reward. It seems unlikely that the Harpies will launch a counterattack, so we do plan to open the passage. However, we just returned from an expedition yesterday and intend to rest. It may take some time before we can start. Using a bit of polite evasion learned from social gatherings, I deflected his request. While I wasn't as skilled as seasoned nobles or merchants, I had picked up a thing or two from overhearing noblewomen's pillow talk. By hinting that we could do it later because we were tired, I saw the knight captain's eyes narrow slightly. It wasn't a subtle hint, I was practically demanding compensation. This large, cunning man certainly understood. He didn't seem foolish or reckless enough to push a hero into working for free. Haha, I know the feeling well. After an expedition, my old bones ache all over. There's something great for times like that. I'm not asking you to slip something into my pocket. Consider it a convenience for the guild. Young folks these days lack a sense of humor. I hadn't expected him to try and sneak a coin pouch onto my belt. What kind of antics had this knight captain been up to that made him so adept at such a seamless move? It felt like watching a legendary pickpocket rather than a knight. His quick movements were expected of a high-level knight, but the way he deftly attached the coin pouch to my belt was so skillful it left me speechless. For the convenience of the guild, I'm not sure what to prepare, but I'll do my best. So, how do we go about using that vacuum stone? Despite my initial refusal, the knight captain cheerfully accepted, showing no hard feelings. While he might have initially tried to subtly exploit the guild, his eagerness to get to the 46th floor was genuine, as evidenced by his palpable impatience. Maybe even his impatience was an act, knowing I would read his intentions through his eyes and breathing, albeit clumsily. But there was no need to drag this out further. I wasn't the spokesperson for the Adventurers Guild, nor did I have any reason to confront the Night Order alone for the guild's benefit. Since my suggestion to fill the guild's pockets a bit would likely be accepted, it was best to agree to their request. There's an old stone dwarf named Bobo who represents the city. The vacuum stone isn't something anyone can use freely, you need his permission. Of course, for a magical tool with such capabilities, So, may I use your name, Sir Roland? Go ahead. We need to head back to the 46th floor anyway. The knight captain nodded in understanding, exchanged a few words with another knight who had been silently standing behind him, and then strode out of the guild. Retranslations. If James was like the wind, the knight captain was like a storm. James had run great distances on foot rather than riding a horse, just to have a drink with his friend, and he shuddered when talking about the knight captain. If that straightforward muscle-bound macho guy found him daunting, I wondered what kind of person he was. Today, I found out. The kingdom's knight captain resembles our deputy knight captain quite a bit. Are you talking about the Northern Knight Order? Yes, there's someone just like him among the deputies my father commands, although he has gray hair. Han Xia, who had slipped away to talk to a guild employee, left such an impression that even when Irene left to check on the temple's situation, Grace and Katie continued to talk about him. Just like outside, the two of them sat at a stone table, chatting away. They never seemed to run out of things to talk about despite being together all day. On my right was Grace and on my left was Katie. They chattered about the supplies the Knight Order brought, the large Knight Captain, and the Deputy Knight Captain of the North. I'm back. Welcome back, Irene. As I listened to Grace and Katie's sweet voices with one ear, watching Han Xia's quest progress on the holographic screen, Irene returned to the table, moving in quick steps. Grace moved over to the next seat, patting the chair with her body warmth for Irene to sit. Irene hesitated for a moment, but then sat down next to me. How's the temple? There doesn't seem to be much reaction. But a few temple knights are coming up from below. It seems the temple is leaving it to the knights rather than acting directly. I had expected the temple knights to move since the royal knights were acting so openly, but apparently not. The temple leaders, unlike the muscle-bound temple knights, didn't think or act on instinct. As Irene, who had gotten a seat thanks to Grace, placed the snacks she had bought on the table and started munching, Han Xia came down from the office on the second floor. She seemed to have been talking to Ellis, who had fled from the knight captain earlier. Han Xia dove between Grace and Katie as if her head hurt from the conversation and started stuffing macarons and meringue cookies into her mouth. Wow, this is good. Did Irene buy this? Yes, I bought it from the market street nearby. She looks like an idol but sounds like a middle-aged man. Is that a macaron or boiled pork? She sounds like she's munching meringue made from rice. She eats macarons like a middle-aged man snacking on cream buns during break time, lol. She looks like she belongs in a fantasy world until she opens her mouth and sounds like she came from a sauna. So what about the temple? Stop eating and listen to Mom's story. Hey, don't bother someone while they're eating. Of course, the conversation with the guild must have included political topics. The guild members, being an interest group, would surely feel threatened seeing a group of noble knights swarm in. Adventurers, knight orders, the royal family, the temple, various merchants, and guilds. It was only natural that things would get complicated when a power group like the Heroes Party got involved in these intertwined interests. Of course, it wasn't my concern, so I decided to let Han Xia worry about it and figure it out on her own, despite all the advice she was receiving. To me, the thing on my shoulders was more of a helmet stand than a head. I had already used up my brainpower for the day by dealing with the knight captain who tried to force us into working for free. So, Hannah, what did the guild say? They were in a panic because the knight order's letter arrived late, and they weren't prepared. They seemed really flustered with the knight captain showing up and making demands. It looks like there's no higher-ranking manager here besides Ellis. Oh, really? Since it's just a temporary branch meant to send up quests, they weren't thinking about other tasks. Suddenly, the night order showing up has thrown them into chaos. No wonder Ellis was sticking around the tower. She was probably trying to take it easy as the top manager. They could use the Magic Tower's crystal ball for communication, avoiding the need for anyone to come and go. The 43rd floor adventurer branch was solely focused on tasks related to harpies and stone dwarves. Without a boss to report to, Ellis probably brought her favorite employees to slack off, only for the night order to move in next door and start demanding work. That explained the stress lines on Ellis's face as she shouted angrily. It was like a sergeant trying to avoid work by hiding in the warehouse, only to be forcibly drafted by the commander of another unit. And one more thing. While we were resting after returning, a large mercenary group left for the city on the 46th floor early this morning. A large mercenary group? It's Rebecca's mercenary group. They left for a raid. I was told to let you know. Mercenaries were the type to risk their lives for a single gold coin. Adventurers and mercenaries might seem similar at first glance, but there were significant differences. Adventurers meticulously prepared and gathered information to explore the unknown and confront monsters. Mercenaries, on the other hand, would charge headlong at anything human or monster as long as they were paid. To use a metaphor, adventurers were like private detectives, while mercenaries resembled back-alley labor agencies. They seemed to do similar work but operated in different realms. It wasn't just because I was an adventurer that I viewed it this way. No wonder it's been quiet. What's wrong, Roland? The main job of adventurers, as the name suggests, is adventure. They explore the unknown inside the tower or pioneer the remote areas of the kingdom. Therefore, adventurers are graded not by their personal achievements but by the floors of the tower they have conquered. Mercenaries, however, focus solely on money and results. If one mercenary earned 100 gold on the 10th floor and another earned 40 gold on the 30th floor, the one with 100 gold would be considered superior. Rebecca was not only a top-tier adventurer but also a top-tier mercenary and the leader of a large mercenary group. She didn't stay in one place but traveled across the kingdom, transporting goods and engaging in light trading with her mercenary band. This clearly demonstrated one thing. Rebecca was mad about money in various ways. You could tell just by the fact that she excelled in both adventuring and mercenary work. Low-tier members carried supplies, mid-tier members captured wandering monsters and engaged in trade, high-tier members took on intermediate-level tower quests, and she, as a top-tier member, pioneered the front lines of the tower. It was as if she were running a gold macro, obsessed with money. So, what kind of reaction would you expect when a wealthy city with unlimited plunder appeared before such a woman? If they set out in large numbers at dawn, it must be chaos by now. Is Rebecca's mercenary group that significant? She's a top-tier mercenary and adventurer, and her mercenary group is one of the largest in the kingdom. The whole group moved, not just a part of it. Sia and the viewers seemed to remember Rebecca rampaging alone in the orc forest and didn't think much of it. But once they saw the situation on the 46th floor, their minds would change immediately. Sia brought what was practically bad news. The Night Order was probably eager to use old Bobo's vacuum stone to open the passage and start their expedition, while the mercenary group had somehow already reached the 46th floor through the narrow path and mountain trails. That meant our next course of action was clear. So, what do we do now? What do you think? We go and take advantage of the meal Rebecca has prepared. When the stage is set, it's time to join the feast. Retranslations. The word plunder was inseparable from the lives of mercenaries. They plundered the villages of enemies defeated in territorial wars. When mercenary groups clashed, the losing group got plundered. If a place looked promising, they temporarily turned to banditry to rob merchants. Unless they were among the few mercenary groups known for their reliability, most lived this way. Even adventurers swindled other adventurers and sold off their equipment, so why wouldn't mercenaries do the same? For mercenaries, plundering was as close to their main job as fighting. And the primary job of one of the kingdom's top mercenary groups was even more impressive than I had imagined. Wow, what's all this? The narrow passage, which the Royal Knight Order hadn't yet cleared, needed time to revert to its original state after being modified with a portable vacuum stone. Thinking this over, we headed toward the underground city on the 46th floor. The dark cavern was brightly lit by magical lights. Street lamp-like magical devices illuminated the underground area, and beneath them, mercenaries were running around frantically, being yelled at with all sorts of curses. The sight of them working systematically and efficiently left our mouths agape. The first to notice us was Rebecca, who wasn't rampaging but rummaging through loot with eyes gleaming with greed and madness. What the hell, can't you tell the difference between stones and ores? How do you even shoot Roland? You've set up quite nicely, haven't you? If you can't take what's given, you're disqualified as a mercenary. It seemed one of the mercenaries had brought back a chunk of wall and was scolded before scurrying off. Apparently, they had a separate team for collection. This wasn't just a rush and loot operation. The nimble higher-ranking mercenaries distracted the harpy soldiers, mid-ranking mercenaries broke into luxurious buildings to gather supplies, and low-ranking mercenaries transported the goods underground in a strategic manner. They even installed a makeshift elevator on the stairs leading up to the surface, suggesting they had purchased it from the magic tower specifically for this looting operation. So, did you get anything? Tearing down the building walls alone is profitable. This truly is the fabled city of gold. As a result, the low-ranking mercenaries were using the elevator to transport goods, looking as exhausted as if they were unloading delivery trucks. Although there were jewels and decorations, most of what they carried were metal scraps and building debris, making them look half dead. Of course, it was easier than being a high-ranking mercenary fighting for their lives or a mid-ranking mercenary demolishing metal buildings, but it was still tough. It looked more like an exploitative operation than plundering, with items continuously being brought down like worker ants transporting food. Seeing this, Hansia finally understood my words at the guild and began talking to her viewers. This isn't the plundering I imagined. I thought it would be rough mercenaries demanding everything, but this is more organized than a logistics center. I expected a chaotic plundering, but this is more systematic than a warehouse. At least in deliveries, they throw packages around, but these guys can't even do that because it's their money on the line, lol. Why don't they just drop the metal from a cliff instead of using the elevator? I thought she was wild only in battle, but she's just as fierce when it comes to money. I approached Hansia and whispered after tapping her side. We need to go up. For the loot. The city is vast, shouldn't it be fine? The mercenaries might demolish altars or other clues. With over 100 mercenaries breaking down buildings and grabbing anything valuable, a clueless mid-ranking mercenary might smash altars or murals thinking, this isn't a jewel smash, which would create problems. The chance of finding a crude altar in the middle of the city was slim, but gamers are the type to think, what if? Even with less than a 1% chance. The likelihood was extremely low, but if we stayed idle and clues for a quest were smashed, it would affect not just the game progression but also the stream. A first-ever quest failure show from the world's #1 strategy guide would have major repercussions. Of course, it wasn't a game over, and losing one quest clue wouldn't be a significant setback. However, it was best not to give the cyber ghosts who constantly look for opportunities to criticize streamers any ammunition. Additionally, Hansia's unique desire for victory played a role. Even before starting Heroes Chronicle, she was a streamer with a passion for sports and games. Her lack of luck and clumsy movements aside, her desire for victory and dedication to gaming were genuine. You heard, Rebecca? Just don't mess with my guys. Why would I mess with them? Amid the viewers' excitement and fuss, I left Han Xia, who had decided on a second city exploration, and chatted with Rebecca. With the cameras rolling and the situation favorable, I whispered some advice to our leader. Still, no matter how quietly I whispered from a distance where I could reach out and touch her, a superhuman of Rebecca's level would hear it as clearly as a civil defense siren. Even though the tower was a free space, it wasn't right to roam around where Rebecca's mercenaries were already working. Just as there are courtesies to observe between close friends, we needed to inform her of our plans even if we were close. If you knock something over, there are plenty of guys who will get crushed to death. Actually, just getting hit by debris could be fatal. So, what's this about an altar? Maybe something related to the harpy's appearance, like that orc who summoned the orcs last time. Is it worth money? Probably not. Then take it. Oh, Katie, aren't you going to say hello? Although it seemed like we were intruding while they were making money, I was the one who initially destroyed the city. Rebecca knew this, so she wasn't charging us a toll or acting territorial. Katie shrank back in surprise at Rebecca's beast-like red eyes waving dismissively in annoyance, and there was a ridiculous incident where a low-ranking mercenary, distracted by our party's beauty, tripped and got injured while carrying supplies. Nevertheless, we headed towards the entrance of the 46th floor city, where the plundering was in full swing. The city of Harpies, which we had returned to in just one day, was now in such a state that it was embarrassing to call it a city. Ugh, *T. Don't touch the gas. Those flying bitches are even throwing things, damn it. UF*C King B*TCH, is that an ore or a patterned rock? Can't you see straight? Hundreds of mercenaries were rampaging like madmen on the debris of collapsed buildings. Not just 100, but in the hundreds. Shit. You said you'd block it. Shut up and move your feet, the real ones are blocking it. The Rebecca mercenaries, one of the best in the kingdom in terms of both size and strength. An elite unit that reached the upper ranks, with mid-tier mercenaries blinded by the sight of gold coins numbering in the hundreds. Even if they weren't part of the same group, wasn't it a mercenary's specialty to increase their numbers through contracts? Among the flying spears of the harpies, hundreds of low-tier mercenaries screamed they were dying but still diligently pocketed the jewels. Mid-tier mercenaries, somehow dodging a couple of flying spears, were dismantling anything that looked expensive, numbering in the hundreds. Unlucky ones were dropping dead from the flying spears, but no one cared. They were throwing their lives away to earn money, it was their free will. Wow, it's more chaotic than last time. Maybe it's because there are no stone dwarves to repair the city. Well, you can't rebuild those sturdy metal walls with harpy wings. Ugh, even if harpies wear clothes, it's good that they still maintain their R-rated appearance. Humans don't turn into mana stones, so it quickly becomes a gore fest. Seeing it like this, it's really brutal. Maybe because I'm immersed in the low-tier mercenary life. The low-tier ones die without a sound and the mid-tier ones roll on the ground to avoid it. The high-tier mobs are really strong. Why are they taking rocks? Looks like they're grabbing anything they can in this chaos, lol. They were holding large warhammers suitable for demolition rather than combat. Since they couldn't handle aura, they couldn't have created this ruin. So most of the collapsed buildings were the result of the disaster caused by me and some nameless adventure raiders last time. There were no stone dwarves to rebuild the collapsed buildings, and the city's commander was an incompetent fool who only knew how to adorn himself. In such a situation, within a day, hundreds of humans swarmed out from the underground. How horrifying must it be? To the Empire's harpies, who consider ground walkers inferior, wouldn't humans look like some kind of monstrous flesh-eating ants? Not flesh-eating ants, house-eating ants. Giant ants that steal buildings and property. That sounds a bit scary. Where should we go now? If there's a temple, there should be some religious facilities, right? I've seen something like that. Katie, starting the conversation, as she watched the chaos of harpies flying busily and mercenaries running for their lives. She mentioned there might be hints like a temple in the city, which was just a casual remark, but it turned out to be true. Well, it's an empire ruled by a harpy with delusions of grandeur, claiming to be an empress and goddess. It makes sense there would be religious facilities in every city since loyalty is synonymous with faith. Whether it's a hint or not, it's confirmed that such a place exists. While I was wrecking the city and inhaling noxious gas, and Han Xia was digging underground for valuables, the other three seemed to have diligently explored the city. This way. What about the harpies? Put on your robes and hide your weapons. Don't hold anything in your hands. They seem to target those fighting or stealing first. As Grace, with her keen insight, suggested, we pulled our robes over our heads and ran through the debris. The harpies flying urgently overhead ignored us. Of course, since it was the Harpy Empire, it was a world with a class system. If there were suspicious humans evacuating from a place where slaves or ordinary citizens lived, and humans stealing the property of nobles, the thieves had to be caught first and the nobles appeased. Even humans would first protect the nobles' property. Why would it be different for the imperialistic harpies who only learn the worst practices? It's noisy, but it feels peaceful. Other than the flying debris, it doesn't seem dangerous. Thanks to Grace's senses, we could weave through alleys without receiving direct attacks, making it easier to navigate the city. Command-level Harpy soldiers, who used throwing spears as their main weapon, were being handled by high-ranking mercenaries, making our passage surprisingly comfortable. Even low-ranking Harpy soldiers, steeped in their superiority complex, seemed to hate the idea of landing in the dusty alleys below. Sometimes, stone fragments or building debris would fly up due to fights between mid-tier mercenaries and low-ranking soldiers, but all of us had reached high-tier levels. Even the delicate and fragile Irene, considering her HP stats, would be dozens of times stronger than a regular farmer. From the sky came the sound of harpy wings and shouts, while from the ground arose the groans and screams of mercenaries. Moving through this chaos without weapons, we saw a tall building come into view. It was somewhat different from the tall, luxurious building where the Harpy commander had been. Instead of being tall, it was broad and lacked the ornate decorations one might expect. It seemed the exterior was built simply as a religious facility, probably the work of stone dwarves. Because it didn't glitter, it drew less attention despite its large size. As we rampaged through the city, we mainly destroyed tall, glittering structures, so this building's exterior remained intact. Retranslations. It felt like a scene from a movie. Wow, the stone dwarves' craftsmanship is just amazing. As Han Xia murmured, the beautiful building, which served as both a temple and a gathering place, stood tall amidst the ruins. High-ranking mercenaries, dragging out battles and buying time, enraged command-level harpies who recklessly hurled their spears. Mid-tier mercenaries smashed anything valuable in the city, low-tier mercenaries grabbed anything profitable and fled, with soldier harpies in pursuit. Unarmed harpy citizens screamed in sharp voices, and unlucky mercenaries left their last words in the dusty air as they died. Amidst this chaos, the large religious building maintained its beauty, untouched. It was like a scene from a movie or a line from a folklore passed down by word of mouth. There doesn't seem to be any guards. Let's go in. We opened the door and found the interior unscathed. It felt like a roofless cathedral or a massive exhibition hall where a mosaic made of stained glass should have been. Our steps naturally slowed as we took in the vast, grand, and solemn place. Especially Irene, who seemed deeply moved, started looking around with her small mouth agape. Even though it was built to worship the Harpy Empress, the stone dwarves had built it. Despite being enslaved, their craftsmanship prioritized artistry, creating a place that felt both unadorned and striking, exuding a contradictory antique elegance. Having lived on Earth and in the kingdom, I felt it was more beautiful than any museum, cathedral, or noble mansion I'd ever visited. How much more would Irene, a saint candidate, feel? If the temple's layout is similar, this would be the hall for visitors. So, probably this way. Did you hear that? Let's follow Irene's suggestion. Expert knowledge from someone in the same field, lol. Feels weird to see Irene lead instead. What game puts the healer in the front line? The architecture is so beautiful. I want to use this for my project. The professor watches the stream and fails you right away, lol. The camera panned over the Harpy Temple like a documentary stream. The viewers, perhaps moved by the lens's capture, made comments one after another. Following Irene's lead, we passed through the wide hall and headed to a space filled with columns. These columns didn't seem to support the ceiling but rather served as seats for high-ranking harpies. This must be an important space used for worshipping the Harpy Empress. It's supposed to be around here. It does resemble the temple my father took me to. However, it wasn't exactly the same, and Irene's steps gradually slowed and stopped. Since it was a temple for harpies, there were many tall columns, making it inconvenient to explore from the ground. I felt like smashing these vision-obstructing columns, but doing so might destroy clues or attract nearby harpy soldiers. The tall stone columns didn't attract mercenaries for plundering, which pushed them out of the harpy soldiers' interest. But if loud crashing sounds came from inside, someone would definitely come to check. While thinking this, Grace suddenly wiped her palms on her thighs and leapt up. She discarded her robe and began climbing the columns. I couldn't help but look up and watch. Caught it. Can everyone climb up? I was momentarily captivated by her slim legs that weren't fully covered by her leather armor. Beyond the open ceiling, I saw the cloudy sky and tall walls. Grace, smiling brightly from atop a column, waved us to join her. Did they stash all their religious symbols at the very top of the temple? In a corner of the temple, away from the chaotic situation outside, Grace climbed up a column like a monkey and smiled. Watching her, I thought I might be able to push off and jump up too. I tapped the column with my gauntlet-covered hand and realized it wasn't just a simple pillar but a symbol with a religious purpose and a perch for noble harpies. The walls are densely engraved with something. The stone dwarves' craftsmanship seems a bit odd. The harpies wouldn't look down at the column walls from up there, so what was the point? Or maybe it was a craftsman's subtle rebellion, putting their best work on the parts harpies wouldn't see. These idle thoughts passed, but the important thing was what Grace had discovered. It was something hard to see from below, visible only from the top of the column. Katie, agile as she was, could climb up on her own. I was deciding whether to carry Irene and Hansia on my shoulders or lift them one by one when I heard a rumbling sound. Turning my head, I saw Hansia waving her staff. All right, let's go up, huh? What? Does the mage have no awareness? She's acting all proud while everyone else is climbing. Lol, she's definitely doing it for content. Don't fall for it, it's all a money grab. Forbes #1 for not understanding romantic opportunities. You said you'd support her. You see, I made stairs. What? Why? Hansia, collecting stones from the empty floor, quickly created a spiral staircase up the column. Proud of her magic control, She puffed out her chest and beamed, but was quickly overwhelmed by the barrage of comments from the viewers. As she turned, Han Xia found herself face to face with Irene, who had naturally come to my side to lean on me. Irene, who had planned to be carried like Grace before, was now blushing awkwardly because of the sudden appearance of stairs. "Let's go up." "Ah, right, eek." Seeing her hesitation, I found it cute and crouched down, offering my arm as a seat and supporting her gently. Lifting her easily, I formed a steady perch for her, with my arm as a sturdy seat. Startled, she let out a small scream but soon clung to my shoulder, balancing herself against my chest. As I stepped onto the spiral staircase Han Xia made and jumped up, I saw Katie, who had already climbed up out of curiosity. "Anyway, those two can go up together and I'll follow. Don't we have any flight magic for wind magic users? It would be so convenient to just fly up in times like these." Below, Han Xia's muttering drifted up, still managing to control the viewer's reaction smoothly. But the three of us who had climbed up paid no attention to the party's leader and brilliant but eccentric mage, Han Xia. Even Irene, who was now on the column and blushed, looked in one direction with her mouth agape. The three of us looked at a mural similar in structure to the previous altar. It wasn't simply painted, it seemed carved into the upper part of a tall church wall and then died. Tentacle-like snakes reached toward the sky, and spear-like lightning bolts struck downward. Like the altar we found inside the previous cave, something had been transformed into a pink shin bristling with spears. However, this time the quality was on a whole different level. Creation of heaven and earth. Michelangelo's masterpiece, The Creation of Adam, was a fresco painted on a cathedral ceiling. Here, it was carved into the upper wall and closer to a sculpture, but nonetheless, it evoked a similar feeling. It felt like admiring a historical masterpiece in a museum. Compared to the crude altar a child might have made, this was a work of art. If it weren't for its Harpy Empress worshipping content, nobles might have traded their villas, not just gold coins, to buy it. Even I, who lacked sensitivity, stared at it blankly for a few seconds. It was natural that the women, who lived in a medieval world without the internet and had rich religious sensitivities, were moved. "Wow, that's amazing. So, those weren't lightning bolts but spears?" Judging by the design, one looks like the real boss and the other a fake boss. However, Han Xia, who had become a cyber ghost drenched in internet culture, viewed it from a different perspective. Grace, marveling at the delicate craftsmanship of the stone dwarves, noted that it must have been uncomfortable to carve something so beautiful at such a height. Katie assessed that even the nobles who loved to boast wouldn't have such an art piece. Meanwhile, Irene felt a peculiar sadness that such beauty was dedicated to the harpies instead of the goddess. Han Xia, however, viewed the mural from a gamer's perspective. "This is the second time, right? Since the content is similar, it must be information about the 50th floor. Whether the real boss is the monster from underground or the Harpy Empress, judging by how things are going, we'll probably have to fight both in order. Why can't we ally with the Empire? Didn't the Harpies proclaim themselves goddesses of the sky and lightning? If they deify their leaders, it's impossible to form an alliance with the kingdom. We know this from the guy living up north. Rocket Man from the north of the Korean peninsula is famous XD. Isn't the design team at BB Games too dedicated? Is there a similar sculpture somewhere? There's no portal connecting Earth, so why would there be a sculpture of harpies hunting tentacle monsters in real life? Does the Harpy Empire stretch from Adolf to Rocket Man? That's a terrifying thought. Lol, what percentage chance do you think there is that Kim Young-soo would actually say, "I'm not of Baekdu bloodline, I support an alliance with the US"? Here, the dictatorship has lasted for 4 generations. Putting aside the international politics of Earth 4, Han Xia's muttering made a lot of sense. The bizarre tentacle monster that appeared on the 45th floor had a slimy body similar to a slime. There were elite versions of the subterranean bugs that crawled out of the ground. The harpies, who had turned from monsters to NPCs, had elite versions known as red harpies. If the mid-boss on the 45th floor was an immature entity, there might be an ancient tentacle worm related to the founding myth of the Harpy Empire deeper underground. As an adventurer, it was a bit hasty to make such assumptions with only 2 clues, but as a gamer looking at a quest log, it was a reasonable deduction. Secret place found deep in the cave. Inside was a poorly crafted altar. Who made the crudely drawn mural of harpies? The beautifully constructed Harpy City exploited stone dwarves. The Harpy Empress's temple had beautiful murals. Could the creature in the painting be related to the monster we encountered underground last time? The quest log, activated at the altar in the hidden cave, progressed to the next content as we climbed up to the top of the temple columns. If the same thing appears twice in a game, it's usually emphasizing something. But isn't there only one temple in the city? Temples aren't like local churches fighting for believers. There's only one. This place isn't like Korea, where crosses are everywhere. I visited Korea once, and the sheer number of red neon crosses was overwhelming. While we each had different thoughts and admired the stone dwarf's masterpiece, we heard the sound of wings. Along with the fierce wind, a large harpy appeared. Who are you? A large red harpy of commander rank appeared while we were quietly appreciating the artwork. Her sharp voice immediately treated us as enemies, and her tense, uncovered thighs seemed ready to throw a spear at any moment. There had been no particular obstruction until we reached the temple. Why suddenly appear here and cause a ruckus? The mercenaries outside were still creating chaos. I was ready to jump into action, having left my large shield at the base of the column, but the commander-level harpy pulled out handcuffs instead of a spear. That's a seat for the high-ranking ones, you wingless things. There was only one reason for the commotion. The hierarchy system. The large, shiny red wings flapped menacingly above our heads. We weren't destroying the city, stealing valuable property, or kidnapping or hunting harpies. Yet, because we had dared to sit in the nobles' seats, this superior creature glared at us with intense hostility. Her pale thighs, exposed without armor, were filled with bulging muscles that contrasted with her fair skin. Clutching the spear and handcuffs in her talons, she was ready for combat, and we were all too aware of it. What should we do? Should we quickly deal with her and leave? Hannah, have you checked everything we need to know? Katie, preparing to leap off the wall, naturally twisted her body to hide the sword handle, while Grace fiddled with the bow hidden under her robe. Yes, we can fight now. All right, let's finish this quickly. As soon as Han Xia, the party leader who had been searching the temple, gave the green light, Grace's robe fluttered off, falling to the base of the column. The bow, which had been on her back, was now in her hand, and she began shooting arrows towards the harpy's wings. The arrows sliced through the air like fish through water, elegantly curving towards their target. Humans. But this was no ordinary monster, it was an elite monster from the 46th floor. With a graceful twist, the harpy spun in the air, kicking her legs to deflect the arrows aimed at her wings, causing them to lose momentum and drop to the ground. The harpy, still in the air, was then targeted by Katie, who had leaped off the column. Her sword, imbued with a fierce aura, sliced through the harpy's wing with icy precision. Hannah, bring her down. Got it. Though the wound was shallow, the cold attribute of Katie's sword inflicted a status effect rather than significant damage. Before a few drops of blood could even hit the ground, the wound began to freeze rapidly. With one wing frozen and her balance lost after twisting twice in the air, the outcome was inevitable. A gust of wind conjured by Han Xia enveloped the harpy's crippled wing, causing her to flail like a human with a twisted ankle and fall. "You humans, L." The harpy crashed into a column and then plummeted to the ground. She looked up as she regained consciousness, but the last thing she would see was an armored man descending upon her. "Wow, that must hurt. You shouldn't be saying that after slashing her with your sword." I had jumped down at the same time, thinking it would be good to capture the commander alive. Without gathering mana, I simply leapt down, fully armored, from almost 10 meters high. Even though I had reached a high level, a muscular man over 180 cm tall, fully clad in metal armor weighing well over 150 kg, diving from such a height was bound to cause a concussion. The heavy impact against my knee knocked the harpy commander unconscious without a sound. I had intended to pin her down, but my trajectory had been slightly off, resulting in a flying knee strike to her face. Despite her beautiful appearance, her proud nose crumbled and her mouth was bloodied. Feeling both a bit guilty and disgusted, I quickly extended my hand to Han Xia. "Hannah, give me a sack." "Oh, you were trying to capture her?" "We've never taken a commander-level harpy before." Han Xia casually pulled out a large sack and rope from her inventory. It seemed like a grim choice for a hero, but we had used these items many times before on harpy girls and soldiers. This time, even though we were binding an elite monster, the wing injury should make it manageable. Honestly, the rope was just from a general store, so even if it tore, it wouldn't be a big loss. "You're back to your main job." I'm worried that the image of a human trafficker will overshadow the bomb expert. Is it right to kidnap in a cathedral with a saint candidate? I'm so confused. Some streamers end stories with explosions and kidnappings instead of proper conclusions. So who are we selling this to? The kingdom? The magic tower? We'll probably hand her over to the magic tower. She's not just a low-level soldier, she's an elite commander. She's like a Nazi SS officer. There's no way she'd defect to the kingdom. Han Xia the Best donated 10,000 won. Just say the magic tower pays more. It's not that the magic tower pays more, but that we're contributing to the development of magic and the tower as the top mage streamer. Fortunately, the minor commotion inside the temple seemed to be drowned out by the chaos outside. No additional troops came to support the harpy commander. The only issue was the way back. Wandering through the alleys with our robes on and no weapons made us look like slaves fleeing helplessly, so the soldiers didn't pay attention to us. We weren't destroying buildings or looting property. However, crossing the war-torn city with weapons and a suspiciously large sack over our shoulders inevitably drew attention. Kidnapping. Especially when pale calves and pointed harpy claws were sticking out of the sack. Fortunately, the mercenaries seemed to have gathered enough loot and were retreating to the cave. They were each carrying heavy loads on their backs or had pouches hanging from their belts, running through the city's debris, which helped to divert some attention. "Hey, is that thing valuable too?" "The magic tower will pay well for it." In the midst of the chaos, a mercenary who didn't recognize us called out. He had pouches filled with jewels and trinkets jangling at his waist and a large sack slung over his back. Despite this, he nimbly jumped over the debris. Clearly, he was high-ranked. If he were from the Rebecca mercenaries, he'd know my face. He must have been hired for the raid. To hire even high-ranked mercenaries for plundering, they were serious about this raid. As we ran towards the cave, it was as crowded as rush hour in Gangnam. The cargo elevator was packed, and even the stairs were full of people. As a result, some high-ranked mercenaries casually jumped off the cliff. Just like the guy next to me. "Move it, you bastards. I'm not responsible if your heads get smashed." He gathered his jangling pouches, hugged his sack tightly, and jumped without hesitation. He leaped down beside the slowly descending elevator, kicking off the walls a few times, and disappeared into the distant light below like a grasshopper. Should I carry my team and jump too? Roland, the entrance is blocked by mercenaries, so let's descend slowly. Irene, sensing my thoughts, gently grabbed my left wrist. Glancing over, I saw that Grace and Katie seemed to prefer waiting rather than jumping off the cliff. It's a bit disappointing. I could carry Grace, Katie, Irene, Han Xia, and the harpy, and it would fit perfectly. I wondered if it would make for a good stream if I took Han Xia and the harpy and jumped down first to report. Entertaining such a rebellious thought, I glanced at Han Xia. She seemed uneasy, looking around anxiously. Maybe it was her streamer's intuition. She pointed in one direction. Over there, doesn't something look strange? What? Her finger pointed to a small light in the distance. I couldn't see what was strange about it at first, but as I focused, I noticed the tiny lights moving slowly, like fireflies. Come to think of it, the lighting at Rebecca's mercenary camp was set up like streetlights or stream lights, so they shouldn't be moving. Pushing through the noisy crowd of descending mercenaries, I strained my eyes to see something moving in the darkness. High-held lights and the clinking movement of cold steel knights beneath them. The knights have arrived. Have they cleared the passage? Seeing that, a thought struck me. Maybe Rebecca had anticipated the knights breaking through and entering the city, which is why she went on such a big raid. It wasn't feasible to carry heaps of metal and jewels on their backs. But with makeshift carts, the story changed. They might have moved cart parts through small gaps, intending to assemble them later when the knights arrived to transport the goods. The knights coming at this timing means the city on the 46th floor is done for. Hey, how about we watch the knights fight? Despite the chaos, she was still considering the stream. In the dark cave, steel-clad knights marched in perfect rows and columns, a stark contrast to the chaotic, scattered mercenaries causing a commotion. Except for the large knight commander at the front, they all had similar builds. Their synchronized steps and the sight of them walking with their helmets on were enough to be intimidating. Look, they are taking this seriously. They already have their helmets on. Yeah, what does that mean? When they wear helmets and lower their face guards, it means they have no intention of talking. Of course, they could speak with mon-enhanced voices even with their helmets on, but what I meant was a habitual rule of the kingdom's knights. If they were merely traveling, they would have their helmets off or face guards up, chatting. But now, it was the opposite. Even the knight commander at the front, who carried a softly glowing flag, wore his helmet suited for his large head. A group of dozens of knights, led by a giant over 2 meters tall, marching silently was enough to make even the most unruly mercenaries step aside. The flag-bearing knight commander and knights with their hands on their sword hilts ascended the stairs and disappeared into the cave. Wow, those are knights, aren't they? They're already here. No wonder that red-haired woman was pushing us so hard. Why do they look so murderous? Did they hold a grudge against the harpies or something? Finally, the mercenaries started murmuring. One of them grumbled about the oppressive aura, and as if the dam broke, the one silent mercenaries burst into chatter, returning to their usual noisy selves. In front of us, an empty platform of the elevator-type magic tool ascended. Behind us, only the clanking footsteps of the disappearing knights remained. I looked away from Han Xia, who was fiddling with her camera drone, and spoke up. So, what should we do? Shall we go spy as Hannah suggested? We'd like that. But are you okay with it, Roland? Katie's eyes sparkled like a puppy ready for a walk, but Irene's gaze was fixed on my shoulder. I suddenly remembered that the sack I carried contained an elite harpy with a concussion from my steel flying knee drop from 10 meters up. Like someone who wears glasses for so long they forget they're wearing them, my superior physique made the weight of a harpy feel like a feather. Though, considering a normal person would have their skull shattered from such a blow, she should be fine for half a day or so. Even if she woke up and struggled, I could still choke her out with the sack. With this in mind, I nodded slightly to indicate I was okay. If Roland is okay with it. Is this mom? 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 Lol, you can see how considerate Han Xia is, leaving her baggage and even trying to shirk her duties. If she doesn't go watch the knights, she'd be scolded to death. Seeing them gather like this makes the fantasy vibe strong, makes me want to be a knight instead of an adventurer. But if you join after seeing this, you'll end up as a grunt. So, good viewers, please be satisfied with just watching, okay? Misery please donated 100,000 won. Just open the status window for the Knight Commander, damn woman. Oh, right. I really forgot because I was engrossed in the atmosphere, not because I was trying to make money. But your passion moves me. Thank you for the 100,000 won. Han Xia was motivated by the stream, Katie by her longing for knights. The two of them were like kids wanting to go to an amusement park. Even Irene, with a resigned smile, nodded in agreement. Grace, unlike Katie, seemed to have little interest and remained quietly indifferent. With no real opposition, we had a clear decision. As we turned to move in the opposite direction with the harpy in tow, the mercenaries around us started yelling in confusion. They were all heading down, and our party was going against the flow, causing them to curse before falling silent again. Retranslations. Edward Aquitaine, the 6th Indomitable Vanguard and the 2nd Knight Commander of the Kingdom, led dozens of knights out of the cave, carrying a flag that looked over 5 meters long. The loud, brash demeanor he showed at the guild was gone, replaced with an aura of murderous intent. Everyone, prepare for battle. The mercenaries had already left the cave, so as he exited, he raised the flag high. Despite the lack of wind, the flag began to flutter on its own with his muttered words. One side bears the symbol of the goddess Faith, and the other, a modified version of the royal family's emblem, both emitting mana that seems almost like divine energy. The mana's wave extended behind him, reaching the knights who had already drawn their swords. As the mana trickled down from their helmets to their shoulders, turning their swords and armor a bluish hue, I had a sudden thought. Why the hell is the Knight Commander using that buff? Thanks to Han Xia's camera, we captured the moment they applied the pre-battle buff, but once again, this kingdom shattered my expectations. I shouldn't be the one to talk, having true damage that ignores defense as a 6 tank, but Edward's buff was meant for paladins, not knights. In Heroes Chronicle, this was a buff used by temple knights. Did the goddess supposedly bless the royal family, allowing the royal knights to use paladin buffs? Had they skewed the balance that much? Wow, that looks really cool. Seeing the knights charging with the flag reminds me of the charge scene from The Lord of the Rings. Han Xia, engaging with her viewers through the camera, seemed to have just arrived at the cave. The mana left by the fluttering flag lingered like a mist inside the cave, catching Katie's attention as she widened her eyes and ran forward. Whether it was because of the area buff, or because we were recognized by the royal family, Edward's mana naturally seeped into us as well. At that moment, Han Xia's footsteps abruptly stopped. Wow. What's wrong, Hannah? Huh? Oh, it's just that the mana residue is so intense. It feels almost divine. Indeed, this mana's wave resembles divine energy. It's impressive that you noticed it faster than I did, even though I'm a nun. Of course, she was surprised since she had received a 5 Paladins buff. Irene's 5 Saint buff is immunity-based, a higher form of purification that removes all debuffs and grants immunity while the divine energy remains. It also includes a shield that negates attacks below a certain damage threshold. In contrast, the 5 Paladin buff is a comprehensive set. It doesn't have insane multipliers in any single aspect like my damage reduction or Irene's protection, but it includes every possible buff, compressing the deck and causing a massive shift in Heroes Chronicle. While new characters often bring major changes, this one is so beloved and hated that players joke it gives as many buffs as their receipts. Certain chance to block projectiles, reduced damage taken, continuous healing, periodic debuff cleansing, increased movement speed, equipment condition maintenance, damage distribution, increased attack power, condition maintenance, and a bit more. What is all this? Are you playing a different game than me? Does it have that performance because it's the Kingdom's Knights, or did it get that way going from 5 to 6? Is that really a Kingdom Knight? Isn't it actually a holy knight? Why does a knight carry so many buffs? If they sent these guys to the tower, wouldn't they clear the 100th floor? This is insane, lol. If the second knight commander is like this, what kind of monster is the first knight commander, lol? The chat quickly filled with comments reacting to Han Xia's muttering. Han Xia, realizing she had racked up another misunderstanding due to her stream, started moving again. We had to see the knights who received those buffs, not just the absurdly long list of them. As we barely got outside the cave, we saw a massacre unfolding in the city. Since the cave was slightly higher than the city due to the mountainous terrain, the horrific scene was visible at a glance. Armed humans. Screech, strong, they are strong. From residents and low-ranking soldiers to elite harpies, all were equally turning into mana stones. If harpy corpses didn't transform into mana stones, the streets would have been flooded with blood, resembling a neighborhood where the drainage system failed during the monsoon season. Harpies had wings, and the city was built for those with wings. The collapsing buildings became barricades that hindered movement, but it didn't matter at all. They were the Kingdom's Knights, a group of specialist killers trained to wield swords from a young age, unlike mercenaries or adventurers. If their opponent wasn't a massive monster that could withstand sword strikes like an ogre, they were better than I was at quickly and efficiently killing humanoid monsters. Adventurers are professionals who explore unknown territories, mercenaries are contractors who do dirty work for money, and knights are specialists in killing, trained with swords from a young age. You can see it just by looking at the knight squires who gaze at me with sparkling eyes. In a normal modern society, they would be in the middle of compulsory education and not yet in their teenage years. Yet, they are holding swords and learning to cut down humans and humanoid monsters. Just like modern people who go through 12 years of compulsory education from elementary to high school, these children live their entire lives wielding swords until they die of old age. So, the scene unfolding before our eyes was not surprising. Glory to the goddess, blessings to the royal family. Severe judgment to the disloyal. With their receipt-long list of buffs, the knights advanced in groups of 5 into the still chaotic Harpy city. As the royal knights, they were all at a high level, capable of using mana to wield aura. Without any flashy decorations or beautiful appearances, these knights were clad in plain, intimidating steel armor as they scattered into the crumbling city. What followed was a predictable massacre. Since they trained in swordsmanship, they required the help of soldiers or adventurers when facing giant monsters. But when the opponents were humanoid, the story changed. Whether the harpies had wings or not, even if they flew, they would still be cut by a sword and could not block such attacks with mere throwing spears. They'll have to come down eventually. Maintain formation. Strike right after the throw. Don't worry about the commanders. We need to kill them all anyway, so start with the minions. They operated completely differently from my brute force style. Exploiting the tiny openings unique to flying monsters, they kicked off the debris of fallen buildings to leap up, and mana stone fragments from the once harpy fell from the sky. Yet, the knights mechanically began hunting the harpies, showing no interest in such matters. They dodged the deadly throwing spears that could pierce a senior adventurer in one shot, and deftly deflected cuffs or gas grenades with their sword blades, sending them flying away. The high-grade mana stones from the 46th floor, which might fetch gold coins if sold, were kicked around with the debris. Wow, how many gold coins would those fetch if we sold them all? In the middle of a group battle and all you think about is gold. But picking up just 5 of those would be worth my month's salary, lol. Forget a month's salary, if you're a low-tier tower climber, you could live off that for a year. If you're in the life skills department, you could collect those and set up a food stall or a small workshop. I thought knights were just quest NPCs, but damn. As Han Xia lamented over the mana stones while watching the brutal combat, someone else was gazing at the knights' battle in awe. As expected, knights bearing the royal name. It was Katie, who had reverted to her childlike admiration mode in the face of the grand battle. Of course, I was impressed too. I could block throwing spears with my body and barely deflect the relatively slow gas grenades. In contrast, these knights deftly parried everything from cuffs to nets with a thin sword. It was a technique beyond my understanding, like catching an iron net designed to entangle on impact with a sword. Moreover, Katie wasn't just impressed by the precise swordsmanship. They're incredibly efficient at dealing with them. Right? You see it, don't you, Roland? The efficiency of the combat, or rather the hunt, was insane. Han Xia, who had been listening to our conversation, muttered and raised the camera drone higher to capture an aerial view of the Night Order's battle. This allowed the viewers to see the city from above, much like we did. Night Sharpener Thief Han Xia donated 10,000 won. Are they erasers? They're just erasing harpies wherever they go. What they saw was the knights systematically wiping the harpies from the city. Moving organically in teams of 5 without radios or telepathy, they advanced from the entrance of the city near the cave inward, ensuring no harpies were left behind. Like herding dogs, they efficiently cut down soldier harpies and civilian harpies alike, clearing the city. In a little while, the remaining harpies would be herded to the central temple and exterminated. Oh, they're flying away. Are they trying to escape to another city? A soldier abandoning their city to looters, how pitiful. Sensing the hopeless situation, a few elite harpies gave up the fight and flew away. Clearly, they were leaders, dropping their spears and cuffs and soaring into the sky. But where did they plan to go? Grace, can you chase them? Chase them? Why? Unfortunately, we couldn't pursue the elite harpies who had fled the city. They escaped over the cliff and ascended so high in their fear that they were barely visible. They flew so high that not even Han Xia's camera could capture them. Except for a few commander-level harpies who literally fled with their tails between their legs, the city was thoroughly cleaned. Can't we go and pick those up? The squires will come to collect them soon. If we're caught, it won't end with just a scolding. Oh really? We had stood in front of the cave for quite a while to watch everything, but it seemed worth it. It wasn't about some grand realization, but seeing Katie and Han Xia looking very satisfied. While I might be better at taking down a single large target, the kingdom's Night Order had unparalleled skill in clearing wide areas. They didn't have flashy, glowing skills, but their coordinated advance was like a fantasy movie scene, beloved not for CGI but for the magnificence of the charge. That was great to watch, but when are you going to deal with that thing on your shoulder, teacher? You got so immersed you forgot your job. You should go sell that thing. For real, if the freshness drops, you might not get a good price. treating people like log traders, geez. So, what's the plan? If you sell it, won't it end up as material for experiments? This is all for funding the fight against the Demon King. If someone's buying, I'm selling. It's not like I'm forcing it on them. And some people seem overly attached to the monster. I'll remember those usernames and check later if they're spies for the Demon King's army. Ignoring Han Xia, who was still streaming, Katie was excited, chattering away to Grace and Irene like a child the day before a field trip. Grace and Irene smiled warmly at her. Watching them fondly, I tightened my grip on the slender neck of the harpy inside the sack, securing it between my arm and side. This elite harpy, more fittingly called a birdbrain than an elite, had the habit of trying to spread her wings before assessing her situation upon waking up. If the sack suddenly swelled and wriggled, it meant she had regained consciousness. She's awake again? Probably. The sack is swelling, so I guess the ropes have snapped. She's trying to spread her wings. In that case, I think we've seen everything we need to. Should we head down? The descent was uneventful. Between the Harpy Kingdom on the 43rd floor and the provincial city of the Harpy Empire on the 46th floor, the middle boss on the 45th floor acted as a buffer zone. If we had dug into the ground in the boss's territory, swarms of insect-like monsters might have erupted, but our party had never faced financial issues, so we had no reason to farm gold through tedious monster hunting. Moreover, the path had already been cleared by Rebecca's mercenary corps, filled with loot, then by the kingdom's second night order, which had thoroughly cleaned the city, and finally by the squires who collected mana stones and assisted the knights. As a result, the descent was peaceful, with the only monster being the harpy slung over my shoulder. So, what will the knights do next? What do you mean? Their goal is to subdue the Harpy Empress on the 50th floor, not the 46th floor. Do you think they'll keep moving their base up floor by floor? Chatting along the narrow path, we discussed our thoughts as Grace's senses detected nothing. Late at night, we returned to the 43rd floor and were greeted by Ellis, looking deathly pale. What happened now? In the Quiet Adventurers Guild branch on the 43rd floor, without any important requests, all Ellis had to do was sell mana stones to the merchants who came by, using her sociability and networking skills. Was what Ellis thought, so she quickly took some of her employees who had a bit of talent in sales and those who were good at paperwork and headed up to the 43rd floor. The goal was to get an easy paycheck, assuming that anyone important, like a head of a trading company, would go to the guild master in the city rather than the 43rd floor. However, that was a complete misjudgment on her part. First of all, the kingdom's second night order swarmed in front of the Adventurers Guild branch on the 43rd floor, bought the building, and set up their subjugation headquarters. It wasn't just any mid-sized trading company, but an Earl-rank knight commander who persistently demanded a path be cleared for him. It was already a burden to have a commoner as a representative dealing with a noble, and the opponent wasn't some small-time baron but the knight commander of the kingdom. Moreover, she couldn't just run away, as she had the reputation of being the most experienced veteran employee in the Adventurers Guild. How could she send a 5-year employee who had just memorized the list of trading companies, or a 2-year employee who was smart but a bit clumsy, to deal with the knight commander? So, please help me. No, how am I supposed to help? In short, she had tried to settle into a cushy position to relax at the end of her career, only to find herself facing a sociopathic drill sergeant who enforced strict regulations and sent her to do weed-cutting work. Of course, her whining didn't mean I had any way to help her. Even if I had some connections, they were limited to knights like James Sullivan and his colleagues. How could knight connections help with a knight commander? I did know a 6 princess, but I wasn't sure if I could count that as a connection. Shouldn't you ask Hannah for that instead of me? Hannah? She's kind and pretty, but she doesn't seem like someone who knows how to wield power. Han Xia and Katie had moved to the Magic Tower's lab to sell off another 5 harpies, and Grace had gone to the temple at Irene's request. If it was a physical task, they could have asked me, but maybe there was another reason. Thanks to that, I was lounging idly at the guild table when I got caught in Ellis's radar. She kept whining non-stop, seemingly planning to complain until the others joined us. But she's not the type to waste time on useless talk like this. Actually, there's something you really need to help with. I thought so. She usually made all sorts of requests slyly, but seeing her slumped on the table like this, it seemed like quite a troublesome matter. Given that she started with talk about the Knight Commander and nobles, it was probably something involving nobles. We had known each other for almost 10 years since I came to this world. Somehow, we had formed a symbiotic relationship, using each other while building the friendship, so I could roughly guess without her saying much. Ellis, lying slumped with her cheek on the table, looked up at me through her disheveled blonde hair and spoke with difficulty. They've increased. The knights, they've increased. What are you talking about? The kingdom's second night order had already swarmed the 43rd floor with all their squires. But more knights? Does that even make sense? The second night order was responsible for hiring adventurers or mercenaries to exterminate monsters, while the first night order was directly attached to the royal family, guarding and assisting the royals. As I thought about it, a sudden idea struck me. Perhaps it wasn't the Royal Knight Order, but just a bunch of knights swarming in. No way. Yes, that no way. Nobles from all over have started sending knights, wanting to establish connections with the Royal Knight Order to the Adventurers Guild. Why are they sending them to the Adventurers Guild? I don't know. They should go to the Knight Order headquarters, not the Adventurers Guild. Obviously, not all knights in the kingdom are part of the Royal Knight Order. There's the First Knight Order, which can be called the Royal Guard, and the Second Knight Order, which travels around the kingdom in the name of the royal family. Besides these, there's also the Frost Wolf Knight Order led by Katie's father, the Grand Duke of the North. I can't quite remember the names, but anyway, there are more knights than there are nobles. Besides the knights serving the prince or the Grand Duke, even barons and viscounts have a few knights to guard their estates and manors. They probably came because they thought it would be easy like that. Hey, is there a manager here? And so, these miscellaneous knights had swarmed in with various desires. Honor, gold, mana stones, connections, and more. Retranslations. Looking at the situation, Ellis looked less like a veteran soldier nearing her discharge and more like a public servant who had been mistakenly assigned to handle high-maintenance clients. Various self-proclaimed great knights with armor full of childish patterns, ornate helmets, and capes, and shabby undefeated masters with battered gear were all seeking out Ellis. Clearly, they weren't top tier, but rather those who had reached the end of the mid-tier. They probably didn't have the guts to directly approach the Royal Knight Order, so they were testing the waters through the Adventurers Guild. The problem was that there were more than just a few of these troublesome knights. There were even people pretending to be knights. For example, a guy who looked like a mercenary, wearing poorly adjusted plate armor that seemed to have been bought second-hand, swaggering in and saying, "I'm a knight, Tilda." After dealing with such troublesome visitors all day, Ellis was now slumped over the table, her hair a mess like a ghost. "Help me out, you heartless guy." "No, how am I supposed to?" "Just rest in the guild lobby with Hannah for one day. Use the hero's name to filter out the riffraff and kick them out. Filter them out. If there are a few promising ones, I can at least make some connections." "You're obsessed with commissions, aren't you?" "That's how I make a living." Even in such a situation, she was trying to make money by sifting through the potential candidates for a commission. That's where her guts to stand up to the Knight Commander came from. It was rare, but if she could recommend a talented young knight from some rural estate to the Royal Knight Order, she could gain intangible rights and benefits beyond money. Was she aiming for headhunting and talent scouting beyond commission trading? Ellis, you scary woman. Meanwhile, the guild receptionist is full of money-making ideas. With such a frugal economic sense, I'd give her a passing grade as my girlfriend. Phew, this is the 37th time. Still, isn't a talent-seeking girl better than a hero selling harpies for biological experiments to the magic tower? But we do have to take a day off to clear the path to the 47th floor, right? Turn off the stream, you know. No wonder there were so many Tinkin Knights on the way down. Merchants only go up and bring back mana stones the size of a head in carts, so it's no surprise people flock here wanting to make money. But where was she, and what was she doing to have a camera perched on Ellis's head? Was it because Han Xia, who was at the magic tower, thought the story I was about to tell in the guild was more important? At some point, Han Xia's camera was filming me skillfully handling and sending off the troublesome knights. But really, when you think about it, Heroes Chronicle is well designed. Is it because it's virtual reality? Honestly, imagine you're working as a freelancer, and some company tells you that if you work for 6 months, you might win a housing lottery. Wouldn't you do it? Everyone would flock there like crazy. Housing lottery, lol. But if you're a knight from the countryside, being an adventurer does make more financial sense. Even if they are semi-noble, they still look down on commoners. But if they're from the countryside, it makes sense to hunt monsters to earn a lot of money. Working at a prestigious company, you can brag about annual salary 80 million vs a butcher you can't brag about but definitely makes money annual salary 300 million. In the Empire, if you steal just one harpy's unfertilized mana stone, it's like hitting the lottery, not just an annual salary, lol. The viewers and Han Xia accurately understood why the knights were flocking to the 43rd floor. It was because of the money. Gold. Even a knight from a quiet barony owning a rural manor would find it hard to earn gold as a salary. Even if the wealthy central nobles poured gold into luxuries, it was their own league made possible by the immense fortunes amassed over generations. But now, a place had opened where they could earn huge sums of gold just by being good with a sword. Who cared about dignity? Knights who would normally scoff at adventurers earning gold by slaving away in the swamps. But now, thanks to the participation of temple knights and the Royal Knight Order, that dirtiness was gone. An income that used to be a single pouch of gold every few months could now be earned by the cartload in a week, with just a bit of luck. Anyone who could resist that would be truly insane. It was natural for people to flock to where the money was, following the flow of the economy. Even in RPG games, people gathered around lucrative opportunities, causing auction house prices to fluctuate. So, in the virtual reality of Heroes Chronicle, it was inevitable. The only difference was that it wasn't players but NPCs gathering, their eyes gleaming with desire, coming up with all sorts of methods to converge. After all, mana stones held a more immutable value than gold or oil for the kingdom's residents. If so many mana stones are being released, won't the price plummet? That won't happen. Oh, the price as a luxury item might go down. Huh. It was natural for Han Xia, who was sitting at the guild's table as Ellis requested, to murmur her mixed concerns and curiosity. Katie firmly stated that such a thing wouldn't happen. She then looked at me, as if asking for a further explanation. It was almost aristocratic, this natural tendency to shift responsibility. Katie's right. No matter how many mana stones come out of the tower, their price won't drop. 3 pairs of eyes filled with curiosity turned towards me. And like our noble lady educated in a prestigious family, it seemed the country-born huntress and the temple-raised future saintess shared a similar curiosity with Han Xia. Mana stones were like gold, jewels, oil, and electricity. The economy wouldn't be shaken by the supply from just one tower. Unless some fantasy version of Kim Xiandao one monopolized tens of billions worth of mana stones and manipulated the market, the price of mana stones would remain stable. And such a fantasy Kim Xiandao would be erased without a trace by the psychopathic mages, whose eyes turned red at the slightest provocation. Mages were the primary users of mana stones, and the magic tower controlled their price almost like a cartel. Really? Won't more supply make it cheaper? Like, when there's a bumper crop, prices drop, right? Mana stones are used everywhere, so a few hundred adventures can't affect their price. Seeing her eyes dart around, it was clear Han Xia was borrowing the viewer's analogy as she asked her question. I started explaining the kingdom's common sense I had learned over the past 10 years. The reason I thought of mana stones as gold, jewels, oil, and electricity was simple. Gold stored as wealth by nobles. Jewels used as luxury items like diamonds. Oil used as materials for various magical tools. Electricity used as fuel for created magical tools. It was amusingly fitting for K-fantasy, with its vague everything is okay with magic vibe, but what could we do? As the game became reality, every flimsy setting had been patched up with mana stones, like how random dungeons and treasure dungeons scattered across the continent had become part of the natural environment. That's why they're used to make the equipment from the magic tower we're wearing, as catalysts in alchemy, and as fuel for the lights above our heads. Unless some territory discovers a mana stone mine that produces tons monthly, the price won't drop. Wow, I didn't realize it was that significant. The 3 pairs of eyes widened in amazement as I listed where mana stones were used. Even nobles smeared them on their dresses for parties, so it was bound to be surprising. I felt the same way at my first social event. They adorned chandeliers with mana stones for beautiful lighting, lined the walls and instruments of the banquet hall with them for superior acoustics, applied them to clothes to prevent stains during the party, and even coated utensils and plates to enhance the taste of food. It was like some magical cure-all. Of course, only the wealthy high-ranking nobles in the central regions did such things, but having once collected a few mana stones, suffering mental rather than physical agony as a novice adventurer, it felt truly disheartening. As we chatted, the guild's door, made of wood instead of stone, but still bearing the craftsmanship of stone dwarves, burst open with a bang. Despite the loud sound, the door seemed perfectly intact. Hey, is there anyone in charge here? Mr. Reynolds, isn't that a bit too rude? Don't worry. Do you know who I am? Who the hell are you? This time, the uninvited guest was a mercenary trying to scam some country bumpkin. A scruffy man with long, unkempt hair and a bushy beard made a racket while a large young man with an innocent look tried to stop him. The scruffy man's armor looked poorly maintained and shabby, but the young man next to him was neat and well-equipped. Katie suddenly stood up from the table where we had been discussing the 47th floor and chatting to help Ellis. Clearly bored, Katie decided to confront them. She was better suited to intimidating others than I was, given her bone-chilling ice aura. I'd have to grab something and break it to be threatening, which was just annoying. What's the matter? Huh? Ha ha. Do kids like you come here too? Kid, no matter how amazing the gate is, you shouldn't follow the knights here. To deal with such an idiot who couldn't gauge the situation, Katie was more effective than I was. Her icy aura could intimidate even in a well-maintained underground city that was supposed to be warm. Just like the scruffy mercenary in front of us. He probably didn't call her a kid to belittle her. There was no malicious intent, so he seemed more like a braggart than a scammer. Judging by the innocent person next to him, he might be a boastful man full of action and unsolicited help. Such types were common in the adventurer or mercenary business, where people frequently died. I, too, had received much help from seniors as a novice, and after settling in this fantasy world, I had gifted various equipment to eager novices who approached me. But dealing with Katie, a precious gem of the Grand Duke's family, was a very different matter. No matter how amazing the temple knights are, something dangerous could happen, so arg. Mr. Reynolds. With her spotless skin and glossy hair, anyone should have suspected her to be a noble lady, so what gave him the confidence to act like this? He might have been skilled as a mercenary, but he was definitely clueless. He probably thought a rich merchant's daughter had come to watch adventures looking at her gear. Oh. It's because of Hannah. Huh? Me, all of a sudden? Cold. So it's your fault, lol. If the master says so, who can argue? As expected of our Roland, immediately spotting the party's problem like a senior adventurer. So when does Roland's Mana Stone Economics Part 2 start? But do nobles really sprinkle Mana Stone powder on their clothes? Lol, it's not like enchanting avatars. Even in real life, rich people wore gold and diamond masks during the pandemic, and had gems on their foreheads. Putting them on clothes is nothing. No, I think we were mistaken because we looked too clean. Thanks to inventory magic, we might look like rich kids who've never been on a long adventure. Adventurers without inventory had to carry food and potions, making it hard to stay clean. But Katie, who treated maintaining her weapons as a hobby, had gear so spotless it was almost ridiculous, both in durability and appearance. Han Xia, finally grasping the situation after my explanation, turned her gaze forward again. Katie, with her light blue aura wrapped around her armor instead of her sword, was glaring menacingly at the loudmouth mercenary. As a result, the guild lobby started filling with cold air, as if an air conditioner had been replaced with a freezer. In the middle of an expedition, such an act would be close to a waste of mana, but scaring off an intermediate-level mercenary wouldn't take even a few minutes, just a few seconds. Even if it was an inefficient use of mana, it wouldn't matter much. Katie wasn't genuinely angry, but rather found the situation ridiculous, intending only to scare him with the cold emanating from her aura. Thinking this, I leisurely watched the farce unfold at the guild entrance. But then something unexpected happened. Stop, isn't this too much? What? The gentle-looking man who had been standing beside the mercenary stepped forward to shield him from the cold. No matter how intense the cold, Katie wasn't a monster who killed people with her aura. At most, it would feel like a chilly wind on a cold winter day or ice being rubbed on the nape of the neck, causing a stinging sensation on the skin. But blocking it was a different story altogether. How could a person block cold with a sword? If you put a professional baseball player in a room full of air conditioners and fans and told him to swing his bat to drive away the cold, could he do it? He's blocking it. A natural 5. But it turns out some talents can do that, damn. People are fickle, always seeing the grass as greener on the other side. This was likely due to my gaming preferences. Personally, I found it more impressive to defeat enemies with skillful techniques rather than brute strength. In short, it was a romantic ideal I held. Despite my strong body that could deflect swords and spears even without armor, I sometimes felt the sorrow of being a tank whose only attack was smashing things with a hammer when I had to chase down monsters hiding in villages like rats. I couldn't exactly request to demolish an entire village just because dealing with small monsters was stressful. What? He blocked that? Miss, I think there's a misunderstanding. Although Reynolds looks rough, he doesn't mean any harm. How about lowering your sword? Thinking these thoughts, I glanced at Hansia's stream, then started watching the spectacle unfolding before me. A sudden duel between 5 Frostblade Katie Wellesley and 5 Radiant McDonough Martin. Katie was an agile swordsman, while the gentle-looking McDonough relied on the strength and stamina from his large frame rather than agility. In martial arts terms, it was a battle between swift and heavy swords. Since they couldn't actually draw their swords and fight inside the guild branch, Katie's pale hands and McDonough's gauntlets clashed noisily in the lobby. But he blocked all of that. Maybe she's not really angry. Should we stop them? Doesn't seem like she's angry. More like she's starting to enjoy it. They seem to be treating it like a sparring match, so I think we can leave them be. Grace glanced at me, but I wasn't going to miss this great content for her stream. As Katie's light blue aura surged, McDonough hurriedly drew his sword and rushed in front of Reynolds. However, seeing Katie emit only cold without drawing her sword, he quickly discarded his sword and began using his gauntlets to block her freezing punches. Although McDonough was a natural 5, Katie had diligently leveled up from 4 Sword Princess to 5 Frost Blade. Like a cat playfully swatting a toy, Katie, now more curious than annoyed, enthusiastically pummeled McDonough, who managed to dissipate the cold with his sword and fend off her blows with hand-to-hand combat. Standing firmly in front of the cowering Reynolds. Wow, he blocked that too? Please, let's, talk, this out, The fact that he discarded his sword the moment he saw Katie was unarmed showed good character. His skills were also impressive, as he didn't back down despite Katie mixing jabs and kicks, hitting him with joyful ferocity. Whether a knight or an adventurer taking on a tank role, the most important trait was not to retreat when allies were behind you. Although the weapon wielded wasn't a deadly weapon but the delicate white hands of a slender lady, considering they were filled with mana, it was more dangerous than a weapon. If those punches were aimed at a goblin, it would likely obliterate half its body, reducing it to a mere gob. Katie, stop. You're going to break his armor. Oh, right. Thanks to her, McDonough's gauntlets and shin guards were in tatters. Despite his fitting the rank of a 5 with his martial skills, his equipment seemed like mass-produced goods hastily made by a blacksmith. His once neat hair was now disheveled, covered in frost, his gauntlets dented, and his shin guards had fine cracks that were visible only upon close inspection. Looking at it now, I kinda feel bad. It feels like I've beaten up an easy newbie. Not that I did the beating, but still. It's fine, getting hit by her is a reward. Level really matters, huh? Both are 5, but what is this? Look at the frost forming on his head, elemental aura is scary. Damn, some people haven't even seen 5, stuck at 2, struggling on the lower floors, while others have guild connections and meet 5 guys next door. This chat has been deleted by the mod. So, are you going to sell this 5 to the Magic Tower? What do you mean, sell to the Magic Tower? Maybe send him to the Knights. Or to Sister Ellis. Seeing her happily skipping over to Irene, it seemed she had just relieved her stress from dealing with the harpies. Are you okay? Any injuries? And you don't judge people by their faces. Whether you're a mercenary or an adventurer, if you trust only your eyes, you might die before you can even earn a living. Ah, yes, understood. Reynolds, who had been dazed by the sudden high-level adventure sparring, looked at McDonough with teary eyes full of admiration. Meanwhile, McDonough, shaking off the frost from his head, stumbled toward me. Maybe he was coming to complain after receiving Katie's barrage of freezing punches. But instead, McDonough suddenly grabbed both my hands. However, his words were different from what I expected. Are you by any chance, Sir Roland, the owner of the Holy Sword? And it was a somewhat familiar phrase. Retranslations. In a world without cell phones or the internet, where contacting other regions meant relying on messengers or merchants to send letters, rumors spreading almost always involved bards. These bards were similar to wandering entertainers, like a mix between genuine journalists and tabloid hacks. Some, with their handsome or beautiful appearances and sweet voices, became famous singers in certain regions. Others, however, were storytellers who made up tales to captivate and entertain the public. Just like there are diligent journalists and those who write articles with Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V, I've always kept you in my heart. Ha, I see. Thus, situations like this arose. Words I never said were spread as if the owner of the Holy Sword had magnificently beheaded the vanguard of the demon army. My main weapons were a shield and hammer, so how could I have beheaded anyone? Maybe I could smash their necks with my shield or rip them off with my bare hands, but I had no skill for beheading with blunt objects. The idea of calling forth the Holy Sword was so embarrassing that just the thought of it made my cheeks burn and my head heat up. I had almost looked around to see if Han Xia's camera was recording. But this simple young man in front of me completely believed the exaggerated tales of the bards. Of course, the parts about always taking the lead, never retreating, discovering hidden spaces in the tower, and hunting giant boss monsters were all true. You are truly deserving of the title, sir. Hearing how you defeated the orcs in the northwestern wilderness and saved the village made my heart race as a man. Each of my exploits had become adorned with these exaggerated bard stories, causing me a headache. Our party members found this scene amusing, watching me and McDonagh with grins on their faces. Despite being a 5 tank with a height of at least 180 cm, and a build as large as mine, McDonagh had been easily beaten by Katie without being able to put up a fight. Yet his clear face showed no signs of resentment. Should I call this a bull-like disposition? Anyway, I had no interest in grappling with men, so I glanced pleadingly at Ellis, who was peeking down from the 2nd floor. Come on now, don't cause too much commotion in the guild. If you have nothing more to say, can I take him? I need to talk to him. Oh, yes. Understood. Realizing something, Ellis quietly came down and led me to her office, freeing me from the burden of prying eyes. I felt a surge of gratitude for her. As expected, Roland seems weak to mental attacks. If fans approach like that, even celebrities would feel burdened, lol. Now I get why there's so many kissing misunderstandings in shows, they really get in your face. I told you not to stream today, but here she is showing off another 5 and begging for donations. So, what are you going to do with that 5 tank? Oh, calling me a donation beggar? You guys would still drool over watching pretty girls laughing and chatting together. With looks like these, isn't it basically a collab with female streamers? Tooth Fairy lost 300k at the dentist donated 300,001. But you take all the donation money without sharing, you greedy girl. Han Xia started bantering with her viewers, while McDonagh Martin, as if waiting, sat at the table next to our group, closing his eyes in contemplation. He seemed to be reflecting on his experience of getting beaten by Katie, trying to find a breakthrough to improve. After making sure everything was settled, I followed Ellis to the office on the 2nd floor, where I recognized a few familiar faces. These were the employees I saw when I brought macarons. So, what do you think? He's overflowing with talent. Honestly, if I had met him on the 1st floor, I wouldn't have believed he was this good. With the right equipment, he could skip fighting horned rabbits and go straight to battling orcs. Ellis's lips curled up into a wide smile as she faced away from the staff. Judging by her expression, one might mistake her for a criminal from an assassin's guild rather than the receptionist of the Adventurers Guild. In reality, headhunting wasn't as grand as it sounded. After all, how could a mere commoner go to a knight order filled with nobles and say, "This person is useful, take them and give me some money"? In a world where adventurers and mercenaries could turn to banditry if they lacked perception, doing something like that would result in one of two outcomes: a knife in the belly or the throat. The noble status in this world was like a license to rob if you knew how to wield it. So Ellis's headhunting was closer to bestowing favors and building connections rather than transferring sports stars and earning contract fees. "Mr. MacDonagh Martin, do you want to become a knight?" "Ah, well, that is..." It was like a woodcutter from the countryside bringing dozens of mana stones on his first day at the tower. Like a naive kid entering the tower to become an adventurer, beating 3 goblins to death with a club. Like a clumsy rookie armored with a suit, shield, and mace, showing strength greater than an orc. If someone exhibited such unusual talents, the rumors would inevitably reach Big Sister Ellis. She would bestow favors and instill gratitude, effectively buying talent at a low price and investing in it. And this structure wasn't naturally formed. Ellis had bent the receptionists with her feminine wiles and created a network of employees. If there were stars for social skills instead of combat power, Ellis could boast of having 5 stars herself. So it was only natural that the naive country boy MacDonagh Martin, easily deceived by the boasting of a scruffy mercenary, would be swayed by Ellis, who had woven a web of connections with just her tongue. Looking at it this way, she really is amazing. She's spent years as a pillar of the adventurer's city. From adventurers to merchants and mages, anyone who has dealt with the guild knows Ellis. In other words, if someone didn't know Ellis, they weren't qualified. Is he going to end up buying a lucky stone, not a mana stone, picked up yesterday, sold by the Adventurers Guild? A pretty girl smiles and kindly helps you? Let's start with a membership, shall we? So, is it a golden calf or an emerald bed? I already have plenty of healthy spring water at home, lady. Lol, he's probably thinking of buying, but she's going to take his organs instead. At this point, you have to wonder if she's a top evangelist for a cult. For real. Ellis spoke, and MacDonagh nodded. He listened to her explanation, received some documents, signed them, and headed somewhere. The viewers laughed as they watched this smooth, natural progression. Even though it was secondary to discovering the talent of this level 1/5 tank, seeing him follow a pretty woman's fluent speech like a puppy was undeniably entertaining. MacDonagh Martin, an aspiring knight from a small rural territory in the easternmost part of the kingdom. Thanks to a few retired adventurers returning to his hometown, he could easily handle wandering orcs. Fueled by ambition, he had come to the Central Kingdom. In a small manor where a few retired adventurers ensured safety, his salary was likely in silver. So, being an intermediate-level adventurer would be more profitable than playing knight with his father's old armor and sword. Wait a memento. As Ellis and MacDonagh talked, Katie's face turned pale. Her trembling gaze was fixed on MacDonagh's gauntlets and shin guards. No matter how well maintained, an old armor passed down through generations wouldn't stay intact after being repeatedly struck by a high-level swordsman's or infused attacks. The gauntlets were so dented they needed to be dismantled to be removed, and the shin guards were cracked. Katie, having previously sacrificed a family heirloom to feed a golem, now felt her blue eyes fill with remorse at the damage she caused. Though a bit immature, she had a kind heart. Under the Duke's name, she could have punished MacDonagh and Reynold for insult and left no questions, but her romanticized view of knights and adventurers, which led to her running away, made that impossible. Seeing Katie's guilt-ridden face, I thought it was time to step in and help the newbie. Retranslations. While Ellis's actions of granting favors and building connections were like spinning a web, my actions were a form of marketing. In the adventure industry, reputation was everything. There were tales of how I never retreated, how I once took on a charging orc cavalry head-on, or how I protected a mage in the midst of chaos without a scratch. In a world without the internet, such word-of-mouth stories served as proof of skill, influencing nobles when they decided where to spend their money. I'd buy a sword for a young admirer during a quest, give a backup weapon to a fellow adventurer who claimed to be a fan, donate funds to the guild for building repairs, and get close to knights who admired my fame and wanted to spar. This kind of goodwill often resulted in more than double the amount I invested. Although I skipped over some details, that was the gist. Even if bards exaggerated my tales and people doubted them, if an adventurer vouched for me with a "that's true, why are you picking a fight? Just listen to the story." While holding a hammer I gave them, it would spread even further. Honestly, as a modern person from the 21st century, accustomed to valuing relationships and politeness, I struggled to adapt to a medieval fantasy world where smashing someone's head in was a solution. But as long as the results were good, it didn't matter. When people come to me, there's no need to be cold-hearted. Hee, Roland is so kind. Honestly, isn't that right? When someone comes up to you, smiling brightly, saying they admire and respect you, wanting to shake your hand, how could I tell them to get lost? If I had that kind of personality, I might have ended up getting court-martialed in the military and never started Heroes Chronicle. Ugh, just thinking about it gives me a headache. So, what are you going to do with McDonagh? Even the Royal Knight Order deals with unwanted attention. Weirdos tend to flock to the squires rather than the knights. Seems like they're trying to speed up their progress. What does that have to do with anything? Do you think before you speak? Hannah, to speed up progress, wouldn't you call for more people? Is this the intelligencer of the top streamer? I'm losing faith in humanity. Seeing someone like her reach one worldwide makes me jealous. But she's still a nice person. Oh, right. I thought teacher was going off on another tangent. After a brief moment where Hansia threatened her viewers, the situation began to resolve positively. I thought it wouldn't be a waste to open my wallet wide for a newbie with a natural 5 rating. Even Lily Depp, who backed me up during quests with her spear, was a solid 4. How great would it be to have a well-developed 5 tank as a reliable companion? So, with the future in mind, I opened my wallet. Or rather, Katie did. Really, can I accept this? Take it. I'm giving it to you because I see potential. Though it was his father's keepsake, it didn't seem to hold great sentimental value. Wrapped now in dwarven-crafted armor, McDonagh was moved to tears, bowing his head toward Katie and me. Katie, feeling embarrassed for nearly destroying his heirloom, answered gruffly. In that short time, he was fitted with a suit of dark armor, a longsword that looked more like a club suited to his build, and a matching helmet and face guard to hide his naive face. No one would think he was a newbie using the gate for the first time today. With Katie having equipped him so well, it was time to send him to the knights. Of course, that didn't mean he'd become a royal knight right away. So, what's the matter? You called me to the Adventurers Guild. You're here, James. I wanted to introduce you to someone promising. Instead, he could join a noble household's knight order, like James Sullivan's family or one of his fellow knights' families. Picking up a newbie, equipping him with new armor and weapons, and recommending him to someone I know through connections, could there be a more certain support? McDonagh seemed to realize this was the best opportunity of his life, as he bowed his head toward me this time. The pretty lady he thought was just a high-ranking adventurer turned out to be a member of the hero party. The armor he thought had been broken was replaced with a set more expensive than his entire fortune. He was acknowledged by the owner of the Holy Sword, a figure he'd only heard of in bards' songs, and now he was meeting a knight from the Second Knight Order. In this whirlwind of life-changing events, the naive country boy MacDonagh Martin began doing what he did best. That was, of course, greeting politely. "Hello, sir." "Yes, sir." "Oh, he's got a good voice. The captain will like him." And as any gamer knew, a newbie who greets well is welcome anywhere. MacDonagh Martin was a man more suited to being a knight than an adventurer or mercenary. This judgment wasn't from Roland the adventurer, but from a modern-day university student and military veteran's perspective. He was big, strong, straightforward, and considerate, and he adhered to hierarchy and discipline. Of course, this was due to his innate nature and the upbringing he received from his knight father. Being kind and knowing how to be polite were slightly different matters. "Wow, this guy's a gem. Thank you." Presenting James with a recruit who was beyond top tier in military terms made his grin widen to an almost comical degree. James was likely planning to recruit MacDonagh into his own family's knight order instead of passing him along elsewhere. 3 large men, all clad in heavy armor, sitting around a table drew a lot of attention, but the discussion proceeded smoothly. To summarize the conversation among the burly men, MacDonagh Martin was contracted to assist James Sullivan in the upcoming battle on the 47th floor. MacDonagh wasn't an adventurer, and James wasn't a knight commander, but the Royal Second Knight Order's informal contracts with adventurers and mercenaries were quite flexible. James gained the chance to secure a natural 5 talent. MacDonagh got an opportunity to prove himself in front of the Royal Knight Order. Ellis strengthened her connections with the Knight Order by doing a favor for MacDonagh, and I gathered valuable information through James's chatter. Thus, James's act of involving an outsider in the Royal Knight Order's operations could be seen as recognizing and verifying the value of a promising talent, thereby honoring the royal family and the goddess. But just when it seemed the conversation had wrapped up nicely, "I told you to just communicate through the crystal ball. And who's this with you?" "See, Commander, please let me explain." "Fine, explain. But do it over there." A huge, hairy knight commander emerged, grabbing James and MacDonagh with his burly hands and dragging them away. It was quite an unfortunate ending. Retranslations. Having cleared the 46th floor quicker and easier than expected, the Royal Knight Order was fired up. Adventurers might be tasked with exploring the unknown interiors of a tower and finding hidden passages, but it was the knights' duty to build cities and root out the insolent forces within them. If the enemy was present and their city was known, the only thing left was to draw swords and march. So what was Han Seod doing? She was diligently filming with her camera tilde. What if you sit a receptionist, some girls, and our beloved newbie at a table and have them chat? Isn't that a stream? Is it just me, or does the Royal Knight Order seem to operate like a small, disorganized countryside company? Damn it, do you want to experience 2 weeks of Q and A with mage elders? On one side, beautiful women nibbled on snacks and chatted. On the other, burly men whispered and then screamed as they were dragged off by a larger, hairier man. It was a mix bound to make for an entertaining stream. Thanks to this, what could have been a dull segment turned into a lively and amusing show. Everyone ended up happy. Except for the harpies. So, what's the conclusion? Supplies are plentiful and combat fatigue is minimal. Tomorrow, we'll clear the passage and scout the city to see if any bugs come out from underground. The day after tomorrow, we'll advance to the 47th floor. The knights seem very enthusiastic, which is good. No matter what the Harpy city on the 47th floor looked like, it seemed destined for destruction the day after tomorrow. 2 days was enough time for Rebecca, who had sent the loot out of the tower, to sneak back and claim her share. The rumors had long since spread thanks to the lines of carriages transporting supplies. If the Night Order advanced first, mercenaries and adventurers hoping for scraps would quietly infiltrate the city. The Knight Commander, who had risen to 6 through his own achievements, would raise the banner high and unleash buffs. Hundreds of knights, all of who had reached the highest level, would join the charge. Add Rebecca's mercenary band and the money-hungry mercenaries and adventurers, and the total force could easily reach 1,000. 100 knights using aura supported by 1,000 soldiers. To those familiar with Romance of the Three Kingdoms, this might not seem much, but in a medieval fantasy setting, such a large number was a near catastrophic force. So what about us? We'll join the knights when they depart, under the hero's name. If we didn't join them, we'd be left sucking our thumbs in an empty hunting ground. Han Xia seemed relieved at the idea of leading the charge. Anyone who's played RPGs in Korea would naturally worry about securing hunting spots. In PK games, controlling the hunting grounds was a given. Otherwise, seeing more people than monsters would break anyone's spirit. This early education in gaming dynamics was something Koreans experienced from childhood. So, until then, we rest. There doesn't seem to be much to prepare, so probably. As Han Xia and I talked, Grace and Katie started whispering and then looked at Irene before turning their gaze towards me. Even if we participated tomorrow to clear the passage and check for any anomalies from the underground, today was a rest day with no battles. With nothing else to do, the two of them slowly approached me, seemingly wanting to ask for a favor. Katie on my left, Grace on my right, they took their familiar positions beside me, each gently holding one of my arms. Roland, how about we visit the market to prepare for the battle? I thought of something during the fight with the commander. With time on my hands, I had no reason to refuse. No matter how much I wanted to surf the web, I couldn't say no in this situation. A quick glance at Irene and Han Xia showed them smiling warmly. I'm going to the temple. I have to visit the temple outside the tower with the sisters. I'm heading to the magic tower. The mages called me about the elite harpy. Their warm smiles clearly indicated they were giving us space. Irene genuinely intended to help at the temple, as she appeared to plan on assisting the older nuns, while Han Xia had her camera hovering above my head. That smile from Han Xia was filled with the joy of having a day's worth of stream content handed to her on a silver platter. This sentiment seemed to resonate with the viewers, judging by the flood of comments. So, she's going to slack off on the guild table again. Is this a game stream or an NPC showcase? I'd rather watch NPC interactions than her grinding through bad horror games, so keep it up. Han, stop with the nonsense and move some magic books. Is it that obvious? But what else can you do? You can't do anything but enjoy watching our beautiful sisters and earn streaming points. Han Xia's embarrassing history donated 10,000 won. Keep messing around and I'll post your embarrassing gaming fails to Reddit. Xia's Karma Cleanup Project donated 5,000 won. Remember, your rise as a global streamer doubled the number of trolls in your forums. Just kidding. Oh, that sounds scary when you put it like that. I apologized within 3 seconds, so we're good, right? Despite her viewers' fierce threats, Han Xia skillfully collected donations. With her behind me, I set out for the market. It seemed as if a week here was like a year elsewhere, with the place developing rapidly. The underground city shopping district of the Stone Dwarves had transformed so much that it looked more like a mall or an outlet than a simple marketplace. The place had evolved into a sophisticated neighborhood with cafe terraces, and the streets lined with shops featuring clean glass windows displaying a variety of goods. Next to the cafe selling coffee and macarons was a jewelry shop with flashy accessories. Beside that was a repair shop showcasing mannequins dressed in fine armor, and a tailor displaying suits and formal wear, creating a rather chaotic mix. It looked like a case of organized chaos. Do you think anyone buys these formal party outfits here? If they're merchants, they'd probably sell them as exotic suits made by the tower's various races. Oh, right. There must be plenty of customers other than adventurers. Despite the chaos, there was much to see, and the two excited women dragged me through the bustling streets. This must be what women's shopping is like, as depicted on the internet or in stories. Suddenly, a fear struck me that I might end up wandering these streets forever without a destination, so I asked them a question. No matter how beautiful my companions were, I had no intention of wandering around for hours looking at things we wouldn't buy. So, what are we here to buy? I need alchemical arrowheads. Not the ones that explode on direct impact, but those that detonate nearby, even if they have less power. Seeing harpies disrupt the arrow's trajectory with their wing beats made me realize I need to change my arrows. I'm looking for a simple disruption artifact. If I want to leap up and strike even once, I need cover from Grace or Hansia, which is inconvenient. I want something that can create a flash or a loud noise to startle enemies and create openings. At least they were seriously considering their purchases. Because I always solved things with my body, the achievements of our party were somewhat overshadowed. However, from the perspective of a senior adventurer who assists the party, there was something very clear. Our kids are geniuses. I'm not talking about dropping everything with a single arrow or reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The talent I want to talk about is the ability to coordinate. Considering a party consisting of a tank, dealer, healer, and support roles, it might be the most important talent of all. After spending 10 years, almost 11 now, in this field, I've realized something. Sometimes, it's more helpful for 10 talented people to coordinate than having one genius. This is especially true when dealing with colossal monsters like ogres, which appear quite often. Wrapping them in chains and throwing nets, much like ants hunting insects larger than themselves. Nowadays, the system has blatantly emerged, making one super genius often more outstanding, but anyway. The harpy's wing flaps are so strong that regular arrows don't seem to pose much of a threat. The commander-level harpies seemed to be deflecting them with the air currents. Gas won't work because of the wind, so maybe flashbangs or explosions? Since we have magic tools for flashbangs, explosions and blasts might be better, right? As far as I know, there are accessory-type magic tools for noble ladies designed to blind the enemy in emergencies. It's strong enough to work on monsters too. Indeed, explosions would be better to disrupt the harpies. I'm planning to use a magic tool that emits flashes, so it won't overlap. Except for the odd position where they conversed with me in the middle, it was a textbook example of a model adventurer party conversation that could bring tears to your eyes. It's common sense for anyone with some knowledge that the tank should tank, the dealer should deal, and the support should support. In a world where fools rush forward to cast magic only to expose their backs to allied arrows, such discipline is precious. It's even more frustrating when such idiots survive and crawl their way up to the intermediate level. In large-scale missions where seniors and intermediates work together, those fools running everywhere force the experienced senior adventurers, who have grown wise through abundant experience and risking their lives, to clean up their mess. In that sense, I could proudly say our party was a perfect, flawless team. But aren't those kinds of arrowheads extremely expensive? That's why we should only use them against commander-level enemies. I don't plan to buy many, just about 50. Even from their conversation, you could tell. Instead of being arrogant and thinking about how they could shine individually, they were focusing on how to support their party members, which was beautiful. Having fully grasped the situation from their previous encounter with elite harpies, their conversation flowed smoothly. We stopped by the alchemy workshop to ask about the arrowheads Grace wanted, checked if there were protective magic tools for noble ladies at the jewelry shop on the main street, and almost naturally headed to a pub. Oh my, why are there so many people? Wow, how many have flocked to the 43rd floor? Seeing the disastrous scene on the first floor of the inn, which Grace and Katie had wanted to visit because stone dwarves sold drinks learned from other races, they gave up. The first floor of the inn was packed with people. True to the stone dwarves' craftsmanship, it was well designed like a Western bar, looking ready to serve cocktails at any moment. If only there weren't mercenaries sprawled out drunk all over the floor. From the sophisticated design alone, it seemed like a place where young couples from the university area would order cheap cocktails and whisper sweet nothings to each other. However, it was filled with dirty mercenaries, drunk on ice guy alcohol, spilling snacks, drinks, and even their homemade pancake batter. Grace's face grew increasingly dark as she looked around in a daze. I could see that the street was packed with people. This street wasn't always this crowded. It got busy once the merchants arrived, and even busier when the knights arrived. It seems they've gathered quite a crowd. Well, it's probably because the prostitutes came too. We can't help it. Should we just head back to the lodging for today? Grace and Katie weren't the ones most disappointed by my mumbling. It was Han Xia, who had been secretly filming me. Han Xia, who had quietly followed behind us, selecting arrowheads and trying necklaces and brooches against her chest, started filming with her camera drone buzzing around me like a bee threatening an enemy. But what could Han Xia do? Apart from slyly peeping at us through her camera and making her viewers scream, what could she possibly do? The sweet atmosphere created while shopping for magic tools that might help the party had long been shattered by the dirty sight of a mercenary vomiting up snacks after being kicked out by a stone dwarf's football kick. Although I had forgotten, being buried among beauties and surrounded by people with S, in a medieval world, this level of cleanliness was considered upper class. Retranslations. The next morning, Han Xia's sweet and lovely three-person harem date had transformed into This Is Medieval Hygiene Despair Edition. Everyone gathered around the table for the morning meeting, which had become a routine part of our lives. Thankfully, this lodging was quite upscale and expensive, so it wasn't overrun with mercenaries, and it remained quiet. It was a lodging given as a reward for clearing the passage. It could be compared to a standard room in a 5-hotel. Irene, having taken over the kitchen, naturally started boiling clear consommé, and Han Xia pulled out bread from her inventory to accompany it. Our discussion began over breakfast. So, what are we doing today? We're talking about joining the knights in clearing the passage, right? When adventurers gather, it's inevitable to talk about adventures. Today's topic was clearing the passage to the 47th floor. The man who looked like a hairy yeti, acted like an annoying civil servant, and had the tenacity of a runaway bulldozer, was the second knight commander, Edward Aquitaine. Although I had never met him in person, I had heard countless stories through James. There were no injured people, no supply issues, and we didn't need significant rest after the fight. So, the knight commander would undoubtedly start clearing and scouting the underground passage today, planning to advance to the city on the 47th floor tomorrow. I don't think there's anything for us to do there. The monsters were manageable even by intermediate-level mages, right? True, that makes sense. Grace, who had cleaned her consommé bowl with bread, was the first to speak, casting a vote against going. Considering our party's level, it did seem like a waste of effort. We weren't helping beginners but assisting the kingdom's second night order. Grace probably wanted to take another day off and continue shopping after yesterday's mess. And who could blame her? She wasn't looking at dresses but at bowstrings, finger guards, arrowheads, and feathers for arrows in the stone dwarf world. I think we should go. Just as the harpy's altar was inside the cave, we don't know what might happen underground. It might seem like overkill, but we might gather valuable information. That's true, you never know what might come out of the tower. Next to speak was Katie. She seemed eager to observe the knights' group combat, hoping to gain some insights into swordsmanship and strategy. Han Xia also subtly supported the idea, considering you never know what might come out. Given her past experiences with messed up quests and the playful insults from her viewers, it made sense that she wanted to check everywhere. Honestly, instead of watching them dig tunnels, how about we just have the girls do a mukbang? Agreed. Can't we just experiment with the arrowheads and magic tools we bought yesterday on other monsters? But there are no monsters, lol. Last time, it took 3 hours to find one leopard. BB Games probably field-locked us to stop us from deviating from the story. Otherwise, the monster ratio makes no sense. Let's just follow Irene's suggestion to rest for a day and make some bombs. There's a suggestion to make bombs, but we've already made plenty and our inventory is full. Thanks. Should they join the easy and boring battle in hopes of finding clues for the quest, or should they spend a day preparing for the city's takeover without participating in the fight? The viewers' opinions poured in noisily without reaching a consensus. The voices were varied, ranging from finding it boring to watch to wanting to peek into our party members' daily lives. In this situation, Irene spoke up, and everyone fell silent to listen to her. I think we should go help the knights. Why, sister? We are heroes chosen by the goddess, and that means moving upwards in the tower. The woman, who usually kept her opinions to herself, spoke with a calm smile, and her words were enough to make everyone nod in agreement. In a dim corner of the underground, the magical light began to dissolve the thick rock layers, carving out a wide, round passage. Although I couldn't understand how they managed to expand the vacuum stone after miniaturizing it, I didn't bother with it since magic and alchemy were beyond my comprehension. Behind it were 20 mages employed by the knights and the Royal Second Knight Order, watching the tunnel in full armor. The entire party of heroes and old Bobo, who was surveying the surroundings, added up to over 100 combat personnel. Considering that the average underground carapace bug emerging from below was only an intermediate-level monster, it was an excessive force. Even if it was exceptionally sturdy among intermediate-level monsters, there was no way it could withstand the concentrated fire of over 100 people. Can't really feel anything. Doesn't seem like there's any hidden spaces either. While Katie and I squirmed with boredom, Grace, with her innate senses, and Han Xia, using her camera drone pretending it was magic, watched the slowly disappearing passage. However, only intermediate-level carapace bugs appeared, as if to mock us by not giving any clear clues. Even the giant, high-level carapace bugs didn't show up, possibly sensing the fierce knights around. Thanks to this, old Bobo was delighted that there were no giant worms to deal with. Of course, old Bobo was the only one pleased. Our party members and the knights seemed to be getting bored, as some knights subtly shifted their legs. It wasn't like they were putting on a parade for the royalty, just waiting to hunt intermediate-level monsters that might pop out. Even the most disciplined knight couldn't stay tense for a slow-moving intermediate-level bug. Roland, are any big ones really coming out? Are we even supposed to be here? Of course we are. Since the commander hasn't said otherwise, he must be curious too. James slowly approached me, with McDonagh behind him, helmet pulled low. Even though they had stepped out of the formation, the commander, holding the banner firmly, didn't say a word, implying tacit approval. That guy was definitely raising a sly snake and a fox in his big belly. As usual, James, fully armored, chatted amiably like an old man, and McDonagh, looking tense like a new recruit following a seasoned sergeant, trailed behind him. Given their ranks, even a young servant washing rags in the Royal Knight Order was higher than MacDonagh. It's like how maids working in the palace were often the second or third daughters of high-ranking noble families. When we first broke through the passage, a huge one crawled out, twice the size, with a metal shell instead of rock. But it only got tougher, not faster, so we should be able to handle it. If it's just a metal shell, the mages can handle it. Yeah, it didn't have any unique abilities. I too felt bored, so I started chatting with James. If it took as long as last time, the passage was about 70% cleared. If no giant carapace bug showed up by then, maybe there wouldn't be an event this time. Honestly, thinking about it in game terms, it's odd for an event boss to appear when moving from the 46th to the 47th floor, not on every 5th or 10th floor. Even if something came out at the end, it would likely be just a few giant carapace bugs. As an adventurer, I knew I shouldn't be complacent, but with a Royal Knight Order firmly holding the line ahead, it was hard not to relax. Like feeling secure with a thick reinforced glass or safari vehicle protecting you from lions and tigers. Behind the knights, the mages were staring at the vacuum stone's magic light like cats mesmerized by a fish tank, completely without tension. In front of them, the knights were also visibly relaxed, except for a few newcomers in charge of combat support. That was until some unsettling tentacles started to squirm out of the dark passage. This looks different. Sop the vacuum stone. Prepare the lights. Thanks to old Bobo's quick reflexes, the vacuum stone was immediately shut down, and the portable magic lights lit up the underground chamber like a knife. Crawling out slowly into the lit space was not the carapace bug we had seen before. The bug, which old Bobo called Wriggler, was a giant woodlouse-like monster that gnawed on rocks and used them as its shell. But the creature emerging this time looked more like a slug infected with parasites than a woodlouse or pill bug. In other words, it resembled the mid-boss from the 45th floor. With its long tentacles used like antennae and its slug-like body without a single leg, it looked like a juvenile version of the mid-boss, unable to form a shell yet. Its body was exposed, resembling wet cement. Ugh, disgusting. Definitely more disgusting without the shell. But the arrows might stick. Should we shoot or let the knights handle it? If raised well, does it evolve into a mid-boss? I'd rather watch pretty harpies, but these bugs keep crawling out. Isn't it just mage fodder if it's as slow as the carapace bug but without a shell? Does BB Games hate melee fighters? Do we have to fight those bugs up close? Isn't this why female knights and tentacles are a thing? The shellless slug wiggled its sticky tentacles. Both the party members and viewers felt a physiological disgust. Curious mages raised their staffs ready to cast spells. Not seeing the need to charge at the slow, sticky monster, the knight commander pointed his large banner forward like a conductor's baton. Use spells that won't affect the passage. Fire. Retranslations. After the wriggler came the sticky one. I was idly surfing the web, pondering what the shell-less version of a beetle would be called in Chinese characters, when old Bobo made a remark. It seemed the monster wasn't something new but something well known to the stone dwarves. If the wriggler hardens its shell by eating rocks, these sticky ones dissolve rare ores infused with magic-like slimes. That's why miners hate them the most. Sir, does that mean they can gather mana? Exactly. If they get lucky and absorb something, they can hide or control rocks, which makes them a real nuisance. Listening to James and old Bobo, it seemed that while the wriggler increased its defense as it leveled up, the sticky one increased its mana pool and gained special abilities. I had expected enemies using magic or skills to come from the harpy side, but it turned out that the tentacled slug crawling underground could use skills too. This one died without a peep to intermediate level magic, but Han Xia's expression twisted slightly. In games, a small one like that appearing meant a bigger one was sure to come. If the mid-boss on the 45th floor is a stronger version of Wriggler, then the true boss on the 50th floor depicted in the tentacle mural must be a stronger version of Sticky. The mid-boss pattern is to break the shell and deal extreme damage, and the boss pattern will likely involve avoiding area attacks. Breath attack, dodge. 1000-year-old Wriggler and 1000-year-old Sticky collaboration. But why do they grow more tentacles as they evolve, living underground? Could it be that someone at BB Games has a strong desire to include tentacles along with female knights and orcs? Just a thought. If it's toxic enough to dissolve ore, it wouldn't just melt clothes if caught, it would leave only bones. With thoughts of fighting a giant acidic tentacle monster capable of using magic, Hansia began running simulations for her viewers. Beside her, Grace and Katie started discussing with Irene. The arrows should work since it doesn't have a shell. But do the alchemy arrowheads affect magical creatures? I've never seen a squirming thing like that in the cold north. If it's soft, should we check if freezing and shattering it works? I think my holy protection spell can block the acid. If you want to test it, make sure to receive the spell first, Katie. Got it? Of course. No matter how weak the opponent is, I won't recklessly charge in without information. It seemed they were discussing it seriously because it was the first monster they encountered that could use magic. So far, the tower's monsters mostly relied on physical abilities. Goblins and orcs, naturally, and even the golems in cave terrains and the giant worms charging like subway trains relied solely on physical strength. For Grace and Katie, who were quick on their feet, it was enough to dodge and strike while trusting in my tanking. But according to old Bobo, Stickies, as they grew, could use primal magic. Hidden, they might shoot gravel bullets or dig pits to create traps, as per Hansia's strategy, making them naturally annoying. At least we've cleared the passage to the 47th floor without much trouble. The knights will probably enter first, right? As we discussed this, the passage was completely cleared, connecting the underground city of the 46th floor, used to abandon old and sick stone dwarves, to the underground city of the 47th floor. Knight Commander Edward marched forward with a flag in hand. A new monster had appeared, but calling it a battle was embarrassing. The knights who could wield aura, the supporting mages, and our hero party standing by as a separate unit, such a force was overkill against an intermediate-level monster that couldn't even use magic yet. We thought maybe a huge or powerful creature might jump out, but the passage remained quiet until it was fully opened. In the end, nothing needed handling except for one sluggish monster that made a small hole beside the passage. Even that was quickly patched up by a mage using earth control. So, do we head straight to the 47th floor? We probably won't charge in, they'll just scout it out. With no losses and the biggest enemy being boredom, we moved toward the underground city of the 47th floor, which was much like the 46th. It was full of remains that were once stone dwarves. Are these the bodies of stone dwarves? It looks like it. Should we be glad old Bobo returned to the city? The city was old and poorly maintained but still sturdy, with different colored stones scattered on the streets. If they weren't remnants of buildings, there was only one kind of rock to be found in this underground city. Unlike the 46th floor, the timing was bad. The city was full of darkness and death as we crossed it to the stairs leading above ground. Grace sensed nothing, so we passed quickly through the city. The stairs, like the city, were old and worn out. The heights varied, edges were eroded, and occasionally a step crumbled underfoot, dropping debris below. The fortunate part was that the stairs were carved out of the cliff, so despite looking unstable, they could easily support hundreds of people. If this collapses, it'll be a mess. Since they carved the whole cliff, it probably won't collapse easily. Every time she opens her mouth, Oh, never mind. And here we have Irene thinking she's scared and trying to comfort her, lol. Shouldn't she be saying those annoying things to us? I thought she was talking to us, but she was saying it loud enough for Irene behind to hear. By the way, these stairs are hellish. They remind me of those GP military stairs you see on the internet. Toilet Naphthalene thief donated 10,001. Lol, is she a military vet? Supermarket Raider Han donated 50,001. Should I change my nickname to Raider Han Sia or Golden Carriage Rider? Maybe Han Sia was having a harder time because she was secretly streaming and chatting with her viewers. Though we had lights, we didn't bring any elevator-type magic tools, so we kept climbing the long, steep slope. Han Sia pretended to struggle for the stream, but Irene, only a bit tired, followed along easily, proving once again that stats were everything. This meant that intermediate-level mages, not being high-level, were lagging behind and struggling. Looking back, their faces resembled those of office workers forced to go hiking with a hangover after Friday night drinks. But if it was just city scouting, why did the mages have to follow? Given their reclusive tendencies, it was likely that the higher-ups at the Magic Tower forced them to participate. Without explicit orders from the Knight Commander, their pitiful struggle to climb the stairs was understandable. Finally, after climbing endlessly, we reached a cave. Compared to the stairs, the cave was so short it almost wasn't there, and we headed straight outside. Doesn't the city seem much bigger? As the floors go up and the enemies get stronger, I guess the cities also get bigger. And there it was, a city far larger than the one on the 46th floor. Compared to the cities in Heroes Chronicle, it was indeed large and spacious. If the 46th floor was like a modest rural estate on the outskirts of a kingdom, the 47th floor was like a sprawling free city, expanded due to trade. If I caused a ruckus alone, it would only disturb a part of the city, not the entire thing. There were many harpies flying around, and the buildings were of a higher quality. The fact that there were no gaudy buildings with jewels stuck all over them in the city center showed the difference in class. There are no glittering buildings here. Yeah, those were easy to spot and served as a good reference point. Even to someone like me, a university student and military veteran familiar with modern society, those buildings were closer to kindergarten art than modern art. For those living in medieval times, they must have been more than shocking. Like the 46th floor, the city on the 47th floor was located below an underground cave. To be precise, the cave was on the way up the mountain, and the city spread widely in a valley between the peaks. Since stone dwarves built the cities, not harpies, it was inevitable that the city was constructed in a lower area. Thanks to this, both the knights and our party, along with the exhausted mages, could observe the city until they collapsed onto the dirt ground. Let's head down. But, huff, already. You can rest a bit before coming down, or use mana to descend the cliff. Retranslations. 100 knights capable of wielding aura at the highest level, and Edward Aquitaine, a born 5 character who rose to a 6 buff type character as the Knight Commander. Plus, our entire hero party at 5 level, and me, the 6 wielder of the Holy Sword. With this force, we could completely annihilate a baron's estate, not just a rural manor. But the opponent was harpies, who flew with wings, requiring a different calculation. Even on the 46th floor, we couldn't catch a few commander-level harpies that openly fled. Destroying the city would be fine, but missing the commanders during a Royal Second Night Order expedition would be a disgrace. For adventurers, winning and collecting loot was all that mattered, and for players, advancing the quest was the goal. But for the Knight Commander, there was an obsession with achieving a perfect victory for the honor of the royal family and the glory of the goddess. In short, it was about saving face for the nobles. Can you talk to the guild about hiring a large number of adventurers? It was already an overkill force for simple fighting and smashing. Yet, they were gathering mercenaries, adventurers, and mages, suggesting a political issue. I had guessed as much when I saw the knights gathering in front of the Adventurers Guild, but I didn't expect it to be this blatant. Edward Aquitaine scratched his beard, which was more like fur, and spoke. Maybe because I had shown myself protecting Ellis, he politely asked me instead of storming into the Adventurers Guild and overturning Ellis's outfit. Are you planning to hire both mercenaries and adventurers? The city is vast. The more hands we have, the faster we can clear it and move up. It was indeed large. Unlike the incompetent commander on the 46th floor, someone with any strategic knowledge would know that humans would be at a disadvantage. Not that we would lose the fight, but it would be a headache if the enemy retained their forces and retreated. How terrifying would it be if these winged creatures abandoned their base and started flying around harassing people? Humans already struggle against tunneling guerrillas, so what if flying guerrillas start dropping things on their heads from above? The only consolation was that humanity's stronghold was in the stone dwarves' underground city. But even so, having to constantly watch the skies while traveling was far from pleasant. Conquering the tower in the name of the royal family while leaving harpy guerrillas behind was a significant problem. Still, given the time constraints, I can't offer much help. Just informing us in advance is more than enough. Our goal isn't to stop but to advance to the 50th floor. Isn't that right, hero? Me. Wait, me. La 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 la. This guy forgot she's the hero and is just gaming, lol. Roland is the holy swords wielder, and you're the hero, you idiot. Message deleted by the mod. She's in the middle of a serious conversation but is distracted by filming Irene's side boob, lol. Good job, this is what you should be capturing. Since he only asked me to inform them, there was no reason to refuse. Anyway, rumors had already spread that the knights were gathering people. Wasn't that what led to yesterday's disastrous scene? In the adventurers' city, where rich nobles and merchants took an interest, and in the kingdom's core close to the royal family and the great temple, there were plenty of magic tools for cleanliness. Because nobles maintained cleanliness, citizens who envied and admired them also adopted a culture of cleanliness once they earned some money. But if you moved away from the kingdom's center, it quickly turned into medieval despair. It was a world where people believed bathing could make you sick. And now, on the 43rd floor, people from all over the kingdom were gathering. If stone dwarves weren't familiar with and indifferent to other races, they might have erected private isolated areas in their city. At least Han Xia's stream chat was in chaos. The name of the knights quickly drew a crowd. People flocked to the 43rd floor, hoping to establish connections with the knights or get hired and make some money. The situation was overwhelming. When the Adventurers Guild officially started recruiting, it took less than half a day to fill up with people, not even a full day. We didn't need to worry about gathering people, we needed to worry about filtering them. Han Xia even discussed with her viewers how to sift through so many people in just one day. Are we taking in everyone? The numbers will sort themselves out. Of course, there was no real need to filter anyone. If they were overly ambitious compared to their actual skills, the Harpies' fierce spear attacks would filter them out for us. Riding on the reputation of the knights, the mission was to attack the Harpy city and loot the mountains of jewels and ores. Neither the knights nor the Adventurers Guild intended to pay any advance fees, and the people flocking in were eager to gather and sell mana stones, not to demand money from the royal knights. Thus began the blitz. Push forward. Don't stop. Above. They're coming from above. Rooftop at 11 o'clock. There were no tanks, mechanized infantry, aircraft, or airborne troops, but there were mercenaries and adventurers driven by gold, and 5 characters who could cast wide area buffs. Human forces, eyes red with greed, rushed out of the caves toward the city, and the harpies, startled, took to the skies to meet them. Spears rained down from the sky, and arrows shot up from the ground, starting a chaotic battle. Naturally, the humans had the upper hand. Although the harpies had superior numbers, they lacked practical experience, just like the city. Some harpies, guided by seemingly smart commanders, put up proper resistance, but most harpy soldiers, without proper orders, floundered and fell to the ground. And those few smart commanders. There's a commander over there. Aim for the big ones, the big ones. Even if you don't hit many, target the big one with the spear. Because they were much larger than the regular harpy soldiers, they became targets for magic and arrows. If they scattered, the oar-wielding knights would flank them. If they gathered, they were caught in the gusts conjured by intermediate-level mages. In this unreasonable strategic mismatch, several mercenaries died, but dozens of harpies turned into mana stones. It was clear why mages, despite being holed up in the magic tower for research, were treated like nobles, respected by their superiors, and feared by their inferiors. Not that mercenaries or adventurers didn't die, but that was their choice. If an intermediate-level adventurer without the skill went to the front lines, they had to risk their life. Wow, seeing this makes me glad I chose to be a mage. See, this is why melee sucks. Look at that grunt panting and struggling behind, lol. When there are flying enemies, ranged characters are the real nobles. If they can hit. As the floors go up, the scale increases. Will there be army battles later? Scary story, there's a streamer with a hit rate below 20% and people gamble points on it. The intermediate-level mages hired by the knights were somewhat accustomed to battle, able to synchronize their spells. It seemed they had experience collecting research materials from the tower, much like graduate students working under higher-ranking mages. They used gust of wind to pin down harpies from above, fired mud bullets to weigh down their wings, delivered light electric shocks, or flashed lights in their eyes to disrupt flight and make them fall to the ground. Hannah, take a good look. That's the most effective way for mages to fight. It seems so. Useful magic wasn't necessarily lethal, but the way they divided roles to easily restrict the harpy's flight left Hansia and her viewers in awe. Even though she had a talent for controlling magic and a higher accuracy rate than other mage streamers, she couldn't match the applied skills of seasoned mages who had to earn their keep and endure the scolding from their superiors. When the harpies lost their sight to the flashing lights or had their wings immobilized by rapidly hardening mud, they plummeted from the sky. Waiting below were armed robbers with eyes red from greed for mana stones and gold coins. Adventurers and mercenaries drove their weapons into the pitiful fallen harpies. There doesn't seem to be anything special. That temple looks the same as the one on the 46th floor, but we should check it out, right? Amid the chaos, we dealt with the harpies as we advanced. Our goal was not gold but progressing the quest. And my damn awakening quest. Retranslations. 47th floor, nothing special. 48th floor, nothing special. 49th floor, nothing special. Are we screwed? It was smooth to the point of being suspicious, but we learned nothing new as we progressed through the tower. The cities grew larger and the defenses became tighter, possibly warned by the fleeing harpies, but our progress was steady. No matter how clever the harpies were, they were still hillbillies who peacefully herded goats in the highlands. Their only combat experience was sneaking into the dark underground to kidnap the weak stone dwarves. If they could contend with the royal knights with that level of skill, the kingdom would have long since fallen to monsters. Some had tried to block our path by collapsing caves or setting up barriers, but we had the vacuum stone and the support of the stone dwarves. These things aren't even good enough to melt in a furnace. They dare call themselves an empire when they are just flappers? None of our customers who talked about the empire ever said anything good about them. It seemed that a loose-lipped mercenary or adventurer had mentioned the pile of stones in the underground city in front of the stone dwarves. Old Bobo, visibly angry despite having no facial features, followed the knights with the precious vacuum stone, breaking through passages, reopening collapsed caves, and pushing aside makeshift barricades. Following the knights, we're already at the 50th floor. How can we clear a floor every 2 days? Is it because we don't have to wander outside when we use the vacuum stone? The speed is insane. We've been digging underground for days without seeing the outside. Is this okay? If there's a hint somewhere above the mountains, we're screwed. We can't not follow a 6 OP character pushing forward, lol. Gonna lose out on the last hit. Didn't it take less than a week to get to the 50th floor? Just follow along, yeah. Forgetting the last hit, if the knights lose to the harpies, will the kingdom fall? The game would be messed up if there's a kingdom collapse scenario. The fallen mercenaries and adventurers were replaced by those lured by the promise of gold, making their way up the tower. The royal knights, trained for war, wouldn't tire after just a week. The mages were replenished with new recruits as the higher-ups were satisfied with their performance. The harpies' forces dwindled while human losses remained minimal as we reached the 50th floor. The only ones with dark expressions in the ruined underground city were two. While everyone else was filled with visions of gold and dreams of glory to present to the royal family, the only two who couldn't share in the joy were, naturally, Hansia and me. But what are we going to do? We haven't found anything except 2 altars. Do we really have to search the city on the 50th floor? I already have a bad feeling that I've messed up the quest. Accept it, it's the fate of a frontrunner. If you've drawn in millions of live viewers with this, you should be ready for a headache too, lol. It feels like just yesterday you were celebrating 300,000, now you have millions of followers, damn. But seriously, we haven't found anything since the 46th floor. Are we screwed? There are identical temples on the 47th to 49th floors, but that's just the standard for each city, no hints there. If we fail, your strategy will just be in a guidebook 5 years later when someone finally reaches the 50th floor. As the knights advanced rapidly, there was no time to look around, making her expression increasingly dark, like a college student who drank the night before a final exam. Feeling anxious, she kept repeating her concerns, more like muttering to herself than actually talking to her viewers. She probably thought that she could find a hint in each city to hunt the boss and complete the quest. Viewers had mixed reactions to her repeated complaints. Some were annoyed, while others teased her, hoping for her first quest failure. But I couldn't laugh at it. I had a quest too, not one made by the game company, but one given by a transcendent being that turned human souls into NPCs. Awakening quest. Damn it, what do they expect from someone who can't even use aura without the holy sword or skills? We had arrived at the 50th floor so quickly that it felt almost surreal. Edward Aquitaine showed no signs of stopping, and seeing the bloodshot eyes of adventurers and mercenaries, there seemed no way to stop their advance. So, the only thing left was to pray together with Hansia. You're a player, right? Can't you find something for us? Using the quest window and minimap, please. I finally understood what it meant to be scared out of my mind. The only comforting thought in this terrifying situation was that the Harpy Empire's capital on the 50th floor dwarfed the cities below. This is unbelievable. It's all built by those damn stone dwarves anyway. Unlike the lower cities you could see at a glance from the mountaintop, this one couldn't be taken in with a single look. You had to turn your head from left to right as if scrolling to see it all, making you wonder how they built such a massive city in the mountains. The stone dwarf race wasn't some dragon-enslaved underlings. What kind of technology did they have to cram such a huge city into the mountain basin? Thinking it impossible to conquer such a vast city in a day, the knights who'd climbed ahead of us were huddled in discussion. Because of this, the adventurers and mercenaries waiting in the caves and stairs, packed like sardines on a subway, were visibly annoyed. But they had no choice but to wait since they couldn't earn money without the knights. What do you think, hero? With a city this big, how about taking it zone by zone? But the buildings have no ceilings, making them dangerous as bases. Ah, I see. A city with buildings without ceilings. As the knight commander subtly approached us again, Han Xia responded, but her head shook side to side, showing her dilemma. Han Xia felt overwhelmed by the city's size when trying to find clues. Conquering and thoroughly searching each zone seemed like the best option. But as the knight commander pointed out, it was practically impossible with buildings lacking ceilings. Too few in number to occupy, too big to break through. The harpy soldiers we'd encountered so far were nothing special, but this was the 50th floor. Even a quick glance showed it was a whole different level. Moreover, would the kingdom's knight commander start a campaign without intel? Even novice adventurers knew that every 10 floors, a boss stronger than the average monster of that level appeared. However, the deliberation couldn't go on forever. If there's no clever solution, we only have one option. After all, Edward Aquitaine was the brute who once ran faster than a carriage to drink with me, someone who even other muscle-brained men said the commander is a bit, yeah. Kill today, kill tomorrow, keep killing and retreating until they're all dead. Harpies lay eggs, right? They don't just pop out of thin air like some mindless tower monsters, do they? Killing all the harpies would naturally lead to the city's conquest. Thinking this way, he raised the banner and led the knights down the slope toward the city. Having heard that the other cities had fallen and that harpies were being hunted indiscriminately, the harpies guarding the cave flew up, their red and black wings fluttering. It seemed the capital of their so-called empire used black harpies as battle slaves, not just red ones. With bodies like eagles rather than humans, they could carry heavier loads, like fighter jets and bombers. The knight commander raised the banner high as the knights followed in orderly ranks. Watching this, the adventurers and mercenaries scattered like unleashed dogs. As the chaotic melee ensued, we turned to Han Xia. What do you think, Hannah? Should we try to find something in this city too? That would be best. Unless the Harpy Empress comes out herself, I don't think a monster that claims to be a god would move lightly. The boss monster will probably be well hidden, lol. Wouldn't it be funny if she suddenly jumped out and screamed, "I'll kill you all for threatening the Empire," and went on a rampage? Han Xia's usual luck suggests there's a chance this might happen. Haha, saying that to someone with a 6,543 party? What about those with a 2,232? It's a bit heartbreaking that someone's highest star is another's lowest. Han Xia said this with a hardened expression, looking at her party members. Everyone nodded and smiled to ease her determination and tension. Of course, only I knew that this tension wasn't due to the impending battle with the Harpy Empress, but because she was worried about missing steps in her quest and becoming an international embarrassment. I shared her anxiety about failing my awakening quest and ruining my future performance. Please, let there be a hidden second artifact or an awakening condition in some temple corner. Retranslations. The Harpy's capital on the 50th floor was huge. Combined with the incredible craftsmanship of the stone dwarves who were enslaved, it was more beautiful than any modern tourist attraction. Some viewers even joked that playing this game was more worthwhile than traveling to Europe. The city's elegant and expansive design was so aesthetically pleasing it could be a computer wallpaper, with its striking yet clean lines. But, of course, it was full of harpies. Right flank, start from the outskirts and fall back. With the single plan to kill as many as possible before retreating from exhaustion, the knight commander charged. The knights followed orders, and we watched McDonough's head disappear among the adventurers and mercenaries as we hid in an alley. We thought sneaking into the Harpy City as humans would be impossible, but were they confirming the stereotype that Harpies have bird brains? Humans here. Just carry the load, you idiot. Go call for support. Han Xia pulled out a stone dwarf toolbox borrowed from old Bobo, and the harpies flying overhead began to ignore us. A corner of the city was being overrun by a slave race that was armed, and citizens were dying. But the harpy soldiers, in a rush to respond, didn't bother to check working slaves. Grace murmured with a wry smile. So we could have just come straight to the 50th floor. Maybe if we didn't have the knights, we could have infiltrated the palace. With old Bobo, we might have reached the Harpy Empress. Too bad the knights got involved. From the inventory, Han Xia took out 5 wooden boxes without lids. Inside were tools covered in grime, from hammers and wrenches to magic devices resembling awls. These weren't expensive tools. Old Bobo had just gathered 5 boxes of old tools from his friends' houses. Carrying the boxes on our shoulders like sacks of rice and walking in a line, the harpies were fooled, and our group muttered quietly. Seriously, they fell for this. Han Xia isn't smashing the city, so I guess they're focused on the knights. Yeah, there aren't any armored humans in Harpy Town. Just people in robes hiding their faces, lol. Wonder why. We need to find something in the city before the knights cut off the Harpy Empress's head. But can we find anything in time if we stick together? The massive Harpy army flying toward the steel-clad knights was majestic, with black and red feathers blending as they threw not just spears but all sorts of magical devices, creating a spectacle like movie CGI. Even though they had reached the intermediate level, it was a brutal 50th floor where even a moment's distraction could get them killed like new recruits on a battlefield. It felt a bit absurd that the key to the 50th floor was a worn-out toolbox. Are you scared? Did you forget? Foolish human. The slave quarters are that way. Ah, thank you. Stupid but polite. Wonderful. One overly helpful harpy even kindly guided us through the city and then flew away. I could only imagine how baffled the millions of viewers watching this through Han Xia's camera must have been. Never thought I'd be getting advice from a harpy. Playing this game for a long time sure brings surprises. Thanks for the help. Haha, it looks like we can conquer the 50th floor without a fight. Is this going to be a long-term conquest of the Harpy Empire through politics? If this were the 10th or 20th floor, there would be a ton of Harpy Empire vloggers by now. Many streamers with a fetish for feathers would be showing up. Seeing this ridiculous scene, the tension visibly drained from our group. Irene, are you okay? I'm fine, Roland. Even at the temple, I used to move blankets myself. These toolboxes are lighter than children, so don't worry. All right. If you feel tired, let me know. We can swap out the contents or just carry empty boxes. I doubt they'd notice. As they moved away from the place where shouts and screams mingled with curses, the city quickly grew quiet. Sitting atop a building, looking around anxiously, was a harpy in casual clothes, which made it clear how vast the capital of the empire was. Adding to the vastness of the city was the harpy's discriminatory arrogance, making infiltration surprisingly easy. It seemed that the harpies believed that no one could invade the capital, even though they knew the city below had been destroyed. It was like how people in an American slum would duck and pray to God when they heard gunshots, but in the middle of Seoul, they would think it was just fireworks. From the harpies' perspective, they wouldn't believe that humans could climb up from underground, or that it would take them only a day to walk a distance that would take several days to fly. Perhaps the Harpy Empress, busy idolizing herself, had also controlled the flow of information. If it were me, I would also think it was nonsense if I read on the internet that a gate had opened in Gangnam and an orc warrior had come out and killed citizens. Strangers, where are you from? From that place where chaos broke out. Really, I have no idea what's going on. As we headed towards the workshop district where the stone dwarves were, according to the harpies, carrying boxes, we drew their attention. And like the harpies who didn't care about second-class citizens or slaves carrying goods, the stone dwarves were interested in seeing humans for the first time. Some stone dwarves focused on their work in the workshops despite being exploited, and others, sitting idly in front of their workshops, spoke to us. Grace and Katie, seeing this, started whispering to each other, their earlier tension about the infiltration gone. At least, it's not an unbearable environment. Seeing how they just leave the bodies around, they must be treating them like high-quality magic tools. Use them nicely when they're useful, and discard them underground when they lose their performance. High-quality, expensive magic tools. That kind of makes sense when you put it that way. Han Xia looked around like a meerkat, as if she was determined to find something even though the workshop district for stone dwarf slaves was being gradually recorded on the minimap. The quest log showed no movement. To be honest, we've probably missed a lot already, considering we practically skipped floors 47 to 49, just killing harpies and rushing through. But if Han Xia fails, I fail too, so the more negatively I think, the more anxious I become. Last time, someone arbitrarily updated the quest for us. I wonder if we can expect such luck again. The only thing we could rely on now was that mysterious someone who had modified the quest related to the 40th floor boss, changing the requirement from hunting to finding. This person, who gave me the reward when the skeleton boss's gimmick malfunctioned, was our only hope. Worried about failing the quest and quickly changing the quest conditions, I wondered if this person might be favorable to me, considering that the only penalty for failing the quest was limiting my internet usage time. Hannah, if we need to find some clues, how about asking the stone dwarves? How are we supposed to search this vast place on foot, right? If the stone dwarves built this city, they would know about secret spaces or suspicious places. Even if it's been so long that no one remembers, these craftsmen usually have apprentices to who they pass down their skills and stories. While trying to alleviate our anxiety, Irene tugged at Han Xia's sleeve and suggested this. Indeed, there was no reason for the five of us to wander around foolishly when we had already come this far. Because of our anxiety, both Han Xia and I had narrowed our vision so much that we hadn't even considered the simple idea of asking around. But we couldn't react as if we didn't know. It was enough for the viewers to make fun of Han Xia. As soon as I heard Irene's suggestion, I reached out to Han Xia as if I had thought the same thing. Hannah, do you have any stones left in your inventory? Oh, wait a moment. I packed some just in case. She's really a versatile porter, keeping all sorts of quest and miscellaneous items in her inventory, lol. It's standard to gather everything in a corner when playing RPGs. If you don't have it, you might have to go back to the village. Storing stones in the inventory, seriously, lol. She's obsessed with maps and loot. Definitely a hardcore RPG player. Hey, it's not just stones, it's gourmet food for the stone dwarves, you feather-brained bigots. Retranslations. Han Xia had various stones in her inventory. These were not for crafting or refining equipment, but were edible rocks collected from various regions for a stone dwarf who loved gourmet food. So, they were edible stones. Wow, I can't believe there are squishies carrying things like this. What do you want to know? Is there an architect who built this city? Most creatures let their guard down when you give them something tasty, even if the harpies provided workshops to create various items for themselves. There's no way those discriminatory harpies allowed their slaves to enjoy gourmet food. Even if tastes differed, the fresh stones from our inventory were enough to loosen the tongues of the stone dwarves, who were used to eating only the stones they were given while confined in the city as slaves. Though some dwarves were wary of humans, who were third-class citizens rather than slaves, they were no exception. Just like how people in training camps would go crazy for a can of cola in just a month, stone dwarves wouldn't be any different. Building the city. That old woman Shasha over there knows all about that. What about old man Gugu? He returned to the earth last month. Irene asked the idle stone dwarf in front of the workshop gently, and information flowed out easily. She must have taken care of more than just children at the temple, as her manner with the elderly was excellent. Old Sasha's mentor built the city. Many squishies look down on stone dwarves. Flappers like anything that shines. Occasionally, they confiscate masterpieces to present to the queen. I don't know where the stones they give us to eat come from, but they taste bad. It's hard to believe all this information came from a pile of stones in the inventory. Irene bowed politely in response to their kindness. Thank you. We'll be going now, elders. What a polite squishy. We should be thanking you. It's been a long time since we tasted stones from home. Hua, Mama Hua, Mama Hua, Mama Hua, Mama Hua, Mama Hua, Mama Hua, Mama. I expected something tense and thrilling since it was a stealth mission, but this is heartwarming. Why does it suddenly feel like a human drama? So where do the harpies get their stones from? Maybe feeding them stones taken from the place where they hunt tentacle monsters to dispose of the waste. Perhaps it was because they became lonely with age, or maybe because their lives were harshly exploited. The stone dwarves, eager for a good conversation partner, poured out all the knowledge they had, making the chat noisy. After all, we were infiltrating the 50th floor. Even a passing citizen's words could be a clue to the quest, so every piece of information felt precious. The stone dwarfs seemed to want to help the kind Irene. They shared trivial information like what the neighbors were making today or that an adventurer hadn't returned after leaving his sword for repair, but we cut off useless information to save time. Go to the southeastern district and tell old Shasha that Grandpa Broob sent you. Got it? Even though the districts are different, they all know each other. How long have they been here? Maybe it's because all the dwarfs from the city on the 50th floor were captured and brought here. Grandpa Broob, the stone dwarf, handed us a small bag, saying it would be uncomfortable to carry the box. The leather bag, which Irene could easily carry with one hand, rattled with uncut gems inside. They said showing this would prove that Broob sent us. Did the stone dwarf craftsmen recognize each other's work even with just a tiny crystal? As I was thinking about this, people suddenly appeared from the alley, blocking our path. People. Wait a minute. Are you by any chance the hero? Hero Hannah and Roland, the wielder of the holy sword. Is that correct? A small person with a gray robe pulled over her head, almost completely covering her face. From her build and voice, it was clear she was a woman, but the robe, possibly enchanted, hid even her jawline under its hood's shadow. Following her out of the alley were people in identical gray robes, watching us cautiously. There were at least a dozen of them, so it was clear they weren't just an adventurer party. Mysterious humans suddenly appearing in the city. Our party instinctively took combat positions, adjusting stances naturally. Katie moved forward, hand on her waist, while Grace backed away to take a shooting angle at the Alice group. The woman who spoke to us panicked. Wait, I'll take off the rope. The rope. Frightened by the imminent threat of swords and arrows, she raised both hands high. Not a combatant, she fumbled clumsily with her hood, struggling to remove the enchanted garment until she finally succeeded. Revealed was soft, brown hair reminiscent of freshly baked bread. Her hair, which looked blonde in the sunlight, and her beautiful, delicate face made the viewers cheer. "What's this? Another saint candidate?" "Sister Laurentia." Hansia and Irene exclaimed as well. I wondered how their titles could overlap like this, but thinking it over, it wasn't that strange. The goddess faith was modeled after monotheistic Abrahamic one religions with a slight fantasy twist. In other words, the title of saint wasn't exclusive to one chosen person but was a title for those who performed miracles in the name of the goddess. It was similar to how knights could handle aura when they reached a certain level, or how mages could use advanced magic when they reached their peak. Just because the kingdom's knight commander reached the level of a sword master and could use aura didn't mean I was prohibited from using aura. "Indeed, it's Sister Irene. It's been a long time. How did you end up inside the tower, on the 50th floor?" While I was thinking that, the two saint candidates, like old friends, squealed and clasped hands. Seeing this, the robed men hiding in the alley approached and slowly removed their hoods. As expected, under the gray robes were white armors. Unlike the royal knights, these temple knights had the goddess's symbol prominently displayed on their white armor. After all, since the saint candidate had reached the 50th floor of the unconquered tower, she would need a guard. As Grace and Katie released their weapons, the temple knights made the sign of the cross and nodded in greeting, while the two saint candidates entered into a lively conversation. Irene, a radiant beauty with golden hair and eyes, and Laurentia, a lively girl with bright brown hair matching her cheerful smile, looked beautiful together. Hansia seemed to think this was a great scene and focused the camera on them without a word. "Roughly speaking, keep rubbing until the glacier melts. Whether rubbing or whatever, ask them how they ended up on the 50th floor. A lively girl clinging to a kind older sister, this is what it's all about, haha. The 50th floor is crazy." Chat deleted by the mod. Yuri fanboys, how excited are you right now? Even as saint candidates, they act no different from high school girls. If you just listen to the sound, it feels less like a 50th floor infiltration operation and more like a snack shop in front of the high school next door. Despite Han Xia's assessment, the two saint candidates continued their excited chatter. Laurentia was clinging to Irene with such vigor that the temple knights behind them looked flustered, seemingly wanting to intervene. Luckily, the harpies didn't seem interested, probably still engaged in battles with the knights. However, the stone dwarves in the workshops and the few adventurers kidnapped to the 50th floor by harpies were looking at us curiously. Were those guys kidnapped while trying to take on the harpies, or were they people who climbed up to make some money and went missing? For now, let's move. There's no need to talk on the street, and we're drawing attention. Yes, sister. It wasn't good to gather over 10 people on the street, especially among the stone dwarves kidnapped and exploited citywide and the human adventurers trapped in the tower, unable to descend. Nodding at Irene's words, Laurentia immediately grabbed her hand. They looked like close sisters, bringing fatherly smiles to the temple knights who had been awkwardly watching. But only for a moment. The largest middle-aged man among the knights stepped forward at Irene's words. He seemed to be the captain of the escort team, naturally moving to Laurentia's side to whisper something in her ear. Of course, trying to lower his voice didn't mean we couldn't hear it. Both he and I knew that, so his words were likely meant for us to hear as well. "Thanks to our collaborators, we have prepared a lodging. Let me guide you there, Lady Laurentia. Please, lead the way, sir." And so, the two saint candidates walked side by side at the front, proudly showing off a combined 10s, followed closely by the Temple Knights escort team and an adventure party, forming a strange procession. Retranslations. The place the escort captain, referred to as Sir, led us to was a stone house with a roof. Laurentia cheerfully explained that harpies considered roofed houses to be livestock pens, so it was safe. She naturally pulled Irene to a large table. As soon as Irene sat down, Laurentia started speaking before the others could enter the building. Her liveliness could easily be seen as talkativeness or rudeness, but her cuteness made it easy for everyone to overlook. Maybe they were used to it since they followed her around as guards. It's been so long, sister, since we last prayed together at the temple. Oh my, how long has it been? Yes, it's been a long time, Laurentia. Hey, call me by my nickname. All right, Lori. So Laurentia's nickname was Lori. This amused the Korean and Japanese viewers, who started spamming weird emojis. Making fun of other languages is mean, but the term lowly saint was powerful enough to make even Han Xia, who usually enforced censorship, burst out laughing. Despite Han Xia's awkward reaction, Laurentia continued her story. What she said next left us all stunned. She began with a story that started when we had discovered the Harpy Kingdom on the 43rd floor. Wait a minute, Lori. You've been moving since then? Yes. I heard there's a city on each floor, so I wanted to climb as high as I could. Her story was shocking even to the seasoned viewers. You came to pilgrimage through the Harpy cities? Yes, but unlike the Harpy Kingdom, they enslave stone dwarves and kidnap people here. Laurentia's reckless adventure began when the Harpy Kingdom friendly to humans appeared on the 43rd floor. Laurentia believed that true faith required proper teachings, a belief inspired by her connection with Irene. She said it was because of Irene that she held such beliefs. Meeting at the temple, the kind teachings of the nun, who joined the party of the chosen hero and the wielder of the holy sword to purify unholy places humanity hadn't reached. And at the end of that arduous journey, she reformed the races suffering under the Demon King. So, you entered the tower for that? Yes. Many people who appreciated my talent helped me a lot. Aside from her almost tomboyish actions, she was also a 5-saint candidate like Irene, backed by divine energy. She proudly declared that she would walk the path of trials, and went straight to the 50th floor. Is she insane? That kind of determination. Unlike Irene, Laurentia was the second daughter of a noble family who devoted herself to the temple instead of an arranged marriage, wielding innate divine energy as a 5. Thanks to Han Xia's play, gates opened every 10 floors in the tower. Various circumstances intertwined to bring her to the 50th floor. But the underground passage wouldn't have been open. We climbed the mountain. You climbed the mountain to get here? So you spent a whole month climbing? While we were slowly tackling each floor from the 43rd, Laurentia went straight to the 50th via the surface. She smiled brightly, saying that she received supplies from the many kidnapped human adventurers in the Harpy Empire. Her bright smile left our party members feeling like awkward sacks of barley. Of course, what she faced wasn't a warm embrace, but a fascist feathered harpy leader who enslaved other races and indulged in imperialism. Is this what it takes to be a 5? She's terrifying, seriously, lol. Camping for a month in the highest level zone with monsters and harpies. Even players wouldn't do that. Talking about it with a smile is true madness. Why do characters from the temple always seem to have a screw loose, except for the mommy? I thought she followed the knights a long way, but it turns out she led them here. Crazy girl, lol. So, while we were watching mercenary raiders, discovering underground monsters, and capturing a city every 3 days, she just climbed mountains, crossed cliffs, traversed rope bridges, and speedran all the way up to the 50th floor. Speedrun Master Kim donated 10,001. If you defeat the 50th floor boss here and there aren't any problems with the quest, that means you could speed run via the surface route. Right? Instead of tunneling underground and fighting monsters, it might be faster to hire a harpy or defeat one and travel to the 50th floor via the surface. But you'd need a character capable of hunting the 50th floor boss without leveling from the 40th to the 50th floor. As the viewers were overwhelmed by shock and awe, the lowly saint opened her mouth again, delivering a second blow of shock to the chat. So, sister, I came here to gather the Stone Dwarf brothers and the imprisoned adventurers to escape. Will that noisy battle continue? Could it be that Laurentia's inspiration was Moses leading the exodus from Egypt? That thought suddenly crossed my mind. With her bright brown hair that looked almost blonde, a petite frame, and cute, clustered features, 5 Saint candidate Laurentia seemed like a lovely girl who might sing in a town square with a flower basket. However, the words that came from her mouth were far from cute. I thought about destroying the city for the people here, but it's too big. Even though the stone dwarves know alchemy, the harpies aren't interested in it, so there's a limit to the explosives we can get. Oh, really? Yes. The harpies leave all the technical stuff to the stone dwarves, so if there's an explosion or accident, they have no idea how to handle it. She smiled bashfully, recounting how a fire caused by an accident in an alchemy workshop started consuming the city. The harpies screamed and scolded the stone dwarves and adventurers instead of responding properly. It wasn't a typical plan for a girl with a saint candidate title to cause industrial accidents with alchemical bombs and escape amidst the chaos. Feeling something odd, I watched Laurentia closely as she sat at the table fidgeting with her hands while looking at Irene. Even while speaking such ruthless words, her slightly moving head and swaying hair weren't as concerning as her hands on the table. But since the commotion started when you arrived, sister, I'm planning to take advantage of it and lead the stone dwarves out. Some stone dwarves had given up on escaping after years of exploitation, but only those who were truly old had lost their creative spirit as artisans. She had already gathered the stone dwarves who wished for creative freedom rather than serving the harpies, and the adventurers who wanted to return to the human world. Despite her delicate appearance, her sturdy hands and decisive actions made it hard to believe she'd devoted herself to the temple as the second daughter of a noble family. Judging by her actions alone, she could easily be believed to be a veteran female warrior who, tired of killing, sought refuge with the goddess. So, Irene, will that commotion continue? The royal knights came to conquer the 50th floor, so even if they retreat today, they'll keep coming back. The knight commander seemed like that kind of person. That's good news. Then let's wait for the next opportunity. Laurentia's lengthy explanation made us all nod. The knights wouldn't be able to fight continuously for 24 hours like bloodthirsty berserkers, so they would eventually retreat to their underground base for dinner, rest, and reorganization, attacking again the next day. The knights didn't have enough numbers to capture the vast city in one go, and the harpies couldn't follow them into the cave. This made me realize how irrationally the harpies were getting beaten. Then, can we look around the city for a bit? The city? Of course, hero. While I was thinking about how the harpies couldn't easily enter the underground city due to their wings and size, Hansia suddenly brought up the idea. The progress was smooth, and thanks to Laurentia's month-long hardship, reclaiming the city seemed easy. However, it looked like the quest log still hadn't updated. Helping the saint candidate rescue the city's slaves could yield many intangible benefits, but what use would that be to a gamer if the quest progress stalled? Is this a timed escape? It's thrilling. If you can't find the clues, you're done. Just from listening to Laurentia, she sounds like a second-hand Sia. A hero who likes gas and bombs and a saint who likes infiltration and revolution. Rise, comrade, rise. If she had been traveling with a lowly saint instead of mommy, just imagine the chaos, ha 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 ha. Ah, stop teasing. I'm really starting to get nervous, but at least if the quest fails, the video views will be high, right? In the midst of worrying about views, donated 10,001. Seriously, even now you're thinking about milking views. Lowly Saintess donated 50,001. You dumbass, did you forget about Old Lady Shasha while listening to the Saintess? Ah, Old Lady Shasha. The squishies are looking for me. Thanks to a generous viewer's reminder, we finally remembered Old Lady Shasha. She was the apprentice of the first stone dwarf who built the city and was now preparing to return to the earth. Yet her voice was still strong, and she hadn't lost her creative spirit as a stone dwarf. She was leading the stone dwarves in this district and cooperating in their escape. Considering her status, she probably remembered the names of slaves from other districts as well. Thanks to Laurentia's cooperation with Old Lady Shasha, we found her lodging in less than 5 minutes. Yes, we have some questions about the city. Oh, I'm old, so I enjoy chatting. Ask away, new squishies. Old Lady Shasha began her story, using the stalactites from the 30th floor that Han Xia had stashed in her inventory as snacks. As her story progressed, Han Xia's expression brightened. Old Lady Shasha, a living witness of history. According to her, there seems to be something strange about the Harpy Palace. It was built as if to cover something. What could be hidden on this high mountain? Since Old Lady Shasha started talking, the previously stagnant quest log had updated, so Han Xia's reaction was understandable. Retranslations. After listening to Old Lady Shasha's story and chatting for a while, we followed the temple knights to the lodging they had prepared. Because the Harpies considered any roofed structure to be a livestock pen and slave quarters, the lodging was as comfortable as the underground city on the 43rd floor. Roland, just a thought. Could that tentacle monster live beneath the palace? You know, the huge creature depicted on the altar. Grace, familiar with stone dwarf design, sat at the table and started talking. Having infiltrated a hostile monster city, met another nun, actually a saint candidate, and prepared a plan to rescue slaves while hearing about the suspicious palace, her curiosity was piqued. Of course, Grace wasn't the only one curious. Katie's cheeks were flushed with excitement. It's possible. Considering there was a subterranean monster using that dark magic, it makes sense that the Harpies' myths might be based on heroic tales turned into folklore. In the north, there was once a man who killed a bear with his bare hands at the age of 10 and was later worshipped as a god by warriors. Killed a bear at 10? Yeah, that would be the stuff of myths and legends. Irene, holding Laurentia's hand, went to pray at a makeshift temple built by the stone dwarves. Han Xia decided to talk to the adventurers rather than the stone dwarves and headed outside. The reason she continued playing without logging out was due to a suspiciously wealthy sponsor, which was a story only I knew. Some people couldn't sleep without revealing every corner of the minimap, and among them were those who would pay others to fulfill their needs. Thanks to this, Grace and Katie surrounded me, letting their imaginations run wild. Without the internet and smartphones, it was surprising how entertained Grace and Katie were. Are they planning to escape tomorrow? If so, they'll need to prepare a lot. They probably won't escape right away. With all the preparations needed, it might take a few days. Their conversation continued like a word chain, from the suspicious Harpy Palace and the subterranean monster depicted on the altar to Laurentia's grand escape plan. Listening to their chat, it was clear that the topic was intriguing enough to make anyone eager to talk. As they talked, they discussed creating a diversion near the palace to match the knight's attack, then quickly infiltrating the palace for an easy boss kill. Just then, they heard a commotion outside. The sun never sets here, but given the time, it was about when the knights would have had their fun and retreated. So, the noise wasn't likely from battle. What is it? An enemy? It seems like Hannah is back, and she brought quite a few people. Are they the kidnapped adventurers? Are you sure it's Hannah? Yes, it's Hannah. Since Han Xia was walking around with the camera off, Katie and I naturally reached for our weapons, ready to head outside. Grace confirmed it was indeed Han Xia. Relaxing a bit, we stepped outside and saw Han Xia, just as Grace said. She was with over 30 adventurers. What on earth was she doing with the stream awful? Though I was surprised by the sinister plan coming from Lawrence's tiny mouth, Han Xia is no less sinister. It's a bit strange that the hero and the saint candidate are competing to see who can cause more chaos, but anyway. With Han Xia freely unleashed in the heart of enemy territory, what follows is only natural, especially since she's now free from the viewer's gaze as well. So her usual behavior was actually restrained due to the sudden increase in viewers. It's hard to believe that planting bombs on a giant boss's shell and blasting away was considered restrained behavior, but seeing her go wild like an 8-ton truck with broken brakes once the camera's off, I can't help but accept it. Especially after witnessing the crowd of adventurers who rushed over, their faces filled with emotion upon seeing me as I came out to assess the situation in front of the inn. A bizarre situation where at least 30 adventurers swarm over, look at my face with awe, then disappear. After some time passes and Han Xia is left alone in the square, she enters the inn and is promptly cornered by Grace and Katie, obediently starting to explain. I thought there'd be more people since the city is so big, so I went looking for adventures in areas old woman Shasha wasn't interested in. This place was definitely much bigger. If the city is bigger, wouldn't more people and more bombs suffice? She moved with the idea that enslaved adventurers could be used for manpower. Her inventory was full of bombs, and she could increase the quantity by asking the stone dwarves. I wondered what she was up to after turning off the stream, and it turned out she was going around finding alchemists introduced by old woman Shasha to multiply her bombs. It seems she tried to recruit as many unaffiliated adventurers as possible while on a viewer-funded mission to reveal as much of the minimap as she could. So you gathered people? I figured many would be uneasy about Lawrence's plan. Well, even for a nun on a pilgrimage, the 50th floor is still the front line that adventurers haven't even reached. Many would be anxious unless they're the Holy Sword's owner or the hero. Han Xia sits at the table, laying out snacks she claims to have gotten on the way. From her mouth spills vivid details about the reality of the 50th floor system heard from stone dwarves and adventurers. Like how they use luxurious inns built by master craftsmen as slave quarters, thinking any place with a roof is a livestock pen. Or how they only want shiny art pieces, so they don't particularly torture or kill slaves. Or how stone dwarves eat rocks instead of food, so there's no need to starve them. Instead, there was a different problem naturally, it was the food issue. Even the Empire's harpies are starving because livestock turn into mana stones when they die. In the midst of this, humans have invaded, so they are full of thoughts about defeating them and plundering food. The work of captured adventurer slaves is, of course, the chores harpies hate doing. Now that the knights have started invading and destroying the city, the adventurers naturally began moving soldiers' supplies, stripped of their weapons. Information they naturally overhear while moving gas bombs from alchemy workshops and javelins from blacksmiths to the troops. While stone dwarves can eat rocks from mines tasteless but filling, it's a different story for harpies and enslaved adventurers. No, harpies have become cursed monsters bound to the tower who may starve but won't die of hunger, but kidnapped human adventurers will die if they keep starving. Come to think of it, the harpies on the 43rd floor were buying food, right? I forgot about that. They need to raise sheep through pastoralism in high mountains and supplement insufficient food through trade or plunder from other races, but all of that became impossible when absorbed into the tower. If they don't want to starve to death, they'll have to cooperate. In short, the captured adventurers had no choice but to follow our plan, even if the odds were low, to avoid starving to death. Trying to sneak out of the city to the caves was impossible, as the Harpy army had gathered there due to the night's attack. Break through the city past hundreds of high-level monsters with no equipment, wearing just a robe. If they had that kind of skill, they wouldn't have been kidnapped by Harpies in the first place. Being kidnapped means they're intermediate level at best, unable to externally manifest mana. When even well-armed high-level mercenaries can become human meat skewers from a Harpy commander's javelin if they let their guard down for money, how could mere mid-levels break through hundreds of Harpies? Then, when we cause a commotion and Laurentia leads people to escape to the caves, we can head to the Imperial Palace. Right. In the end, this war will only be resolved by dealing with a Harpy empress who fancies herself a god. In the end, they had no choice but to follow Han Xia, if only to avoid starving to death. Retranslations. Generally, revolutions happen because of food. People can endure most things, but hunger is an instinct that has persisted since ancient times. The reason the Baguette Friends shouted revolution was anger over economic depression and crop failures. The Yellow Turban Friends who set the stage for the Three Kingdoms also rose up after being fed up with starvation. Even in our country, there was an incident where soldiers revolted after sawdust was mixed into their rice rations. When hungry, people will hang or chop up even their own country's leaders. So who would tolerate being kidnapped by monster harpies and starved? Eat rocks instead of food? Or join a bomb terror attack? Given these choices, anyone who picks rocks isn't human but a monster. No matter how superhuman you become after mastering mana, you can't live on rocks instead of food. My goodness, so many of our brothers. This should be enough to cause a commotion and escape. Of course, and with the bombs the hero brought, we're even more reassured. That's why Han Xia, with her inventory, was like a cheat key for the starving adventurers. Though small rations were given out, presumably because it was bothersome for the slaves they caught to die, how could the food stockpiled be infinite? In a city full of corrupt nobles who'd rather starve third-class citizens and slaves to death than go hungry themselves. The kidnapped adventurer victims who had been filling their stomachs with withered cheap bread and dried grains the Harpies didn't prefer. They seemed half doubtful of the nun who came with the temple knights, hesitating to join the escape attempt due to anxiety and helplessness, instead hoping for the knights. But things change when there's a hero who pulls out food pouches from her inventory. Han Xia, fully intending to smash the city and get out of the tower within 3 days at most. Thinking the viewer's sentiment might be a bit uneasy due to the slow tower conquest pace and passive appearance with the knights taking the lead, she emptied out all the food in her inventory. The weight of a nameless nun's verbal plans versus a hero who feeds you when you're hungry while handing you bombs and giving orders, there's no comparison. But yes. Just as hope was being found in the warm atmosphere, someone hesitantly speaks up. Laurentia, Han Xia, old woman Shasha, and one guy pushed forward as the adventurer's representative. It was the adventurer representative who opened his mouth while they were sitting at the table talking. Though he looked like an ordinary neighborhood uncle with shaggy hair, the sturdy muscles visible through his shabby clothes instead of a pot belly suggested he was an intermediate-level adventurer dreaming of striking it rich. His complexion looks a bit poor, probably from the recent poor diet, but not to the point where he can't fight. Well, I guess that's to be expected since they pushed through floors 47 to 50 at a pace of about one floor every 2-3 days. In the end, even if we cause a commotion, we'll still have to break through the battlefield with the stone dwarves, right? We'll die helplessly if we get caught up in it without equipment. That's right. In this state, we won't be able to block javelins, let alone dodge them. The adventurers standing in the lobby listening to the story start to stir at the shaggy-haired uncle's words. After all, unless you throw the entire city into chaos, you still have to flee to that narrow cave in the end. With no food, the moment you flee to the mountains instead of the cave, you'll starve to death, so you have no choice but to break through that battlefield. And not starting from the Allied side, but from the middle of enemy territory, unarmed and with non-combatant stone dwarves in tow. Though they're cooperating to avoid starving to death, I guess the anxiety is unavoidable. Seeing the stirring adventurers, Laurentia jumps up from the table. Don't worry. It's not that I lack faith in the goddess. I know that faith alone doesn't change reality. The shaggy-haired uncle hurriedly explains as he realizes he looks like he's doubting the nun and hero in front of the armored temple knights. But Laurentia didn't jump up to question his rudeness. A tiny, delicate hand popping out from the oversized gray robe. But a closer look at that hand grip reveals it can hardly be called dainty. Scars on the back of the hand, broken nails, slightly twisted fingers, and calluses harder than those of an intermediate-level adventurer. Like a ballerina's feet seen on the internet, her hands were so trained that one might worry if they needed healing with divine energy. Believing my faith to be as firm as armor. What? As the tiny hands clasp together like a vise, divine energy rises from them. Brilliant white divine energy settles on the adventurers' bodies, enveloping them like the temple knight's armor. As the light fades, what remains are 30 adventurers startled by the divine energy armor covering their bodies, and a female warrior armed with a hammer larger than herself, clad in white divine energy armor. Laurentia, the saint candidate, seems to be more in line with the temple knight class. Though a lowly character with a giant heavy weapon is a bit of a niche character design. The adventurers regained hope and their strength after seeing Laurentia's divine armor and Irene's protective spells. Why be afraid when enjoying the luxury of receiving overlapping overpowered skills from 2-5 saint candidates? Although Irene's holy magic won't be refilled as she needs to head to the Imperial Palace with us, her passive skill that blocks a certain amount of damage should easily deflect stray arrows. Thanks to Irene's preparation of porridge from the grain sack Sia pulled from her inventory, which she served to the ill like a nurse, everyone was able to restore their energy the next day. Even if the slaves gathered to boil and eat dried grains, the harpies seemed to think of it as livestock feed, allowing us to wait for the commotion caused by the night order. Is it a racial difference? They think it's a livestock pen because there's a ceiling to block the rain, and livestock feed because we're boiling dried grains. I've heard stories of merchants bringing popular goods from the south, only to be shunned and go bankrupt in the north. The difference is so extreme when it comes to racial differences. The stone dwarves and adventurers huddled together. As anxious yet hopeful eyes looked this way desperately, Grace and Katie seemed to try to ease the tension by exchanging jokes and stretching. Unlike Laurentia, we plan to advance to the Imperial Palace, the center of the system. No matter how lacking the harpies are in strategic movement, they wouldn't leave a small armed force rushing towards the Imperial Palace alone. Combat will be unavoidable, and since the Imperial Palace can be considered a boss stage, the palace guards defending it will likely be stronger than the harpy soldiers or commanders we've encountered so far. Irene, you're going to face the harpy empress, right? That's right, Lori. Be careful when you escape. Thank you for worrying. I hope you can spread the name of the goddess widely too. As the two saint candidates pray for each other's blessings, the sounds of battle echo in the distance. From the sharp sound of spears falling from the sky and embedding themselves in the ground, to the death throes of falling harpies, everything reverberates clearly through the imperial capital. As if they couldn't just stand by at that sound, harpies quickly take flight and move from other areas. The shadows of harpies flying swiftly overhead were like a starting signal for us. Donning robes and carrying military supply boxes as disguises, we slowly move in line from the Stone Dwarf Workshop district towards the outskirts where fighting is occurring. But that deception only lasts for a moment. While a mere 10 people moving towards the slave workshops might not draw attention, when over 100 humans and stone dwarves combined start sneaking towards the battlefield, it's bound to catch someone's eye. Sop, where are you going? My faith is as solid as armor. Our faith shall smite the unbelievers without doubt. The moment a harpy who had been flying urgently somewhere swooped down and perched on top of a high wall, Laurentia tossed aside the empty box she'd been shouldering. As if a flashbang had gone off, pure white divine energy scattered, instantly arming hundreds of people with armors of divine energy. This is followed seamlessly by the Temple Knight's holy magic. Divine energy imbued Laurentia's massive hammer, the Temple Knight's swords, and our party's weapons. So the Vanguard Laurentia provides defensive buffs, while the supporting Temple Knights provide offensive buffs. As expected of Paladins, a job class you can't leave out when talking about buffs. It took only the blink of an eye for the suspicious slaves wrapped in robes to transform into vicious warriors capable of slaying even high-level monsters. What the arc? They're charging now. We've already been spotted, they're coming from behind. A harpy, unable to grasp the situation due to the flashing divine energy, had its lower body shattered into mana stones by the hammer. Hansia seems a bit flustered by Laurentia's fierce attack that swept away both the harpy and the wall, but the rest of the group silently starts moving. After all, harpies are monsters that combine eagles with humans. Even if their heads have changed to human faces, their eyesight hasn't deteriorated. They can't survey the ground while flying through the sky with poor vision, can they? So the suspicious procession of hundreds had already been spotted by the surrounding harpies, in addition to the one that flew directly at us and turned to stone. They're coming. Run. Sister, see you at the temple. We have to pray together. Yeah, take care of yourself too. At the adventurer's scream-like shout, Laurentia waved her hand, then shouldered her hammer that was bigger than her body and started sprinting forward, kicking off the wall. A 5 buff-type tank who's also received protective holy magic from a 5 support. Even if our breakthrough power and destructive force are lacking or non-existent, there's no need to worry with 2 defensive skills that have never dropped from the highest ranks of Heroine's Chronicle. As we watch the massive hammer turn buildings into rubble while advancing straight toward the cave, we turn around. Our destination is, of course, the Imperial Palace in the distance, the largest and tallest building that's all too visible. Retranslations. Nearly 100 white-armored individuals cross the battlefield. The harpies are bewildered by the sight of pure white divine armor bursting out of the city, while the Night Order recognizes the divine energy and begins to assist them. Stop them! Stop them! Slaves are escaping. They can't repair the walls. Cover the Temple Knights. Disrupt their supply lines. While the kidnapped adventurers were one thing, the stone dwarves were irreplaceable skilled labor. In short, whether they were captured or not could be seen as the key point in conquering the Harpy Empire. Who else would repair the collapsed walls and rebuild the shattered barricades? Of course, it would be the stone dwarves. They were even using human adventurers for transporting supplies, so what would happen if the slaves disappeared? Though it was just 100 people escaping from the vast city, for the Harpies it was an unprecedented major incident. As a result, more attention than expected was directed towards the stone dwarves waddling along in their pure white armor. enough for us to sneak up to the front of the Imperial Palace undetected. What's that, palace guards? More importantly, there's no road. Looks like we'll have to break our way in. I can see what look like sentries on top of that wall, but there's no road. Don't tell me they didn't make a road thinking the palace is off limits without wings. At this rate, I'll use up all my mana on Earth control. Our reliable hero and master construction worker Han Xia. Back to your day job, Xia. Let's lay down a nice, smooth road. Hannah, that guy always made roads for us. The map design is pretty good though lol, no entrance to the Harpy Palace. Where do wingless F** seekers think they're going lol? We've stealthily approached the Imperial Palace beneath the anxious citizens and busy soldiers. While the journey here was smooth, it's a different story from the palace onward. First of all, there's no road for slaves, so it's completely blocked off by a huge wall. Looking at the design, where there should be a large gate welcoming us or some kind of drawbridge, it's completely sealed off, which is a bit disconcerting. Still, we're not blocked by some cliff or anything, so it seems we could easily infiltrate if Han Xia makes a small road over the empty moat and we break down the wall. Instead, the moment we shatter the wall, it'll turn from infiltration to an all-out war. No way to sneak in? There are more guards than I expected. It seems the personnel guarding the castle haven't left. Well then, we have no choice. At Grace's words, I pull out my hammer as Han Xia naturally grips her staff. The harpies may fly high in the sky, but they can still observe the humans walking on the ground. No matter how high the castle walls are, they couldn't possibly miss humans approaching so blatantly. A road of gravel and dirt piles appears over the moat, which was built properly by stone dwarves but abandoned without a gate. Seeing this, the harpies spread their large wings and enter a state of alert, proving they're a cut above the usual commander class harpies. These ones are fully armed in armor mixing metal and leather appropriately from talons to thighs, not exposing any skin. They're big too. Are they confident in close combat? It would be really nice if they'd approach instead of just fluttering around at a distance. What is it, human? If you don't stop, we'll kill you. Thinking this, I step onto the dirt road Han Xia made, and the harpy guards look down at me threateningly before immediately raising their talons and flying in to slash my throat. But I was much faster, charging like a madman towards the castle wall with my shield and hammer than their sharp blade-like talons could dig into my neck. Even for palace guards, it must be their first time seeing a slave smash their head into the castle wall. Did they expect me to back down? Hearing the sound of talons sharply cutting the wind as they pass behind my back, I drove my hammer straight into the castle wall. Pang! The lowly creatures that should always look up to them were rushing in. The walls of the Imperial Palace, which those who walk on the ground should not dare to covet, are crumbling. As a result, the sacred place is defiled with dust and the lowly creatures commit sacrilege. Why, you human scum! It's convenient that you're coming to me, really. Kayak! In this situation, the Imperial Guards charge at me with crazed eyes, but as a close-range tank, I can only welcome it. Their bodies are much more muscular than the elite harpies, though not much larger. If harpy commanders have lean muscles like Pilates instructors, harpy guards have solid, CrossFit athlete-like physiques. Their combat method relies on that solid body ramming into their targets. Monsters that use their body's elasticity to throw javelins from afar, and monsters that crash into you with a charge more comparable to a car than a bull or bear, befitting their superior physique. In terms of power, the charge is more terrifying, but their opponent is me, a born six tank. If they kept their distance, I'd have no way to catch them, but since they're kindly rushing in, I have to meet them halfway. Thinking this, I gripped the hammer that had demolished the wall and swung it with all my might. Catch him. Catch that bastard. Let's dice em up and serve em as food. The harpy guards rush in like raptors snatching prey through the dust rising from the crumbled wall. However, the future they face is not the beheading of the madman who dared to destroy the imperial palace wall, but a baptism of the vicious hammer that crushes both sharp claws and proud wings. Reckless attacks relying on the harpy's superior body. It was a fatal technique that no one could withstand, but now it has become a fatal technique of a different kind, one that will surely kill them. They strike down with razor-sharp claws at arrow-like speeds, but what awaits them is merely an iron-walled tank that cannot be pierced by mere arrows. Whether their legs are crushed against the shield or shattered by the oncoming hammer, either way leads only to becoming mana stones. Roland, we're coming in to cover you. After causing a brief commotion climb over the fallen wall to provide covering fire, I've properly drawn their aggro as the close combatant who demolished the wall. I've pulled the aggro of all the monsters, creating a completely free angle for my allies in the rear. Our party members immediately respond to this best possible outcome for a tank. The first to fly in are, of course, Grace's arrows. The ominously glowing red arrowheads explode in midair. 3 guard harpies that flexibly twist their waists to avoid the surprise attack are caught in the explosion and fall. What should we do, Hannah? Push inside. If we keep fighting them, there'll be no end to it. Break through. Grace's shout brings the party members flocking to me. With Grace in the center, Hannah and Irene who can use shields and holy magic on either side, and Katie in the back to guard the rear if necessary. As the 4 naturally take their positions as if breathing, they approach while tearing through the guards with explosive arrows and gusts of wind. Only then do the guards stop their mindless charges. When even one was too much to handle, now 5 are grouped together. Like a flock of crows circling over corpses, they start to circle above our heads, tightening their encirclement. But this stalemate is brief, as I start charging towards the Imperial Palace building as per the party leader's words. As I put strength into my legs and kick off the ground, I feel the soft earth crumble and my body surge forward. The well-maintained garden designed to be looked down upon from above is mercilessly destroyed, but that's not my concern. The Imperial Palace we entered by smashing walls, crushing gardens, and killing guards was truly a beautiful place. It would have been even more beautiful if I hadn't broken the wall. Wow, the craftsmanship of those stone dwarves is really something. Even if they were captured and exploited, they couldn't abandon their artistic spirit as craftsmen, I guess. Even my companions who followed me through the hole in the broken wall each threw a comment, overwhelmed by its majestic appearance. If a place like this existed in reality rather than a game, that country could become a tourist attraction with this imperial palace alone. But that admiration is brief. The guards, startled that the crazed slave who destroyed the garden has finally invaded the imperial palace, start to swarm us again with their bodies. Retranslations. The battle with the guards was surprisingly anticlimactic. Did we stop them? There aren't as many as I thought. Maybe they never imagined the imperial palace would be invaded. Before entering the tower, invaders would have had to climb this high mountain directly. Since they specialized in melee combat rather than javelin throwing, Katie and I could rampage to our heart's content, and they were easily dealt with. Moreover, they seemed to be a ceremonial unit of elites rather than the main force, so their numbers were few. That's why the desolate imperial palace with mana stones rolling about was enough to feel out of place. An imperial palace is certainly a place where the emperor resides. It should be common sense for it to be full of not only guards but also ministers who must attend to state affairs and maids and servants to assist them. But there was no one. The speed was too fast to say they evacuated upon hearing the commotion. Even if they were guards, the battle didn't last that long with only about 100 monsters rushing to their deaths. By the way, can an imperial palace be this desolate? It's strange that there are no harpies other than the guards, isn't it? Beautiful columns comparable to those of temples and beautiful walls untouched by dust or grime, as if by magic. Though I'm an amateur who only knows marble as a high-grade stone, I can't help but feel that this place is more elegant and sophisticated than any tourist spot or museum. An empty imperial palace with no people, harpies, or stone dwarves. Hannah, who was illuminating the minimap, takes the lead again with no harpy soldiers blocking our way. As a result, the imperial palace that looked beautiful began to feel eerie. Suddenly, a monster appeared blocking our path. What? Why is that thing here? As expected, are they crawling out from under the imperial palace? A gooey creature extending long tentacles like antennae, slowly dissolving and eating away at the engraved pillars. It seems to have grown quite a bit as the pillar debris falls to the floor with a plop, then floats up and is absorbed into the creature's body. It's really strange that these gooey creatures crawled out from inside the imperial palace while the guards were protecting the walls. But anyway, having that monster right in front of us means the quest has progressed somehow. Even if it can dissolve and eat stone, it can't instantly dissolve my armor. As I walk up and smash it with my hammer, it dies without even reacting, crushed with a splat. The remains scatter like dropping soft pudding or tofu, sticking to my armor with a plop, but soon disappear, leaving only mana stones behind. What kind of situation is this? Hey, this is fishy. Don't tell me there are two bosses. This reminds me of that Souls-like game I played as a punishment before starting Heroes Chronicle. The situation was hopelessly easy to deal with, but it clearly seemed to use magic. With a monster that dissolves and eats pillars in the middle of the Harpy Imperial Palace, my companions each throw out a comment. However, no matter how plausible the speculation, we ultimately have to check for ourselves. As we move in the direction Hannah estimates based on the shape of the Imperial Palace revealed on the minimap, a grand hall appears before us. Empty. I guess it's not this way. Haha, sorry. Looking at the pillars, this seems to be like a banquet hall. Maybe the magic engraved on these pillars confused you. Right. You'd be in trouble if you went based on the minimap alone. That hall looked like the palace entrance. That's why her maze escape horror game videos are unusually long. Lol, you trusted Hansia? Go watch her hide-and-seek horror game videos and come back, lol. Our little brat has grown up. Protecting Hansia, we saw the palace garden and corridors and ran in that direction, but we made a slight mistake of running into the opposite hall instead of where the Harpy Empress was. It wasn't a big problem though. Without a roof but also no doors, and in a place we'd never set foot before, the pitch-black minimap meant the chances were below 50%. Even with 50-50 odds you can fail a guess, let alone trying to navigate by map. Of course, the viewers mocking Hansia didn't care about such details. Building up all that atmosphere and then Hannah strikes again, lol. The ability to return to the entrance proves this one's a pigeon. Anyway, she went to the wider area, but there was no one there, no need to exaggerate. Did the stone dwarves just build a sick-ass palace and the harpies yoinked it? Thanks to Katie's protection, never doubting that Hansia was a genius mage, we just lit up the map and moved on. As if to show we'd finally found the right path, the number of creatures was increasing. I didn't expect to fight underground monsters instead of harpies after coming all this way. Judging by how easily they are cut by my aura, these guys seem weak to cold. Even so, they were just regular monsters, not elites. Occasionally there'd be one that used magic, but they were helpless before Katie freely wielding her ice attribute aura. Unable to swing her sword to her heart's content against the flying harpies, she vented all her pent-up frustration on these squirming, disgusting creatures. As her beautiful sky blue aura traced the air, the slowed, squishy creatures would be sliced apart before they could even lash out their tentacles in counterattack. Thanks to the type advantage, we were able to charge through the palace without using Han Xia's magic or even Grace's alchemy arrows. However, our smooth advance didn't last long. As the quantity and level of squishy creatures blocking our path gradually increased, our breakthrough speed inevitably slowed. Whoa, what the? These earthworm slug things are building barricades. How is this the strategy of a monster? Lol. There's a reason the Harpy's palace got taken over. Lol. Roadblocks, AoE attacks, and ranged projectiles. Are these monsters playing a defense game against Roland? Yeah, but we're still gonna throw Roland at them. What can you do if he just tanks everything and busts through? Seeing this, I can really feel how screwed you'd be without a mage and archer in the party. As the two-pronged tentacles gradually multiplied until they were disgustingly bristling like anemones, their magic became impossible to ignore. Whether they sensed our killing intent instinctively or realized their kind were dying, they wriggled their tentacles to block our path. Some built walls with leftover dirt and debris, others fired pointed rocks like magic arrows, while others coated the corridor with slimy liquid from their soft bodies to create makeshift swamps. Their interference tactics were certainly enough to make the stone dwarfs hate them. I could block the pointed rock arrows and gravel shot and blasts with my shield, and shoulder charging the flimsily built barricades was enough to collapse them. But the malicious sticky traps coating the corridors and slime forced Han Xia to use earth control to make a path, inevitably slowing us down. Seriously, these weaklings are such a pain in the ass. Earth attribute magic? It's too precise to be purely instinctual. Still crude compared to Hannah though. Thanks. Man, this palace sure is huge as expected. Han Xia paves an earthen path through the corridor using the walls built by the squishy creatures, while Katie praises her. In this awkward yet warm atmosphere, Grace gauges the distance while sensing for monster presences and mutters. It really is incredibly vast, befitting a palace. The length of the corridors we've passed through since the hall is no joke, and it feels even longer as we twist and turn relying on the minimap. It's not like a palace would be designed in straight lines to begin with. Why don't we just smash through all the walls? We don't know exactly where the Harpy Empress is, so we might end up bursting out of the palace instead. Good point. Maybe that's why Grace seems to want to push me forward like a bulldozer, but I couldn't do that. The surface reason was the complex palace structure that made it impossible to get our bearings, but deep down, I had a tiny hope that this palace might hold a clue to my awakening. Even if some unknown transcendent being helped me once, I can't blindly rush in believing it'll happen again. Even in games, you don't mindlessly zerg rush the next mission just because you got lucky and survived once. How could I do that in a game where my life's on the line? Retranslations. Could this be just before the 50th floor's boss room? They keep getting bigger, but this is ridiculous. Those mana stones it's wrapping its tentacles around, aren't they from harpies? Looks like all the harpies in the palace got eaten by these things. As if just using magic wasn't enough, the squishy creatures that kept growing larger now filled entire corners of the corridors. It felt like looking at a kid's jelly toy clogging up a sink. Thanks to that, we could occasionally see tentacles as thick as a human torso squeezing harpies in silk clothes to death, then turning them into mana stones and slowly dissolving them to eat. These things that grew by eating naturally occurring rare minerals containing mana were now eating mana stones, mana condensed and hardened like ore. No wonder they grew so large. Even so, their patterns didn't diversify, only their firepower increased. What? Ugh, they are even more disgusting now that they are bigger. The problem was that while their increased firepower couldn't deal significant damage to us, it turned wider areas into muck and collapsed more of the corridor, gradually getting on our nerves. Now it was beyond just creating mud puddles in the beautiful palace corridors. You'd believe it if someone said there were just pillars standing in a muddy field. That's how much those bastards had trashed the place. Being so huge, they filled the entire corridor just by oozing slime as they squirmed around. Humans, please save me. A survivor. A harpy. After deflecting the rock shotgun from a massive squishy blocking the way with my shield, turning it into a mana stone, and pressing forward, we suddenly heard a scream. Rounding a bent corridor revealed a large hall filled with squishy creatures, and a single harpy slashing at them with her talons. With no ceiling in the palace, she could probably save her life by flying away, but she seemed to be guarding an altar in the center of the hall, circling around it like a mother bird protecting her nest. Judging by her silk clothes and jingling accessories, she wasn't a soldier, but her movements were quite nimble, allowing her to stay alive. But there's a limit to what one can fend off alone. The harpies' agile movements seemed to irritate them, as widely spread tentacles began firing gravel shotgun blasts to cover an area rather than a point. Her clothes started tearing, and wounds multiplied on her fair skin. Hannah, Roland, what should we do? For now, I want to kill all those monsters, save the harpy, and get an explanation about that altar. It looks suspicious, don't you think? Roland's right. An altar in the middle of a palace, not even a temple. Anyone would find it suspicious, right? The placement is practically begging to be investigated. Lol. This is the first harpy babe we've met in the palace. Let's save her as a milestone. Let's save her future magic tower prisoner. Tusk, I hear the harpy ladies who went to the magic tower are living happily. Bubble. Are we gonna end up teaming up with the harpy empress and start hunting tentacles at this rate? How's this gonna play out? Alright then, let's go. I glanced back at my companions to see them nodding with eyes full of trust. It's only natural to be curious when something so obviously suspicious is being guarded by a seemingly high-ranking harpy at the cost of her life. Thinking that, I charged into the hall, not really caring about the harpy, just intent on protecting the altar, only for a thick tentacle to come flying at me immediately. Was that harpy not the only one guarding the hall's altar? This one must have eaten quite a few mana stones. A rather hefty tentacle slams into my shield with a loud clang. It wasn't its soft fleshy mass, but a tentacle made of the rocks it had devoured, creating a shockwave like striking a bell with an iron hammer. The squishy creatures started to focus on me. Yes, help me. I promise you citizenship and great rewards. Shut up and just focus on dodging. How rude. No, never mind. I understand, so please deal with those creatures. The squishy creatures had turned all the harpies into mana stones and eaten them, and now they were slowly extending their tentacles towards the altar since they couldn't catch the last one. Seeing me approach, her face lit up. She nearly got wrapped in tentacles and turned to a mana stone for letting her guard down briefly. But when I crudely threw myself in to block the tentacles, she cried out as if deeply moved. Seems she doesn't realize we're adventurers invading the 50th floor, and thinks we're loyal third-class citizens sacrificing our lives. It didn't seem like a particularly disadvantageous misunderstanding for us, so I silently infused mana into my warhammer. With that, they completely lost interest in the altar and harpy, focusing solely on me. As they charged at me, ignoring Hansia, Katie, and Grace entirely, a thought suddenly struck me. My indestructible magic armor and warhammer, whatever metal they're made of, wouldn't they look like the most precious elixir in the world to these creatures? He wasn't sure if the saying "an incompetent shaman kills people" was appropriate to use here, but it felt like it matched the current situation perfectly. The squishy creatures that had likely devoured all the maids and slaves of the imperial palace had grown so large they even developed a semblance of intelligence, which ironically made them easier to deal with. How should I put it? Like trying to input pattern AI into a simple, brute force monster, only for it to turn into a scarecrow due to errors. Roland, these bastards are tangling with each other. Cover that harpy. I'll handle these guys. The ones we'd encountered so far focused solely on the rocks in front of them. They'd only charge at us if they thought we were interrupting their meal. But the massive creatures filling the hall now clearly showed signs of prioritizing. They ignored the flying nuisance of a harpy and the huge altar in the center, instead fixating on my armor, stretching their tentacles greedily. So the monsters had perfectly aggroed on the tank without me even using a taunt. What's more, their hint of intelligence made them view their own kind as competition, leaving them tangled up with each other. It was hard to believe this result came from just a single piece of armor. I was nervous because they're bigger, but this is nothing. Still, be careful. Those tentacles seem surprisingly elastic. Yes, that's right. Well done, humans, arg. On the opposite side of the hall, a few tentacles still chased the unidentified harpy, but most were crawling towards me. This naturally created openings for Grace and Katie to gleefully slice through the tentacles. Ice-tipped arrows pierced the tentacles stretching skyward after the harpy, while a pale blue aura cleanly severed the thick tentacles tangled amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the ones crawling towards me died in clumps under my hammer. As the monsters that had devoured all the harpies in the hall were carved up like pudding on a dinner table, the mysterious harpy once again cheered before landing near me, where it was now safe. Phew, excellent. As promised, I shall personally bestow rewards upon you. Huh. Walking right into our hands. I grabbed the nape of the still clueless, chattering creature. Its eyes widened, unable to process the reality of the situation. Do humans have a custom of grabbing napes? As it denied reality, I grasped its nape like catching a cat and gently folded its wings to capture it. Its face turned bright red. At least it wasn't a completely clueless young lady, as it became docile. It had just witnessed one of the large squishy creatures get pulverized by my hammer, flattened against the floor like gum on asphalt. It had no choice but to behave, even if it didn't want to. Human, I know not why you've seized me, but release me. Did I not say I would personally reward you? Hey, what the hell is that altar? Ah, was that what you were curious about? Had it realized that if it sassed me, its neck would snap like a chicken caught by a countryside grandma. The creature that had been so noisy while flying was now quiet in my grasp. I approached the altar, passing by the mana stones scattered in the corridor. It stammered an explanation, clearly trying to gauge my mood. Unlike typical harpies with their strange way of speaking, this one spoke normally, likely due to its high position in the imperial palace. With the pretty older sister character now forcibly cooperating after being captured, viewers once again began chattering away. Is this one a harpy kiddo too? At least it seems to have some sense, quieting down like that. If a muscular old man over 180 cm tall approached me with a blood-covered tonkatsu hammer, I'm confident I'd quietly piss myself too. Blood-covered tonkatsu hammer, lol 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 lol. Watching him catch it is like seeing someone catch a parrot to take it to the vet, lol. Ugh, that altar is a device created to seal away the cursed underground monsters that were just in the hall. It was made by the first emperor who founded this empire, for the sake of the people. Don't tell me monsters were sealed under the imperial palace. How did you know? Ah, no. I suppose you could tell just by looking at the current state of things. And so, the story flowed smoothly from the docile harpy caught by its nape, perfectly explaining the current situation, without any intention to deceive or escape. It naturally updated Han Xia's quest log. Retranslations. What the viewers and our party members were most curious about the identity of the harpy in my grasp turned out to be an answer beyond imagination, a harpy imperial princess. Of course, not the first in line, but the fourth, a bit removed from the line of succession. When the altar breaks, those creatures crawl up. I suppose the altars you humans destroyed while conquering the city became the problem. We didn't particularly destroy, did we? If there were altars enshrining harpies left in the temples, I imagine our brothers would have investigated and then removed them, right? And so the story of the 50th floor flowed from the mouth of this fourth imperial princess harpy. Apparently, the first empress who founded the Harpy Empire was a genius who could use attribute-imbued aura. Just as Katie could use ice attribute magic, the first Harpy Empress could use lightning attribute magic. A lightning attribute spear that inflicts severe stun on hit, probably even better than ice attributes for dealing with flying harpies. This harpy, who unified the tribes and became empress with her lightning abilities, faced a great enemy, the wigglers and squishy creatures crawling out from under the mountains. As the empire developed beyond a kingdom, they began using rare minerals imbued with mana, which lured these creatures to the surface. So for the peace of the empire, the first empress blocked the largest hole they were crawling out of, then established her seat there. And that's when the altar was made. She had the stone dwarf slaves build the palace and brought in alien race shamans from under the mountains to make the altar, they say. Setting aside the casual mention of slavery, with the added explanation and Han Xia's quest log, we could now understand the mechanism of the 50th floor. The boss the player faces changes based on how many altars they destroyed on their way to the 50th floor. The more altars destroyed, the more powerful the underground boss monster that crawls up and wreaks havoc. If all the altars seen on the way were smashed, the Harpy Empress would end up caught and devoured by the tentacle monster, and the player would hunt the tentacle monster alongside the Harpy remnants in the collapsed palace. Conversely, if the altars were preserved by asking the temples, the player would arrive to hunt the Harpy Empress after she defeated the tentacle monster. But here, as always, Han Xia's unique problem arose. Did we come up too quickly again this time? The semi-forced speed run due to my specs. Looks like if all the altars are destroyed, the tentacle monster becomes the boss, and if they're not destroyed, the Harpy Empress is the boss. Destroying just the right amount could aim for both. The problem is we came too early, so both bosses' HB bars are likely still intact for us to play both sides. If they'd leisurely conquered the city, they'd be around the 47th floor by now, right? Minus 47th floor my ass, at the rate they were going with the 45th floor boss, they'd just now be at the mid-boss. Without 6,543, they'd probably still be wandering around looking for altars going, what's this? A gimmick where you have to wait for the boss to die naturally. Isn't that a gimmick Han Xia absolutely can't do? Wasn't the Harpy's appearance timing way too fast from the start? We don't have anything to compare it to, so who knows? Han Xia's game progression is too fast. The second place streamer, who can hardly be called a follower anymore, that sword talent Kim whatever, seems to have just entered the high altitude area. So, Han Xia, who has not only the hero but also the holy sword's owner in the party receiving full support from the temples, has outstanding abilities with no obstacles in conquering, and doesn't stay on the same floor for months for money making and leveling, is an abnormal player in the tower just by breathing. A harpy boss that flies around throwing lightning attribute spears from afar, and a tentacle boss that relies on various attribute resistances and its massive body to push forward in a normal progression, you'd face one of these, aiming to take advantage of their weakened state. But the idiom about killing two birds with one stone comes from a fisherman effortlessly picking up both a clam that bit a plover's beak Han Xia is the fisherman who rudely barged in while the clam and plover were just staring at each other, not biting. But if we back off now, the Knight Commander will steal the last hit. I guess we have to go in the end? Well then, what else can we do but roll up our sleeves and run hard to catch them both as fishermen? Of course, I'll be the one running hard. The Harpy's claim of being the fourth Imperial Princess gained credibility through the update of Han Xia's quest log. On the symbolically significant 50th floor, we faced two formidable bosses. One was a flying boss monster that inflicted stiffness through elemental aura, while the other was a pig-like boss monster with a massive health bar. It's said the Harpy Empire was created to seal the underground monsters. The Harpy Empire that kidnaps other races, and the underground monsters that can't be reasoned with. Which one will you face? Wouldn't using the altar allow you to choose? No way. They're doing it like this. This is oddly infuriating. Ah, now I'm craving chicken. You think the #1 gaming streamer with 6 stars, #1 mage, first 6 owner, 10 million followers, and 1 million viewers, Han Xia, would chicken out and back off here? Reaping the benefits by dealing with 2 full condition bosses simultaneously. I'll trust you? Dealing with 2 bosses at once, you must be the real Han Xia. Boss Slayer Han Xia donated 50,000 won. Then wouldn't a double kill have super rewards? Roland's robust holy sword donated 100,000 won. I'll donate 1,000,000 won right now if you rush in and successfully double kill the bosses. That mission is really tough, no? An average gamer would have sighed, we're screwed, and either wasted time or given up and reset. But Han Xia was no ordinary gamer, and her viewers wouldn't allow it. From viewers nagging in general chat about chickening out, to VIP members silently adding to the mission pot. Han Xia, startled by the nearly 10 million won mission pot that accumulated just because she hesitated for a moment, began to move hurriedly. No matter how world-class she'd become, Han Xia still retained enough of a commoner's sensibility that 10 million won in mission money was enough to make her eyes roll back. To give you an idea of how much that is, if the mission pot grew even a bit more here, the viewers who had been playfully teasing would start genuinely grinding their teeth and attacking Han Xia. Seeming to instinctively sense this as a streamer, she stopped picking up mana stones mid-action and scurried over to me. Meanwhile, a voice donation playing a synthesized version of Han Xia's voice saying "Help me, Rolom" was particularly impressive. Roland, what do you think we should do? What do you mean, what should we do? As a gamer it might be fine, but as the party leader I couldn't just blurt out that we should take them both on at once. Seeing her scurry over to me and look to me for approval, her intentions were transparently obvious. Han Xia, transparent as a jellyfish, was subtly looking to me for approval. Feeling mischievous from deep in my chest, I decided to have some fun. She was probably hoping I'd charge in right away saying we'd take them both down, but it wouldn't be fun to give in so easily. For me, or for the stream. Why don't we jump in while the Harpy Empress is fighting the tentacle monster? It might be interesting. Of course, I had no intention of backing down either. The Awakening quest was on my mind, but if we'd searched the entire Imperial Palace altar and found no hints, the answer must lie in the boss fight. I also thought our party members had the skills to take on both at once. As long as I didn't do something crazy like charging between the 2 bosses like a madman, I felt we could handle it since we hadn't met anything that could penetrate my shield yet. For these and other reasons, I pretended to ponder for a moment, but our companions spoke up before I did. Do we really need to go right now? The Harpy Empress is fighting the tentacle monster, you say? Why don't we assess the situation a bit first? Is there really a need to risk ourselves by going in now? The knight's order still hadn't reached the imperial palace, and we weren't exactly trying to rescue the Harpy Empress either. The situation was a bit ambiguous since we had the fourth Harpy princess in our grasp, but in the end both were enemies we'd have to defeat. So Grace, Irene, and Katie each voiced their reservations with a brief comment. They all seemed to have no intention of retreating or backing down, but they weren't eager to charge in right this moment either. I suppose that's the wise and cautious attitude of proper adventurers. The problem is that attitude was setting Han Xia's ass on fire. Well, shouldn't we go now to assess the situation? LOL, where does this pack mule think it's offering opinions? Just take the path when told. No need for lighting in the underground since the monster came out, and no need to make paths since we're in the palace. Why do we even need Han Xia lol? You can see her desperately trying to read the room as the mission money piles up, right? If she misses out on today's mission money, she'll be so pissed she won't be able to sleep for days, kicking her blankets lol. Today's mission money is almost 20 mil. If it slips away, she'll be so frustrated she might rage quit for a few days lol lol lol. It's already up to 20 million. Glancing at Han Xia's stream window, it seemed all the big spenders in the streaming world had gathered in the less than 5 minutes we'd been talking. Checking the viewers' exaggerated chat messages and small donations, it looked like everyone from the chairman who spend hundreds of millions on female streamers to the foreign whales who rank second or third in total donations on international streams had gathered. Apparently, word had spread about the first 50th floor clear and the potential first double boss kill. Han Xia's complexion darkened in proportion to the increasing mission money. Feeling I'd teased her enough, I opened my mouth. I think we should go right now. That's right. Come on, at least try to manage your expression a little. Retranslations. The reason I insisted we charge in right now to face 2 bosses wasn't to help Han Xia score her 20 million won jackpot. Surely last time, the quest was changed midway to help Han Xia. Come to think of it, my original goal was just a quest to help Han Xia. No matter how I look at it, the transcendent being who stuck me here seems to have a soft spot for Han Xia. From the start, my quest condition wasn't to climb the tower myself, but to help streamer Han Xia deal with monsters and climb the tower, which suddenly appeared as my quest condition. The fact that the quest consistently refers to her as streamer Han Xia every time suggests that the tower doesn't just need to be climbed, but done in the streaming perspective. In short, it feels like I'm some extra in a web novel about constellations. I suspect some transcendent being tossed me in like a donation to support Han Xia out of interest. That's the extent of the deduction I could make. You have a reason for going right away? Well, if Roland says we should go, we'll go, but... So if I'm Roland, the supporter of streamer Han Xia, not adventurer Roland, I should aim for the last hits on both bosses now. If we wait and observe, causing one boss to fall first and failing the mission, not only will the viewers be disappointed, but the transcendent being might be let down too. I'd rather deal with a goddess who restricts web surfing by installing parental control programs on the internet than an evil god who takes away an arm or eyesight as the price of quest failure. If I make a good impression now, maybe later when I make a huge mistake, instead of my soul falling into the hellfire pit, I'll just get punished by having to play the clown on Han Xia's stream. In other words, I want to take out an insurance policy by getting on the transcendent being's good side. A person should always think about the future, after all. Roland, is there really a reason we need to recklessly take on 2 boss monsters at once? But I couldn't tell my worried party members. Actually, I'm a 21st century military service returnee college student, and I can see hologram windows like Han Xia. and I want to make a good impression on a transcendent being who may or may not be a goddess, so I'm trying to create some premium stream content. If I did, a shocked Irene would drag me to a temple, tears streaming down her face as she tried to purge the demon lord's dark magic, filling my head with a prayer. What excuse should I use that would be convincing? As an adventurer, I didn't have much to say, so should I say something needs to be done as the Holy Sword's owner? As I was trying to come up with an excuse, unexpected support came flying in. From the Harpy Princess, still in my grip. If you're planning to deal with Mother, I'll help. What? Gazes sharply converged on the sudden declaration of familial betrayal. Undaunted by those piercing stares, the fourth princess began to continue her story. The one who sits on the imperial throne must be willing to sacrifice their life for the empire. This is our first and absolute law, decreed by thunder from the first emperor, which must never be broken. For the peace of the empire, even Her Majesty would gladly give her life. Going for the succeeding you, Mother Angle right off the bat. Like mother like daughter, the imperial bastards immediately start with political bullsh*t to get rid of mommy first. The situation keeps evolving in directions I never imagined. Lol, this is why I watch streams, f***ck yellalol. But isn't this natural from her perspective? If she's the fourth princess, she just needs to get rid of 3 to become empress. Mom or getting wiped out by Roland and the knights. What gleams in those red harpy eyes isn't the cowardice of trying to avoid the situation or concern for her mother, but the glazed eyes of a fanatic who truly believes the harpy empress should die. No, must die. The monster created by the Empire's elitist indoctrination had begun discussing the death of its own mother. The sudden declaration of betrayal startled the group, but the fourth princess, despite being held by the neck, passionately continued her speech. Is the Empire's history so short that it's not as rotten as I thought? Flying is noble, treading the earth is inferior, and crawling beneath is wicked. Not a very ancient empire, and was founded by slaying underground monsters. The imperial family seemed more deranged than corrupt. This might sound odd, but we're going to kill your mother. Are you okay with that? What of it? Huh? Katie was bewildered by this conversation, while Grace just rolled her eyes and gave up on speaking. Despite such reactions, this harpy princess continued to rant about the imperial education she had received. Those who fly are noble, those who control thunder even more so, and thus bear a great mission. However, the underground monsters have grown so powerful that fulfilling this mission has become difficult. Even if it means dying alongside the underground monsters with the help of humans, her mother would be happy. That was her argument. Then shouldn't you ask us to help your mother defeat the monsters? But you came with the outside invaders, didn't you? Those who killed the imperial guards and invaded the palace wouldn't help my mother without reason. If so, rather than throwing away my life, it's better to fulfill the mission of dealing with that terrible thing underground, as befits wings that fly high. So she was asking us to kill the monster along with her if we were going to kill her anyway. Come to think of it, this harpy princess never tried to escape from my grasp, even while begging me to spare her life. She never left the hall. No matter how massive the tentacle monster was, she could have easily avoided it by flying high. Yet she risked her life circling above the altar. Her attendants must have done the same, sacrificing their lives to protect a single altar. Faced with this display of fanaticism surpassing even the average religious zealot, the group nodded in resignation. After all, we had no reason to refuse a useful guide who would show us to the boss monster. Katie seemed to have other plans. Once we hunt the Harpy Empress and the underground monster, that princess might be useful. How? We can't hunt all the flying harpies ourselves. We just need to use magic contracts to bind her as a puppet empress. Who are you? What happened to our innocent Katie? I guess if we want to use the city, it might be better to just occupy it. But aren't the knights slaughtering everyone already? Even if the knights slaughter some, they'd only occupy part of the area and kill the soldiers, so the civilians would still be there. Wow, that's a good idea. The other harpy princesses were unfortunately eaten, and the empress sacrificed her life to protect the empire. So the fourth princess forms an alliance with the heroic party that helped save the empire and begins trade. That story would work smoothly. Paving the Way donated 10,001. You should be the one coming up with that. Why are you leaving it to Katie? Katie suggesting to use her politically, and Han Xia admiring the idea before getting scolded. Despite the chaotic situation, we decided to trust the Harpy Princess's words and move forward. A Harpy Princess willing to off her mother for honor's sake. Her reason wasn't to become Empress herself, but a fanatical belief that sacrificing her mother to deal with the underground tentacle monster was an honorable act of filial piety. A lunatic princess who firmly believed that killing her mother to kill the tentacle monster was filial piety. There's no way such a madwoman would refuse an alliance with humans. This way, humans. Following the Harpy princess who, without hesitation, began guiding us the moment she escaped my grasp, we moved forward. Retranslations. The direction she led us was completely different from what Han Xia had anticipated. If the imperial garden we entered was the side, and the empty hall we mistakenly entered was the entrance, then the throne and altar should be this way tilde. But the princess led us in a direction exactly 90 degrees from where Han Xia thought. Han Xia, who had suggested entering at 9 o'clock, finding nothing at 6 o'clock, and now heading to 12 o'clock, was once again enduring snarky comments in the chat. I suppose even if there's a monster sealed beneath the palace, they wouldn't place the throne directly above it. Maybe they hid the sealed location in a garden or annex building. So, leaving the palace and entering a new garden led us directly to a distant pavilion that had turned into a chaotic mess. It looks like they're still fighting. That tentacle is as thick as a temple pillar. A tentacle as thick as a pillar stretching towards the sky, and a throwing spear striking down like lightning towards that tentacle. The massive monster crushing more than half of the pavilion with its body, and the red-feathered harpy empress opposing it, even from a distance. The scene was captivating. Crackle. Sizzle. The ashen sky, untouched by sunlight, darkened ominously. The ashen hue turns inky black as storm clouds, drawn by wingbeats, rumble menacingly like a starving beast, growling. Even the most oblivious person would look up at the sky and think, I might get struck by lightning and die today, given the deafening sound. The Harpy Empress, enveloped not in storm clouds but lightning clouds, hurls bolts of lightning indiscriminately, like Zeus from mythology. I'm not planning to rush in right away. Let them wear them down a bit, then help whichever side is losing to aim for a double victory. That's the way. Apart from their strength, that huge body would need siege weapons to chip away at. The flying ones wrapped in lightning clouds too, so I doubt even intermediate magic would work, right? But the underground monster extends its tentacles relentlessly, undeterred by the barrage of lightning. If the mid-boss on the 45th floor looked like a mix of hermit crab and octopus, the 50th floor boss resembled a blend of slug and sea anemone, with countless tentacles writhing upwards. Though we call them sea anemone tentacles, in reality, this behemoth has been gorging on underground magical ore for well over a century. Even the tentacles in the hall were as hard as boulders, so who knows how tough these thicker ones are. A few tentacles may be severed and scattered, but the damage is minimal. The Harpy Empress also seems to be going all out, her magic still appearing strong. Should we jump in when she descends to about half health and starts looking ragged? But why is that monster so fixated on the Harpy Empress? As we were sizing up the situation, Grace muttered puzzledly. Well, it's being attacked, so naturally, no, that's not it. Right? Think about the ones in the hall. Katie also paused mid-sentence, realizing something was off. As Grace pointed out, the massive tentacle monster was squirming and flinging rock projectiles like a catapult, trying to grab something far beyond its reach. If it reacted to magic-infused metal, it would make more sense to ignore the lightning from above and devour the entire crumbling palace. The tentacles in the hall were obsessed with me, but that was because of my armor, and if it was because of my armor, could the Harpy Empress be holding something? Whether it's an imperial treasure or the Harpy Empress's trump card, something seems suspicious. As it's grown larger and consumed plenty of mana, it should have become smarter, yet it still fixates solely on the Harpy Empress. There must be a reason. Surely the 50th floor boss doesn't have an AI on par with a single-celled prokaryote. Hey, princess. Do you know anything? It must be the sky lightning my mother is holding. By the way, mother alone is clearly not enough. So she'll gladly welcome you, there's no problem. Sky lightning. What's that? The Empire's holy artifact on Mother's ankle. A great weapon bestowed by the first Emperor, allowing free control of heaven's thunder and lightning, and the symbol of the Empire. Listening to the Harpy Princess and looking closely, I realized the Harpy Empress wasn't holding a throwing spear or anything similar. She wore only jingling jeweled anklets and flowing silk robes instead of armor. I suppose all that silk and jewelry must be magical items and holy artifacts. As the frequency of lightning strikes from the sky slowed and the number of extended tentacles gradually decreased, a thought occurred to me. What if the tentacle boss consumes the Empress's magical item? Don't tell me it'll start spewing lightning with that massive body. We're going in right now to deal with the tentacle monster first. Why add magic on top of that huge body? I thought the winners would be us anyway, but suddenly a thought occurred to me. Arriving early means facing two bosses due to BB Games setup, but there's no penalty for arriving late. Does that make sense? At the same time, patterns from several games flashed through my mind. When two bosses appear together, if you can't kill both at once, either the dead one revives or the surviving one gets dramatically strengthened. I've experienced this on both PC and mobile. Given how the Harpy and Tentacle are hostile to each other, they probably won't revive each other, but if the Tentacle wins, it'll probably evolve by devouring the Empress's equipment and mana stone. The Tentacle monster first. We don't know how it'll change if it eats her magical items. Magical items. Like that golem. Ugh. Reminded by Grace's muttering of the family artifact that became golem food, Katie visibly clenched her jaw as she matched pace with me, charging forward. She chose to protect the three from the rear since she can't shield them against an opponent as massive as that. There's no way Katie could block tentacles as thick as temple pillars, let alone when there are close to 100 of them. With that many, it's tricky for even me to block them all, so I'll have to pummel the main body to draw aggro. Foul creature, behold heaven's wrath. Crackle. Jaya. As I approached with that in mind, the Harpy Empress's roar, the thunderous boom, and the tentacle monster's psychic scream all assaulted my ears. I guess the 50th floor won't be easy to clear, huh? The 50th floor itself is far too chaotic, setting aside the combat prowess of the Harpy Empress and tentacle monster. Collapsed palace debris impeding movement, lightning strikes indiscriminately with no regard for allies, tentacles so massive they are threatening no matter how they move. Having to fight while avoiding such obstacles, with added noise battering ears and brain. An ominous premonition wells up that this will be quite the struggle. Ugh, my brain is ringing. Focus on your breathing, and concentrate more on footwork than slashing. Once you envelop yourself in aura, your body will adapt. With her skull vibrating like a pinball inside her helmet, Katie's in no state to move smoothly. Her fair brows furrowed deeply as she awkwardly maneuvers around collapsed walls and toppled pillars. That's her best effort. Still, as a sword-wielding vanguard, she can't have it easy forever. No matter how great a tank I am, there will inevitably be moments where I can't block everything. Katie seems to realize she can't leave it all to me, gritting her teeth as she starts drawing out a blue aura while dodging flying stone fragments. Has she instinctively understood that efficient mana use won't cut it here? Efficiently managing mana is like a fuel-efficient car. What I mean is, sometimes when you need to drive a rough mountain road, a gas-guzzling monster truck that dumps everything into power is better than a fuel-efficient car. I'm going ahead. Follow when you've adjusted. Ugh, I'll catch up soon. In other words, like me. Beyond just dumping mana into my shield and warhammer, I activate mana throughout my entire body. A mighty force surges through me, humming like an oil-filled engine. Considering the 40th floor boss that even the holy sword couldn't crack within 5 minutes, this huge creature was likely just as tough and durable. Without the harpies' lightning raining down from above, a single party probably couldn't hunt it. Thinking about it that way, BB Games, you bastards are truly wicked. You're saying if players think simply and take out one boss, a strengthened boss could appear, aren't you? Whether to face 2 pre-strengthened bosses or 1 post-strengthened boss after it devours the other, it's just my brain's conjecture, but judging by their antics, there's a 99.99% chance the survivor will evolve. What should we do? Tentacles. Intercept the tentacles heading for the Harpy Empress as much as possible. We can't do anything about that huge main body on our own anyway. Han Xia and Grace found their roles behind me, while Katie, who had been staggering, seems to have finally adapted as she runs towards me. In this situation, I can't possibly block all those tentacles thick as temple pillars, let alone when they number in the hundreds. With so many, I'll have to pound the main body to draw aggro since I can't block them all myself. As I charge towards the tentacle monster's main body with that in mind, the first to greet me is a thick tentacle sweeping along the ground like a child's hand playing in dirt. It seems intent on gathering and hurling the palace debris, as tentacles and piles of rubble surge towards me together. Given how it's scraping along the ground, I could probably dodge by jumping, but then I'd be pelted by stone fragments raining down from all directions. HNNNGH. The moment I think I need to block it, my body moves instinctively. I inhale so deeply my lungs feel like they'll burst, my chest visibly swelling. Simultaneously, I feel strength concentrating in my shoulders to the point my muscles ache. My left foot steps forward while my right braces behind, crushing the stone floor beneath. Mana flows down my back, over my shoulders and through my arms, allowing them to move like whips. And gripped in those whip-like hands is a weighty warhammer imbued with mana beyond what flesh alone could wield. As stone fragments clatter against the shield thrust forward in my left hand, the warhammer swings down, smashing into the tentacle. Crash. Retranslations. A grandiose palace. A massive body with hundreds of tentacles stretching skyward. Monstrous strength that could crush dozens of people with just one tentacle, and rocks that crumble like biscuits with each slight movement. If I had to compare it, it might feel like standing barehanded near some massive industrial excavator as it grinds through a building. Han Xia thought this while watching Irene block incoming rock fragments. Having finished casting, she couldn't help but flinch despite Irene's reassuring barrier. After all, when stone chunks fly at you like bullets, you're bound to twitch. Flinched, twitched. While everyone else is fine, you alone got scared. That pattern is brutal though lol. If you can even call that a pattern. It's just wildly flinging rocks, but it's on par with most games' party wipe attacks. Holy sh*t lol. They built a city on top of that. Harpies really do have bird brains. Oh come on. You'd all blink and flinch if fists were flying at your face too, US asterisk holes. So those viewers' nonsense is mostly bullsh asterisk t. That's how she has to think to stay sane. But really, this is brutal. I'm so glad I chose mage in this game. You'd need insane reflexes in real life to handle something like that, right? Thinking that, she naturally pans the camera. Of course, Han Xia's camera captures Roland going berserk up front. The sight of his mana-infused warhammer pulverizing debris and crushing tentacles as he covers Katie's advance is awe-inspiring. It makes you question whether a person could really cause such phenomena, even in a game. The viewers, being Heroes Chronicle veterans, get drawn into Roland's exploits rather than teasing Han Xia. Fighting a monster larger than buildings in a fantasy world where just facing an orc with a longsword is daunting. It can't help but stir a man's heart. The female viewers' hearts seem to be racing for different reasons as they watch Roland. But can we even damage its health bar? No matter how I look at it, we're just dealing with the offshoots while the Harpy Queen does the real work somehow. Or we need to use the altar or something. Roland takes truck-sized boulders head-on and pulverizes tentacles. While viewers cheer at his unwavering form, Han Xia and some viewers coldly assess the reality. His unbreakable tanking and warhammer that denies the tentacles' movements look impressive. But while it may be a perfect performance, considering whether it's dealing meaningful damage to the main body, the answer is clearly no. After all, he's only crushed 3 tentacles so far against a grotesque boss writhing with hundreds of tentacles like a sea anemone. Calling down lightning only stuns the tentacles for a few seconds. I'm controlling the lightning to help the Harpy Queen like you said, but I'm doubtful if its health has even been scratched after landing several hits on the main body. Crush the tentacles then blow it up in the end. The standard for monsters that huge is Roland grabbing a bomb and slicing open its belly. But that one doesn't have a mouth, where's he supposed to enter? Lol. Roland X tentacles. I'm down. It's because of F***seekers like you that those vile images get made overseas. Han Xia had learned high-level lightning magic, allowing her to interfere with the Harpy Empress's lightning bolts and strike the tentacles and main body a few times, but she doubted if it had even scratched its health bar. Thinking this, she deftly managed her stream, permanently banning some lunatic who sent an animated video donation. Even if no explicit scenes were shown, the animation of slimy tentacles wrapping around thighs crossed a line. I swear, anyone who sends hentai animations during the battle is dead to me. And that goes for ones with guys wrapped in tentacles too, you bastards. I'm terrified to open my emails these days, you freaks. Her anger briefly spilled out in curses, but this much should be fine. Han Xia sincerely believed so as she resumed filming Roland's advance. Lightning rains from the heavens, scorching the earth below. Massive tentacles pulverize everything in their path, unfazed by the electric onslaught. Amidst this chaos, a lone warrior swings his warhammer. Incredible. Is this what a decade of adventuring looks like? We couldn't pull that off even with a century of experience. It's all about being born with a silver spoon, isn't it? Some people just have godly stats from the start. The tentacles look singed, but the main body seems unscathed. It's adorable how everyone else is just sucking their fingers lol. At that scale, shouldn't the army bring in siege weapons instead of relying on individuals? The battle's impact alone makes me feel like I'm floating. The clash between these 3 titanic entities was so fierce it made one's body feel weightless. Though the Harpy Empress was conserving mana by controlling her lightning, Han Xia worried about their progress since there was no visible HB bar. Nevertheless, Han Xia pressed on silently, bolstered by Roland, who crushed tentacles one by one, steadily approaching the main body. While the creature's health wasn't visibly decreasing, the number of tentacles dwindled. Gritting her teeth, she gripped her staff tightly. Controlling lightning, which moved at light speed unlike wind or rock, demanded far more mana and concentration. Suspicious Tentacle donated 5,001. Did you save that video or not? Saved under a different name donated 10,001. Is it true that Han Xia's search history includes men and tentacles? Men and tentacles, seriously. Ugh, sh*t. But what viewer would let her focus on the game with voice donations turned on? From malicious viewers slandering her tastes to those casually recommending weird p*rn, she was bombarded with nonsense. Alternating between anger and laughter, she choked and sputtered, inevitably disrupting her mana control. Even so, her accuracy only dropped from 100% to about 90%, imperceptible to viewers. But Han Xia, her competitive spirit ignited, gnashed her teeth and tore her gaze from the donation window. Arrows seem utterly ineffective. What's our next move? The impact on my holy magic is stronger than anticipated. It'll be hard to get closer. Grace and Irene also struggled against this colossal monster. Thanks to her passive skill, Grace could ignore 80% of defense when attacking weak points. But how could she identify a weak point in a building-sized anemone monster randomly thrashing 100 tentacles? Irene boasted an overpowered shield that ignored damage below a certain threshold, but these hefty tentacles dealt crushing blows rather than chip damage. Moving closer risked shattering both her protective holy magic and her body under a barrage of tentacle strikes. High-level magic proved ineffective, critical weak points remained elusive, and the monster's erratic attack pattern made blocking every hit impossible. Faced with this impasse, Han Xia nervously chewed her lip before abruptly sprinting away. Some viewers feared her resolve had crumbled, while others were simply bewildered. Hey, where are you running off to? I bet she's going to fetch a big, beautiful bomb. Abandon Roland like a dog, 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 abandon Roland like a dog. Shouldn't she head to the altar or something? There's nothing useful here. Just realized that B*tch Harpy Princess has been quietly hiding behind the camera lol. Huh? Where are you going? Saying here is pointless. I need to get the princess out. Ignoring the outcry, Han Xia grabbed the Harpy Princess's wing and bolted from the palace. She had distributed all the bombs in her inventory to cause chaos, but the Stone Dwarves' workshop should have something useful. Retranslations. I dodged lightning strikes while crushing incoming tentacles. The act has become mindless repetition, like manual labor at a construction site. Appreciating the lack of mental effort required, I silently hammer away, emptying my mind like a laborer repeating a monotonous task. If the opponent relies on brute strength alone, I must respond in kind. Of course, I wasn't without hope. I believed in Han Xia's talent, in the viewers bombarding her with advice, in her daily reset ability as a player, and in the intervention of that transcendent being who seemed to oddly favor her. Roland. This is endless, damn it. Look closely, the tentacles aren't regenerating. We're making progress, just slowly. The damage is adding up. Take it easy and keep whittling them down. You're right, they're not growing back. Katie, heeding my words, dodges an incoming tentacle before gripping her sword with both hands and swinging wide, half-severing another tentacle. While she can't crush and pulverize them in one hit like me, the wounded areas freeze solid, crumbling and snapping under their own weight. I'm impressed by how overpowered the ice attribute is against these squishy opponents. Severing them at the waist is enough for them to tear off on their own. Once we get the hang of it, we can conserve mana. By the way, where the hell is Hansia going? After taking out about 10 tentacles, the remaining one seemed to sense something was off and momentarily recoiled. Taking advantage of this brief opening, I glanced at Hansia's stream to check the situation behind us. There she was, sprinting full tilt with the harpy tucked under her arm. She dashed past bewildered harpy soldiers, waving the harpy princess around like some kind of pass. Given that she was encountering regular harpy police rather than royal guards, it seemed she'd already left the palace grounds. Out of the way, Her Highness is coming through. What's going on? The camera caught harpy officers, torn between the invading knights and the thunderous chaos at the palace, gaping in shock at the sight of their princess dangling from a human's side. My astonishment was short-lived. The boss monster, seemingly determined to crush the tiny foes who'd been severing its tentacles, launched attacks from both sides. The ferocious assault reminded me of clapping hands to squash a mosquito. I lowered my stance and thrust my shield forward. Unlike Katie, I lack the agility to leap away. Attempting to dodge and getting clipped once could send me flying. While I'd probably survive without serious injury, getting knocked back like a home run would be a pain to recover from. Tang. My shield, white-hot from the long-dormant shield master skill, filled my vision with writhing tentacles. A strange pressure bore down, followed by impacts from front and back, but it was more manageable than expected. Sure, it's a vicious attack that could pulverize a person and demolish building walls, but to me it felt like bumper cars colliding at an amusement park. The impact shook my body and destabilized my stance, but not enough to make me cough blood and collapse. Just enough damage to do that. As the tentacles pressing down on me recoiled from the collision, I smashed them with my warhammer. The tentacle behind me hastily withdrew. It seems this thing is starting to realize I'm more dangerous than the lightning raining down from above. Roland, you're really okay? Yeah. Now the tentacles that had been reaching skyward were gradually lowering to target me. But as often happens, a strength can become a weakness. The monster's sheer size meant that no matter how many tentacles it extended, only 2 or 3 could directly attack me at once. Just like how a person with 8 arms instead of 2 would still need to use 2 palms to clap and catch a mosquito. Frustrated by this limitation, the tentacles now came crashing down from above. But there was no reason to take such straightforward strikes head-on. I'd stood my ground against sweeping attacks, preferring to tank them rather than jump and risk getting caught mid-air. But for overhead smashes, a quick sidestep and dash forward would suffice. Hey, this thing we cobbled together might explode. Just fire it already. Loading complete tilde firing. Hey squishy, watch out for anything that starts flowing out. With that thought, I tucked my chin to my chest, lowered my stance, and sprinted forward. A thunderous boom erupted behind me. It wasn't the sound of tentacles tearing up the ground, nor the crash of lightning. This was the familiar report of a stone dwarf cannon. Then came the dwarves' voices. They said to watch out, but for what? The answer to that question didn't come from behind or from Hansia's stream. It simply flowed in front of me. Ugh, seeking. A potent acidic solution, strong enough to melt not just tentacles but palace ruins and even the ground right before my eyes. What happened next was too fast for viewers watching through the camera to fully understand. The flowing acid, my posture thrown off by the sudden change in direction, the boss monster attacking even as its tentacles melted. Ta! The same collision sound of tentacle against shield. The biting wind slipping through gaps in armor and helmet. A feeling of weightlessness. clouds, a cliff, and a glitched hologram window. I soared over the palace walls, past low mountain peaks, beneath a hazy sky, my mind reeling. The impact had been stronger than expected. While my HB remained intact, my head was ringing, leaving me in a daze. Han Xia, who'd vanished earlier, returned with a stone dwarf slave who hadn't escaped with the rest. They stuffed something into what looked like a ramshackle cannon, ceremonial or prototype, I couldn't tell, and fired. The problem wasn't Han Xia, but the stone dwarf. Either his timid nature prevented him from joining the escape plan, or he panicked at the sight of the massive monster. Instead of aiming for its body, he shot straight up at the vertically extended tentacle. The acidic solution that hit the tentacle splashed towards me. As I tried to dodge, my posture faltered. Seizing the opportunity and realizing it couldn't kill me outright, the beast swung upwards like a baseball bat hitting a ball, sending me flying. That's how I ended up soaring through the sky, falling beyond the city limits and vanishing into the darkness of the cliff. Can I see myself falling with my own eyes? An out-of-body experience. What the hell is this? Black, 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 black. Black, 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 black. Black, 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 black. Setting aside the spasmodic movements of the hologram window, which had previously morphed its contents and handed me the holy sword against the 40th floor boss monster, I could see Roland falling off the cliff with my own eyes. So I'm having an out-of-body experience, like when I met the goddess. Getting hit by one tentacle, losing a bit of HP, and being knocked back over a cliff leads to an out-of-body experience. Unable to understand the situation, I floated aimlessly in midair when something strange occurred. Foo-ook. Roland, after spewing that curse, plunged his arm into the cliff's edge. Not blue aura or pure white divine energy, but red mana surged and enveloped his body. Even Han Xia's camera drone, which had been filming my body's flight, started spinning erratically, apparently surprised. It seemed the drone couldn't see me. As the camera drone and my disembodied self watched, bizarre things started happening. The shield and warhammer that fell off the cliff vaporized into mana and were absorbed into Roland's body. Then the armor and helmet vanished one by one. All that remained was Roland's body wrapped in a red magical aura. Wasn't Roland a paladin? Why's he suddenly turning into something like a berserker? If the guy who abandoned you returns just to deal friendly fire, and you don't get pissed, you're not a paladin but a F*** King Buddha lol. Chat deleted by mod. But wasn't this shot by the stone dwarf? Looks like he might go beat up the dwarf instead of the boss. Don't you know what skill this is? He's your party member, why don't you know sh**t, you dumb F***ck. This is why they say an idiot full of energy is the scariest. Teacher, please check mission, donated 10,001. Teacher, it'd be troublesome if you do your double kill on Roland and the tentacle boss. Stop that sh**t now, donated 50,001. This doesn't make sense unless we got a secret mission to team kill for 50,001. Hidden quest appeared, donated 10,001. Maybe the stone dwarf is actually evil and is trying to take out Roland. Viewers, excited by this unprecedented situation where the world's only natural 6-character and allied tank no less gets sent flying far away by friendly fire, chattered noisily as they watched Roland's transformation. From those swearing crudely and getting kicked out, to those spewing all sorts of conspiracy theories about the stone dwarf being the culprit, the viewers were heating up in various ways. Meanwhile, Roland's now naked body, even his armor gone, started rapidly climbing the cliff. The red aura blooming from his fingertips dug into the rock face like sharp claws or a mountaineer's pickaxe, pulling up his muscular body. Wanting a closer look, I awkwardly floated through the air and noticed his ascent gaining momentum. F***ck, he's fast. For real. I didn't know what exactly had happened or why my body was moving on its own against my will, but one thing was clear: it was using the body better than I ever could. His speed made him seem less human and more like a flying squirrel, cliff-climbing leopard, or mountain goat. Judging by the red aura flaring up and his wild movements as he shouted, he seemed to be in some kind of berserk state. It was ridiculous how his movements were even more agile than mine. Roland's body, no longer even cursing but making unintelligible growling sounds like a beast, climbed the cliff. Hey, what is that? Did he gain another star? Don't try to change the subject to avoid getting cursed at. Go save Roland. Wasn't it 6 stars originally? Now it's 7. What the F***ck? I thought this was some new bullsh** T, but counting, there are 7 stars lol. By the way, where did the armor go and why is he in full mosaic? Did it melt in the acid? I get that the weapon fell off the cliff, but where the F***ck did the armor go? Lol. Roland's body, which had been quickly climbing the deep cliff, suddenly started leaping vertically using arm strength, moving much faster than my spirit form could fly. After climbing and jumping, he finally touched ground and dashed on all fours towards the palace, where thunderclouds still rumbled, crushing the earth beneath him. The view was obscured as Han Xia's stream window overlapped with the frantically moving hologram. According to the hologram window and Han Xia's game system window, the thing rushing on all fours without armor like a beast wasn't Roland. 7 Frenzied Orlando, that was the name of the raging beast. Retranslations. Taking a certain amount of damage at once, getting momentarily stressed to the point of rage, having a cave collapse on you, falling off a cliff outside the game map. While the exact conditions were unclear, one fact became apparent. BB Games, you crazy mother*****. Roland wasn't just an overpowered character with 2 form change skills, but a completely broken one with 3. A regenerating tank using divine energy, a counter-damage tank using mana, and now a frenzied warrior dealer. They really had crammed it all into one character. The tentacle monster's thought waves rang out like agonized screams, but an even louder roar shook not just eardrums, but skulls. The roar was so tremendous that even the Harpy Empress, who had been hurling lightning, descended for a moment to assess the situation. The berserker state Roland, no, the frenzied Orlando who had scaled the cliff and torn through the city to reach the palace, leapt straight into the tentacle monster's body. Unlike me, who couldn't expel mana outside my warhammer and armor, the berserk state Orlando left trails of red aura-like afterimages. With the sharp aura rising like beast claws combining with the aura enveloping his body, he almost looked like a werewolf made of red light. A werewolf made of aura. How the hell was this a paladin's skill? Holy ***T, he's gone mad. What good is size when you're getting F***ck head like that? Lol, but is this really a tank? Judging by the skill's appearance, it looks like something Rebecca the Kidnapper outdoor cream by play auntie should use. Alright, the F***ck did you do to get the usually composed teacher to have a dog-like fit like this? Hannah. Lol F***ck, don't tell me the tank's ultimate is going berserk 1 low on HP. Balance is F***ck head lol. So does this mean the 6 Princess Knight Nuna will also rip her clothes and go oh yeah time when angry? As I was thinking this, the tentacle monster started writhing more painfully. Following the camera to the beast's main body, one flailing tentacle passed right through my spirit form with a whoosh. Now it couldn't even think of extending tentacles towards the Harpy Empress. No wonder, with Roland enveloped in red aura tearing apart its body and burrowing deeper inside. It was like a carnivorous beetle devouring a large snail. The scene reminded me of a short documentary I once saw on a video site. What good were hundreds of massive tentacles bigger than the palace? The crazed berserker was ripping apart the tentacles that crushed building debris, tearing open its belly and ravaging its innards. If it weren't a squishy tentacle monster but a beast-type or humanoid monster, Han Xia's stream might have been suspended. Hands flailed wildly like an excited dog digging, as 5 streaks of red aura left after images in the air matching their trajectory. The stubborn body that had repelled lightning, javelins, arrows, and cannons crumbled like pudding. The tentacles slammed the ground in agony, pulverizing the palace ruins and gardens. But that wouldn't stop Orlando inside its belly. If anything, the creature's writhing seemed to irritate him, as he now started using his teeth to bite and dismember its body. What on earth is that? Podarge. Mother. Now's our chance. Let's kill that cursed monster right now. Explain first, aren't those humans you brought? The Harpy Empress, her complexion deathly pale at the sight of the terrifying monster being dismembered alive without resistance, finally landed on the debris and questioned her daughter, who was with Han Xia. Trying hard to ignore the monster's fading thought waves, God Jaya. As ruler of the empire, with lightning grasping talons and the highest soaring wings, and the fierce sense of crisis detectable by the beastly instincts still lingering in her flesh, the Harpy Empress inexplicably posed a question to her 4th daughter, Podarge, who stood with the humans. Mother, you must finish off that monster with your own hands. Quickly, use the heavenly lightning. Podarge. However, the response was not what she desired. Though born late and pushed down the line of succession, she had thought Podarge a clever child. But this was not cleverness on display, rather madness masquerading as such. Unable to understand her 4th daughter's behavior, she turned to question the human vermin beside her instead. And those became the last words the Harpy Empress could leave for her daughter as the Empire's leader. As she glared fiercely at the humans around her, demanding an answer after scolding her daughter, the blunt teeth of a human suddenly sank into the Harpy Empress's nape. Though flatter and duller than a carnivore's fangs, when those teeth overflow with red aura, it's a different story entirely. Orlando, who had emerged from underground and torn the monster to shreds to create mana stones, had leaped silently and clung to the Empress's back. Who? The monster is dead. Mother should have struck it down with lightning. The Harpy Empress thrashed about like a victim in a monster movie. Her massive body and wings, far larger than other harpies befitting a boss monster, flapped helplessly. Watching as a spirit, it was like seeing a huge pigeon caught by a predator smaller than itself. As red feathers fluttered and the Harpy Empress's screams and spasmodic lightning burst forth, Han Xia began to run without hesitation. The chat flooded with question marks and lulls as she suddenly bolted, abandoning the Harpy Princess who muttered like a genuine psychopath about needing to kill the monster with lightning to save face with the ancestors in front of the dying Empress. Where are you going, Hannah? And what about that? Why is Roland acting like this? I don't know either, so let's grab the boss loot first and then figure it out. Who? Is it normal that she looks more like a rogue than a mage at times like this? Well, considering how she uses bombs and commits terrorism, you could say she's basically an armed robber. I'll run like hell. It's obvious that once the Harpy Empress dies, you're next. Shouldn't we send back the stone dwarf first? They'll probably turn into a sand dwarf soon. Betting points on whether teacher Roland will split Han Xia's head open or not. The mission money piled up at a terrifying rate, already surpassing 3,000, and there were even overseas tycoons repeatedly donating 9.99 million won due to the 10 million won donation limit. But who could focus on that right now? A monstrous figure completely enveloped in bloody aura was killing the boss by biting, not with punches or strangulation. The one silver lining was that unlike the tentacle monster whose tentacles were severed and innards exposed, The Harpy Empress who hastily took flight and twisted her body seemed like she might hold out for a while. Having preserved her health by flying in the sky without taking a single hit, she looked like she could endure for quite some time. Arg! Let go, I said, let go. Insolent human. Of course, hearing her screams and the thunder, it didn't seem like she could last long. Still, seeing her fly up and struggle while wrapping lightning around her body, it seemed she might have over half her health left. The frightening part was that he clung to the thrashing Harpy Empress's body, relying solely on his bite force and absorbing the lightning with his body. When will this wear off? At this rate, will Han Xia's body get sliced up next, leading to a game over and reset to morning? Han Xia tried to loot while fleeing. The Harpy Empress struck herself with lightning. My body refused to let go of her nape. The stone dwarf slave fled in panic back out of the imperial palace. The psychopathic princess circled the Harpy Empress, and the chat descended into chaos. Human adventurer, don't do this. Grant mother an honorable death instead. Arg! You mad bitches and bastards. Surely you, a human, won't devour the heavenly lightning too? Amidst this mayhem, I slowly sorted through the situation. If there's one thing I misjudged, it's about the awakening skill. I thought you only learn it after becoming 7, but it's the opposite. You temporarily awaken to 7 when you use the awakening skill under certain conditions. So it was an awakening skill because it makes you awaken. What an absurd balance. Seeing how he's withstanding the lightning strikes, it seems his health has refilled too. A tank that transforms into a full health dealer when at low HP. If I hadn't drawn this character and possessed him in Heroes Chronicle, I'd probably be the king of the arena for a mere 1,000,001 by now, savoring the wails of the doormats and the Heroines Chronicle gallery as they search for the game developer's parents and my parents beyond the clouds. What should I do now? Nothing happens even if I overlap. Should I just wait 5 or 10 minutes like with the holy sword? My body, which took less than 5 minutes to slice and kill one boss, was now mauling one in seconds. Just in case, I flew up and tried overlapping with my body, but the flapping wings and flashing lightning only hurt my eyes without returning me to my body. As I floated in the air, pondering what to do, the hologram window that had been flickering finally stabilized. Streamer help Han Xia. Help Han Xia. With the awakening skill. Use the awakening skill to deal with the boss 1/1 clear. Reward, interview. Retranslations. An unfamiliar ceiling. Actually, there's nothing that could be called a ceiling, and I've been here once before, but suddenly I felt like muttering such words. 10 years into my adventure life after possessing a game character, I may have grown accustomed to bloody battles with worms bursting through the village square at night, but I could never get used to out-of-body experiences, dimensional travel, and encounters with transcendent beings. Beyond my blurry vision, as if a self-mosaic had been applied to my eyes, I saw brilliant golden hair, so long it seemed it would be inconvenient to walk, trailing on the floor like the train of a bridal gown. Gee goddess. Shall we proceed? At least her voice came through clearly. This is the goddess I saw in the fragment I received as a reward for the quest to help Han Xia before. To be precise, it was the goddess praying to someone for some reason. Truth be told, I thought I'd have a lot to ask if we ever met. Whether you brought me to this world, or possessed me to save someone who died, whether you want something from me or just pitied me and inserted me here out of boredom. What I should do, and why I should help Han Xia like this, or if it wasn't Han Xia but another gamer, would I have had to help them the same way? But when a transcendent being who can manipulate souls actually appears before me, my mind goes blank and I can't even recall the satisfying insults I memorized from the gallery. You are. I know you have a lot you want to say and ask, but it's still only the 50th floor. I felt a strange pressure as our eyes met through the blurry vision, whether she was a goddess or not. Not the pressure of facing a formidable enemy like an ogre. More like the feeling of a child standing before their parents after doing something wrong. No matter how I thought about it, I was the victim here, so why should I feel guilty? As indignation welled up, I started to doubt whether the goddess before me really was the one who forcibly sent me to this world. What if the one who sent me to this world was an evil god who plays with souls, and the goddess before me was comforting me out of pity? Was that why she gave me the internet window, changed the quest conditions, and made the failure penalty just an internet usage ban? Yes, I know you're confused. But we don't have time, so let me tell you what you need to know first. The goddess approached me with a bright smile. Her fair feet floated in the air as she glided towards me, her long golden hair billowing like a fairy's dress. Though my blurry vision still prevented me from seeing her face clearly, at least she seemed to wear a beautiful smile. Speaking gently like an adult educating a child, her tone was similar to Irene's. Roland, or rather, the paladin Roland designed as a born 6 in Heroes Chronicle, does indeed transform into a 7 when using his awakening skill. And when he uses the awakening skill, his maximum HP increases in proportion to all stats including defense and resistance. No, that's not what I'm curious about. Max HP damage. HP percentage damage. He deals pure damage proportional to maximum health to enemies. Meanwhile, his defense and resistance don't decrease. However, the goddess's manner of speaking aside, the information flowing from her lips wasn't what I needed. I could figure out that kind of stuff on my own as a gamer, so why was she telling me this during this precious time? How many floors the tower had, what quests I needed to do next, if trap floors would block my progress. I completed a quest and met the goddess, so shouldn't she tell me that level of future knowledge? Unable to speak properly out of frustration, I floundered about. Seeing this, the golden-haired goddess smiled. Not the benevolent smile from earlier, but one full of mischief. No can do. You've already received my help twice, so you need to accept this much of a penalty. Did you just say penalty? If we delay any longer, Miss Hansia might reset, so I should send you back now. Ah, what a shame. Following her gesture as she smiled brightly, a familiar hologram window appeared in the air. On the screen showing Hansia's stream, my body had gone berserk and turned both the tentacle monster and the harpy empress into mana stones. With both the tentacle monster and harpy empress dead, where would my rampaging body head next? As I pondered this, I felt an incredibly soft hand gently push my back, shoving me into the screen. Farewell, Roland. I'll be looking forward to our next meeting. Ah, not an unfamiliar ceiling, but a familiar chest. After being shoved into the screen by what seemed to be a goddess and briefly closing my eyes, I found myself back in my body on the 50th floor instead of the blurry mosaic space. Before I could fully come to, the voices of our group came rushing in. Roland. Are you with us? You're okay, right, Roland? As expected of Irene. Is this what a saint is like? Moving my creaking body, I realized I was now wearing armor and clothes normally instead of the red aura. As I finally regained my senses, I found myself cradled in Irene's arms like a child. Just like in the fairy tales told in the temple, the rampaging holy sword's owner regained his senses in the arms of the saint candidate. Maybe because of this, I could feel the gazes around us piercing to the point of being unsettling. I distinctly remember seeing Hansia frantically stuffing boss drops into her inventory through the hologram window, nearly falling over before Katie steadied her. Good heavens, oh goddess. To think a mere human could do this with their bare hands. Coming to, I noticed quite a few familiar faces in the now completely ravaged palace garden. Somehow the war had ended, as Knight Commander Edward and James stood beside him, ignoring the anxiously fluttering harpies and seemingly occupying the garden. Not only that, but Laurentia, who led the escape, Menashe with his black scales-like armor as he stood with folded arms, and even the country bumpkin turned 5 McDonagh who ended up fighting alongside us until the end. This wasn't the final episode of some anime, but being surrounded by both temple knights and royal knights while cradled in the arms of the saint candidate suddenly made me think. Irene. Yes, Roland. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Let me down. The goddess of this land is, until the very end, full of mischief. Retranslations. I thought we were surrounded like a scene from an anime, but watching Han Xia's recording of me losing consciousness and dropping my head in that moment really did look like a cliché scene. Aside from the fact that the rampage was triggered by friendly fire from the slave stone dwarves Han Xia brought, isn't this a pretty typical story? Facing an enemy too powerful for allies to handle, going berserk, then regaining sanity in the arms of a beautiful woman. Using rest, meditation, and enlightenment as an excuse to stay alone in my quarters fiddling with a hologram window, knowledge begins to surface more clearly. If you're going to do this, just say it out loud. Roland, do you need anything? It's nothing. As I mutter with a bit of resentment towards the mischievous goddess, Irene's voice comes from outside like a ghost. While the others are out dealing with the aftermath of the battle, only Irene waits for me in the next room. Well, next room is just a figure of speech. Judging by how I can hear her voice, she must have brought a chair to sit in the hallway. Feeling both guilty and grateful for her dedication, I should hurry and sort out what needs sorting. Even if it's the aftermath of using an awakening skill, there's no problem with my body or mind. I just got a bit dizzy from the knowledge the playful goddess crammed into my head. Like suddenly remembering something you forgot before bed while washing your face in the morning, things keep coming to mind. As I thought, that goddess didn't bring me here. More precisely, she doesn't have that kind of ability. The first thing that comes to mind is related to the quest. Of course, not the main quest of Heroes Chronicle that Han Xia is playing, but the story of the hologram window appearing before me. As I help Han Xia and she gradually progresses through the game, the goddess regains her power. Thus, the goddess who has stored up energy helps Han Xia through me at crucial moments. The 2 instances of help the goddess mentioned must be obtaining the holy sword on the 40th floor and using the awakening skill this time. Since she gave me a 5-minute ignore defense extreme damage skill and a 10-minute full recovery transformation skill, should I serve her more respectfully even now? Anyway, to me, who has the body of a natural 6 character but is too stupid to use skills properly, the goddess used up her energy giving me the holy sword and easing the conditions for the awakening skill, leaving less than a minute for our meeting. For a goddess to use up all her power just to hand over one holy sword and ease the conditions of an awakening skill, does she really have the ability to kidnap souls from another world? Of course, she might have used up all her power bringing my soul here and fallen from grace. But if that's the case, wouldn't it make more sense to bring the soul of someone like Kim Seok-hyun, the sword genius, after coming in second place while streaming? This side is still a martial arts dunce who hasn't properly learned blunt weapon skills because I'm busy learning shield techniques. And also, what's with this update? So I should believe that the goddess who is favorable to me is not the culprit, but is helping me and Han Xia. In this situation, if I doubt the goddess, it would mean abandoning the quest and refusing to break through the tower. More concerning than that is the word update that keeps coming to mind whenever I watch Han Xia's stream through the hologram window. Whether this is also the goddess's mischief or lack of ability, I keep thinking that something big is coming, but what that big thing is doesn't come to mind. It feels like trying to sneeze but only managing to hiccup. Still, I was able to confirm what that big thing was soon enough. Huh, what's this? Heroes Chronicle new update Season 2? They're patching something because we cleared the 50th floor. So is it just your patch or everyone's patch? Such a big patch note won't fit in my head. Looks like the editors are gonna die of heart attacks from drinking energy drinks. Lol, how are they gonna edit this? Another saint candidate, palace battle, tentacle monster appearance, flying Roland's awakening skill, even 7 info. Lol. Job postings will be up on the community soon. A system message was sent to Han Xia, not me. And the world stopped. Retranslations. So much has happened. So many events that as viewership increased and Heroes Chronicle stream times lengthened, the additionally hired editors begged to hire more people even if it meant reducing their wages. Han Xia, now in a position where she could be called a walking one-person company rather than just an individual streamer, boasting such an imposing presence that even mediocre collaboration requests no longer came in due to her rapidly increasing viewership. She had this thought upon receiving the sudden system message. Wow, legal break time, sweet. Could you please put a filter on that mouth of yours? Even after becoming a global star, you can't break old habits. Lol. Just turn on a horror game when HC is patching. Oh, this punk's going straight into whale milking after sucking on the mission money. But even if it's a patch, it won't take more than a few days. No, how can you blame me for this? A streamer's game disappears, so I want to take a break. Of course, I'm always grateful to the devs for allowing Roland's awakening skill to chew up, tear apart, taste, and enjoy 2 bosses. Mission success. Han Xia the Trailblazer donated 10,001. Her knees lighten infinitely before capital. It's not that they've lightened, it's that they're so heavy my waist bends on its own and my knees buckle. Does 4,500 look like pocket change to you? Viewers rise up spasmodically at the news that game service will be temporarily suspended for updates. Well, I suppose they might be angry since they were riding the high of Roland's awakening skill when it got cut off. But that's not my problem. Even before her viewership increased monstrously, she had clearly set one standard and never wavered from it, so this time too she brushed off the storm of complaints pouring in from viewers. It's not like I'm a female streamer lying about taking a break because of a secret romance. The game is being patched so I can't play. How is that my fault? If you're upset, you know what to do, right? Go send some trucks to BB Games, and while you're at it, try to squeeze out some other natural 6 info and gacha rates. Whoever takes point on calling the trucks, I'll back you up generously. As the conversation progressed to that point, the topic naturally flowed to the story of Natural S. As always, malicious viewers with a grudge cling to the break, but with viewers in the millions, including those from overseas, pouring out chat messages. How could it work? A loach can muddy a puddle, not an ocean. Though she'd like to talk about the 51st floor explicitly labeled as Season 2, Heroes Chronicle isn't a particularly friendly game company. Just looking at the system message, it says there will be a patch, but there's no detailed patch notes explaining what the patch entails. Thanks to this, viewers are noisily heating up with talk of Roland's awakening skill, the conquest of the 50th floor, and the sudden patch. But is this okay for game balance when they are clearly rewarding first clears? Are they just trying to make lucky natural 6 drawers into major shareholders? Leaving a question in Han Xia's heart similar to that of the viewers.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.